If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 311. January 4, 1995, Dumstrang. Just like that, he felt a pull in his navel. A porte-cait. The last thing he felt before passing out was intense pain in his scar as well as dread at the familiar red eyes gleaming maliciously at him. When Neville woke up, he felt burning pain in his forehead, specifically his scar. When he finally recognized the feeling, all he could feel was dread. His scar had only burned in two scenarios. The first was when he channeled its power when he was almost becoming a second Lord Voldemort, and to fix this had cost him his position as the next Longbottom family head. The second time was in his first year when Voldemort was physically near him. By Merlin, this was so long ago. Had it really been 3 years since he last seen Lord Voldemort, the real Voldemort, at least? Did Tom Riddle from the diary even count? But the burning, it was pretty similar to what he felt when Voldemort was nearby. It was more consistent, like someone put some hot metal on his scar. Damn it, he really needed to get out of here. He tried to move for the first time, only to notice himself being chained to a wall in some sort of cave. He thrashed around many times, until a familiar voice interrupted him. "I'm afraid that your chains are charmed to be unbreakable, young Neville, and you do not have a wand on you." A somewhat familiar man stepped up in front of him. He was dark-haired, pale with a somewhat slim body. He would have been unremarkable if it wasn't for the glowing red eyes on his face. He would recognize these eyes anywhere, Voldemort. In the flesh, the man retorted, "Well, in young Amicus' flesh. It was a shame that I had to deprive him of his own. He was so loyal, though, so very loyal. These kinds of followers are quite rare. But his sister will be compensated for his sacrifice." Ah, so that was why the face was so recognizable. Amicus Carrow. Neville's grandmother had practically drilled him on the Death Eaters who had bribed their way out of Azkaban. In the Carrows' case, it was probably because they were the last of their family line and the Ministry loathed to end those, even if everyone knew about their actions. Neville didn't say anything and just glared at the monster through the pane. "You know, I had this very big ritual planned up. It would have been so complicated, would have had to have been performed during the summer solstice to have enough power, with some very complicated potion and everything. Imagine how lucky I was when I realized that there was an immense magical release during every single one of those pesky tasks. It was probably Dumbledore's doing. Who would have thought that the old man would be the one who gave me such an opportunity? Now, all I had to do was wait." Before Neville could say anything, runes from all over the cave started to light up and the red-eyed monster grinned. He took out a small bone in the shape of a spike and murmured, "Bone of the father, unknowingly given, to renew the son. Flesh of the servant, willingly given to revive the master." Then Neville felt a small sting on his foot, which quickly started to burn. He saw a massive snake. How did he not notice it before? Biting his leg, which slowly started to drip blood on the ground. The Dark Lord slowly soaked the spiky end of the bone in the blood and murmured, "Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken, to resurrect the foe." Suddenly, the man stabbed himself in the chest and the rune's glow turned red. Neville prayed to every possible deity that the ritual wouldn't have worked, that Lord Voldemort had made a mistake and killed himself. Unfortunately, it wasn't the case, as Amicus Carrow's body started to slowly morph. His features shifted grotesquely, his face elongated, his hair retracted into his scalp, and his skin became smoother. The transformation continued, bones cracking and reshaping with eerie sounds, until the figure standing before Neville no longer resembled Amicus at all. Instead, before him stood a man who looked remarkably like an older Tom Riddle, yet with a more sinister presence. His face was now more mature, with high cheekbones and a cold, calculating expression, but the same dark, piercing eyes that once belonged to the young man who became Voldemort. His lips curled into a cruel smile as he flexed his reborn body, relishing in his renewed strength. "Ah, that feels good," Voldemort said as he stretched his body. "You have no idea how uncomfortable it is to be in someone else's body. Everything just feels wrong. Now, what to do with you?" The Dark Lord knelt towards him, looking into his eyes. Neville felt the legilimency attack, trying to sneak his secrets, and did his best to clear his mind with his mediocre skill in occlumency. Seeing the Dark Lord being so close, a small plan formed in Neville's head. He suddenly thrashed and got his leg to touch the Dark Lord's own. He expected the man to burst into flames as Quirrell did. Imagine his surprise when nothing happened and the monster simply chuckled, "You're cleverer than most people give you credit, I'll admit that, Longbottom." "Well, not really, more like you're more resourceful." This would have been a nice plan had I not designed the ritual to specifically counter your mother's blood protection. After all, your blood now runs in my veins and your protection, bound in blood, cannot differentiate between you and me anymore. Which means, I can touch you now. Neville felt his enemy's finger touch his forehead and thought his head would explode from the pain. Sure, his scar had hurt him before, but not like this. Never like this. When Voldemort let go, Neville gasped in relief, and mumbled, "That's why you used my blood." Of course. Although, it would have been cleaner if I had retrieved your blood during your trip here to Durmstrang. I wouldn't have had to resort to taking over poor Amicus' body to get inside and would have just been able to use the winter solstice with a bit of your blood to return. Abducting you was much louder than I would have liked. A memory just trickled into Neville's mind, the attack on the Hogwarts Express. That was you. Yes. They were only supposed to steal a vial of your blood. Amicus was the one to lead them, and he knew what the price for his failure would have been. To fail to attack a small group of teenagers with a single adult witch, one that happened to be overwhelmed while piloting the damn dragon, was more than disappointing enough. They had an army at their back, that's not to mention the dragons. Then again, Harry Potter was always going to be an unpredictable variable. But even with him being there, distracting the boy for enough time to take a vial of blood shouldn't have been that hard. Neville remembered something. Harry looked around his body when the Hogwarts Express was attacked, trying to find any sign of bleeding. Did he know about this? Did he know that Voldemort would have needed his blood to resurrect himself? No, this wasn't the time to ponder. He needed to find a way to escape before Voldemort inevitably got tired of talking and started killing him. Speaking of the Dark Lord, he continued monologuing, at least, he accepted his punishment with honor. He did not run away. That's more than I could say for most of my former inner circle, not that many of them are left. The Lestranges and poor Barty were killed by that damnable Evans woman. Lucius is also dead, at the hands of some serial killer. Rookwood, Dollahove, Rosier, and Greyback were given the Dementor's kiss, and McNair is in prison. Poor Mulciber died at the hands of Potter during the attack on the Hogwarts Express, and now even Amicus Carrow is lost to me. The rest have betrayed me, Snape, not, and worst of all, Karkaroff. He will die soon, even if he was instrumental in you easily coming here. Neville's confusion should have been obvious since the Dark Lord chuckled, "Oh, don't be so surprised. Did you not suspect anything when there were no teams around you, where the other schools were attacked by hundreds of creatures while you only had to walk to the cave? Even the serpent was only instructed to let a speaker touch the stone. Every road you took led you to this moment, to my return. To think you're supposed to be my equal. If you hadn't survived my curse head-on, I would have thought that this prophecy was a farce. Perhaps, I simply chose wrong, and Potter was my equal all along." The young wizard gasped, "What prophecy? You do not know? How surprising! I would have thought Dumbledore would have told you. Why do you think I attacked your family on that fateful night? I did many reprehensible things during the war, that I will admit, but my aim was not to end family lines. I always wanted one thing in life, and that was to kill Albus Dumbledore, to take away his hold over magical Britain and let it prosper once more. It's ironic, how he lost control over the country just by himself. But I still wish to kill him. To stop this endless cycle of war and death. It would have been more advantageous to simply take you, raise you with one of my families, and gain a valuable old family at my back. There is no logic in killing children, after all. And yet, I tried to kill you. And failed, for that matter." He sighed and continued, "There was a prophecy of a child born at the end of July that would be my equal. I narrowed it down to two, Harry Potter and you. I chose you because you had the purer blood and tasked Bellatrix to kill the other boy. She would fail, and so did I. Sometimes I think I chose wrong. When I compare you and Potter, it's like night and day. You're just such a disappointment, Neville. But that's enough chit-chat. I don't even know why I'm talking to you. Perhaps, I am being merciful, giving you answers as you slowly succumb to Nagini's venom. Perhaps, I am giving you a kindness. You're going to lose," Neville simply stated. The red-eyed man looked amused. "Is that so? You're dying now, alone? Well, with your only company being the man who murdered your parents. You're slowly wasting away until you die and fade into the abyss. If I die, then I'm not the prophecy child, am I? That means that you'll always wonder if you picked wrong. The question will keep niggling into your head and you'll have to face him. Harry Potter. The man's eyes glowed with his glare and Neville started to giggle. I see it now. You're not a monster, not like people like to portray you are. Maybe like how you would like the world to see you. You're just a coward, afraid of death. I see it in your eyes, the sheer terror at the thought. In fearing death, you have not found anything worth living for. You haven't found anything worth dying for. And for that, I pity you. When I die, my parents will greet me on the other side. Who would greet you, I wonder? Will anyone even care? Just like that, the smile disappeared from Voldemort's face, and he sneered at Neville, there is nothing on the other side, boy, just darkness and nothingness. When you die, you will not be greeted by your parents. You will not be greeted by anyone. You will fade away in the void until you become the nothingness around you. But now, I suppose it's time for you to experience that. Goodbye, Neville Longbottom. The Dark Lord raised his wand, prepared to cast a killing curse at the bound and dying boy, only for a large crack to resonate all over the cave. Voldemort cast a shield, blocking a bolt of lightning coming his way and turned towards it with an amused smile on his face. Oh, how unexpected! Of all the people who would track me down, I did not expect you. Even through his blurring vision, Neville saw Hermione Granger's face looking at the Dark Lord with a neutral expression on her face. Hello, Tom Riddle. So, Voldemort is finally back. I changed up the ritual a bit since I think it was more suitable to how I portrayed magic in the story, and I tried to tie it to what happened during the Hogwarts Express attack. I know most of you don't like chapters without Harry in them, but I honestly believe that Voldemort's return should be a Neville-centric event. Nevertheless, I decided that it was time for Voldemort to come back. You'll understand after a couple of chapters, and he will be a pretty important character in the future, especially as he tries to rebuild his power base. To be honest, I'm excited to finally use him as a character, especially since I sort of kept him in the background. Anyway, as usual, please let me know what you think and if you have any suggestions. Chapter 312, The Owl and the Serpent. January 4, 1995, Dumstrang. Even through his blurring vision, Neville saw Hermione Granger's face looking at the Dark Lord with a neutral expression on her face. Hello, Tom Riddle. Hermione Granger knew that she was in trouble. She had traced back the portkaya that Neville had taken and followed it by operating there. It was a technique that the Unspeakables had taught her, a way to essentially backtrack the nearest portkaya using a backdoor in the system, and follow to the destination. She knew that there was something afoot during the task. It was all far easier than it should have been, and considering that they hadn't seen any of the other teams, it was abnormal. Even in a rigged game, the organizers would have wanted there to be a challenge, something akin to a close race. And the organizers did have control over the task, even if no one liked to admit it. Considering what Harry did in the previous tasks, it was only logical that they try to make every event go according to plan. Still, she expected Neville to be kidnapped or worse. She expected many things, really. What she never expected was to see the familiar face of Tom Riddle staring down at her. She had nightmares of this day, to see his face once more. This was the man who had ruined her life, who had manipulated her whilst doing some very horrible things while possessing her. This was the person who had caused her to be trapped in his infernal diary, which was why she ended up in the Department of Mysteries and after that, at the mercy of Lily Evans. The moment she recognized him, she attacked him. It was out of pure instinct, to hurt the man who had destroyed her chance at a normal life. Tom had shielded against the attack, and looked back at her. Oh, how unexpected. Of all the people who would track me down, I did not expect you. She wanted to tear his face, to burn his body to ash. She wanted to see him scream and writhe in agony. Instead, she composed herself. She needed to be rational about this, even if his face aggravated her to no end. It all started and ended with the man in front of her, and she forced herself to calm down and replied to his previous comment, "Hello, Tom Riddle." However, that was when she met the man's eyes, and everything changed. Those red cruel eyes did not belong to Tom Riddle. He was a charming young man, who lured people with his darkness until they became consumed by it. The man in front of her was a monster wearing Tom Riddle's face. There truly was a difference between him and Voldemort. The man's smug smile melted, and Hermione felt a thrill at this small victory. Tom Riddle is dead. I am all that remains, Lord Voldemort. She nodded at that. I see. The Muggleborn looked around her and analyzed her situation. She was in front of one of the most dangerous men in the world, a man who had terrorized Britain for the better part of a decade. Her main objective was to save Neville. She recognized the snakebite mark on his leg, probably from the large snake that she saw hiding in the corner of the cave, probably ready to take her by surprise. Assuming that Neville was bit when he landed, she had a few minutes, 10 at most, to take him to a healer to stabilize him. Now, how to extract Neville? Apparition was too risky given the high risk of aggravating his condition, but what about the portrait? If she hijacked it, she could change the destination a bit to the stands. That should be enough help. Alright, that was the objective and time frame analyzed, now the obstacles. There was the snake, obviously. But a bit of transfiguration could neutralize it until it came. The main threat was Voldemort. Which was sort of obvious. She didn't need to defeat him, just distract him enough for Neville to escape. She couldn't beat him in a straight fight, she would need to cheat. His advantage was very obvious. He was more powerful and far more knowledgeable than her. Her advantage was the fact that his body was new, and he still needed to acclimate to it. He looked different than the pictures in old newspapers. His body was slimmer, his fingers longer. He was also arrogant, which he had a right to be, but it was still something that she could use. Hermione needed an element of surprise on her side, and she did so by casting a lightning piercer at him, which the Dark Lord batted away like it was nothing. Still, she used the distraction to transfigure the wall on her left where the snake was ready to strike, blocking it from taking her by surprise. Still, she barely had time to dodge a blasting curse which blew up half of the cavern behind her. That level of raw power was worrying, to say the least. So, no shielding, then. She followed through with a small combination of attacks, trying to sneakily alter her surroundings, yet he countered them with an expression of amused boredom. You're good for your age, I'll admit to that, but you still have a long way to go. With a casual ease, he cast a blasting curse at the ceiling, getting the stalactites to fall towards her. She countered by releasing a pulsing shield charm which telekinetically sent them away. She quickly transfigured them into glass and banished them towards the Dark Lord. The red-eyed man just waved his wand, and all of the glass shattered. Then he sent a gust of wind that threw the thousands of small pieces of ice back to her. She conjured another shield to stop the assault. She did manage to do so, but a small piece did break through, which cut her in the cheek. She saw her enemy conjure a bolt of lightning of his own and conjured 2 lightning rods. One, she banished towards Voldemort, and the other was in front of her. Just as she expected, the Dark Lord dodged the rod and released the bolt. Her lightning rod absorbed the bolt of lightning and immediately sent it back towards the other rod, with Voldemort being in the way. Hermione had expected this would have been the perfect time to get Neville and run. She would have done exactly this if it wasn't for the fact that Voldemort just waved his wand and literally caught the lightning with it. The thing slowly turned into an orb of light, which transformed into a beam of energy that she was barely able to dodge. A cavern almost as large as the one previously was created by the explosion. She would have expected the damn mountain to fall apart at the impact, which sent her flying into the ground. She could barely see anything from the cloud of dust from the explosion, and so, she didn't notice until it was too late that the Dark Lord had conjured some kind of ropes of darkness and bound her to it. He raised an eyebrow at her. You're definitely an impressive young witch, Ms. Granger. You have such a unique fighting style. It seems almost familiar, a hybrid of 2 distinct styles, I believe. One of them was one I adopted in my younger years, one that I outgrew, and the other belonged to a woman that I have personally fought 3 times. That trick with the lightning rod was one of hers. It worked on me once, and I have adapted to it. It was what gave you away. One does not forget the tactics that actually landed a strong hit on my person. Lily Evans and Tom Riddle. Both dead people. I wonder how you learned their styles. Hermione used a wandless telekinetic pulse, one of the few spells she knew how to cast without a wand, and tried to cast something at him, only for her hand to freeze mid-cast. The Dark Lord looked amused more than anything. Now. That was a very sneaky trick, my dear. It's something Lily Evans would have done, and you, Hermione Granger, are no Lily Evans. She activated a small rune on her hand, which stopped petrifying magic, and conjured a fireball at the man, which literally faded away with a wave of his wand. A surprisingly warm smile appeared on the red-eyed man's face. This wand is a suitable replacement. It fits me far better than Amicus' own. Hermione finally noticed the wand that the man was holding. This is Neville's wand. Ironic, isn't it, that my enemy's wand suits me better than that of my servants? Still, it is a good omen. Wands tend to change allegiance if their owners are defeated. This is proof of my victory. Hermione cast a wandless light spell, weakening her shadow bonds enough to break through them. She rolled as a sickly yellow curse hurled towards her previous location and sent a wind cutter at him. Voldemort dispelled it with another wave of his wand and Hermione kept sending spell after spell. Unexpectedly, the Dark Lord chose not to attack back and instead took the assault head-on, literally dispelling every curse and spell before they hit him. In the middle of the assault, she had pretended to have missed a spell, which was a disguised animation one. It should have conjured spikes from behind him, but he dispelled it as well without even looking back. He snorted at the effort, another stolen move. He shook his head with a disappointed expression on his face. Is this it? Is this what you're capable of, copying other people's tactics? Voldemort didn't give her a chance the answer. He just waved his wand, and a giant fist formed from the ground and punched her. Ropes of darkness appeared from behind her and pulled her back to the ground. She could hear more than a few bones breaking and she was barely able to breathe through the pain. The man walked towards her, slowly, all that potential, and not a single drop of originality behind it. You're exactly what I fought to stop and what I will have to change when I get back to Britain. You're exactly what Dumbledore wanted the magical world to become, and it sickens me. Where is the innovation? Where are the experiments? Where is the individuality in your magic? Hermione snarled and conjured the biggest flames she could from her wand. A giant maelstrom of fire and ashes leapt out of it, swallowing everything in front of it. She was spent with that single spell. Unfortunately, Voldemort reacted the way an insane man would, by conjuring fiend fire of all things. There was a logic to it, of course, to have stronger flames swallow her own. It was an intimidation tactic, a way for him to see the hopelessness in her eyes. It worked. She did feel hopeless. Hermione knew that she was outmatched from the start, but she could barely even make him move, let alone distract him from Neville. Voldemort was enjoying this. Seeing the scared look in her eyes as hope slowly faded away into fear. She had to admit that the man's control over fiend fire was unlike anything she had ever read. It was like he had mastered this spell to a degree that the world had not seen before. The fire turned into a giant snake which started to leap towards her. Right as it did so, the Dark Lord was pushed to the side by an invisible force. Hermione looked at its possible source and saw a semi-conscious Neville Longbottom raising his arm towards his parents' murderer. However, it was enough for the fiend fire to get slightly out of control. This was exactly it, the distraction that they needed. Hermione ran towards the blue gem and grabbed it. It took less than a second for her to make her modification. Now she only needed to get to Neville. She noticed the Dark Lord gaining control over the summoned flames once more and decided to take a gamble. During the entire confrontation, she had noticed that he hadn't tried to free his serpent. It would have been an easy way to take her by surprise, which meant that he also wanted to protect it. She didn't know if it was his familiar or anything like it, but that didn't matter. What mattered was leverage. Hermione sent a blasting curse towards the place where she banished the snake, breaking the wall. The serpent was taken by surprise by it and Hermione was able to capitalize by summoning the stone behind it. It dragged the serpent with it towards the fiend fire. She didn't really look if she was able to kill the thing. She didn't really care about it. What mattered was Voldemort being distracted. She limped towards the fallen form of Neville and activated the portkey back to the stands. The moment she did so, she heard Voldemort's inhuman cries of rage, but that didn't matter. As the familiar form of the stands met her eyes, she yelled out, "Healers! Neville! Poison!" She saw the look of alarm and confusion from the people around her before the world faded to black and she passed out from the pain and exertion. Chapter 313, The Scattering Flames. January 4, 1995, Durmstrang. As she swung her sword, Harry channeled his family crest, asking it for anything to stop the dagger. A beam of pure darkness, pure entropy, flew towards Lily and hit her dagger right as she was swinging it. Unfortunately, it was too late, the dagger hit Graham and shattered it to pieces. And in response, the world screamed. Time was a funny thing. Harry was probably one of the few mages who understood time the most and he would agree with that. The way someone experienced time was always different. Sometimes hours could feel like minutes and sometimes a single second could last a lifetime. For Harry, that second that lasted an eternity, the one that felt like it would never end, was the one right after Graham was destroyed. He felt the world hold its breath as if it was gasping at the transgression that occurred before it, the sheer blasphemy. Prophecies were just as wild, just as unpredictable. Sometimes, they sort of faded away in time, forgotten. Sometimes, they were even fulfilled without anyone even knowing about them. It was rare for them to be specific because it was in the nature of the world to fulfill it. The universe was chaotic, in its natural state, and prophecy tried to order this chaos, give it purpose, and guide it like a stream of water to a certain destination. And to do that, it literally pruned events in their track, blocked them from happening and used its potential energy to force reality itself to accept its guidance. And to break a prophecy, one had to go against the world itself. For a prophecy to be specific was to use an insane amount of energy. Sigurd's heir was something old, something the universe had invested a lot of energy to make happen. Gram was supposed to be wielded. A new hero was supposed to be born. And yet, the shattered remains of the legendary sword said otherwise. The world looked at the travesty before it and screamed in agony. Harry was always sensitive to the magic around him, and magic was how the world communicated. His arcane hearing was more than just understanding magic but comprehending the will of the world itself. He wanted to flinch at the sound, he really did. Music was a very vague way of communication, and yet there was no distinction that the world mourned the loss of the prophecy, and then it roared in anger. The magical release expanded as quickly as possible, probably powering Dumbledore's ritual. It was far more violent than the one in Rome, far more violent. It was funny, really. The world cared more about an old sword than the life of an innocent child. Still, the magical release spread around Harry's spell, his beam of darkness that almost destroyed her dagger. It wasn't something he had ever used before. There was a reason why he rarely relied on his family crest, and that was that he knew he wouldn't grow if he used them regularly. That was a mistake. He should have practiced them more, mastered them even. He had essentially let the crest take over near the end of the fight out of desperation, and he shouldn't have. The darkness was akin to a disease, a way to destroy magic and matter by infecting them. He didn't really understand the theory, just some guideline from his crest, but it had a chance at destroying the dagger, but he didn't honestly know. He might have gone overboard by casting it, or it might have done nothing. He honestly had no clue what the properties of the magical dagger were and how its interaction with the spell would be, especially since it was one he never actually cast in his life. This was also why he was completely baffled when the magic release condensed around the spell and assimilated its properties. Somehow, the pulse of magic became visible, destroying everything in sight. The size of the earlier magical release and an estimation from the one during the previous tasks made it easy for Harry to realize the scale of what could happen. Durmstrang would have definitely been wiped off the map, that was for certain, but there was a chance that countless settlements in the area would die as well. The range went far beyond the mountains, maybe even the entire region. All of that, in just a single moment, a single event. He had a hand in this. He might not have broken the blade, but he was the one who cast a spell that he did not understand. It was only right that he fixed his own mistakes. The dark pulse of magic was growing wider and wider, ready to swallow the world whole. Or at least, it would have, had it not been for the hundreds of magic circles surrounding it and stopping it in its track. As he said before, time was funny. It was hard to believe that Gram was destroyed less than a second prior. He never experienced something like this before, a moment frozen in an eternity. Space and time went hand in hand. They were a mighty force that was fundamental to reality itself. Harry used them to imprison the pulse of destruction. He had frozen it in time, bound it to a moment that became an eternity, and expanded the space around it into a fraction of infinity itself. It was hard. It was agonizing. The universe itself fought to make its anger known, and yet Harry was holding it back. But he didn't know how long he could keep doing so. "What are you doing?" a voice asked from behind him. "Ah, Lily Evans." It was funny how much one would forget when things look from a different perspective. He didn't have the energy to hate her, not anymore. She was such a loathsome individual, selfish and selfing. He turned at her, trying to suppress his anger, holding it back. The energy was released. "You're just holding back its physical manifestation. Just shield yourself and leave." Harry didn't answer her and instead asked a question of his own: was it worth it? Was what worth it? What you just did? Betraying my trust? Working with Dumbledore? Fighting me? Are you happy? She looked honestly flabbergasted at this and was actively gaping at him. It took a few seconds for her to answer, "Yes. I never worked with Dumbledore. I told you that. But you still fought me here for a reason. Why is that then?" "My realm, the dimension I was tied to. The connection broke when I came back and faded away as I used it. It was a part of me for over a decade, and I needed it back. I came here to see if Dumbledore had any designs in Britain, to understand why he went to such lengths for the European tournament. I had planned on killing a prophecy in Britain and making a connection to my realm there. And since Dumbledore was already doing my work for me here, there was no need for me to interfere, really. It was me being resourceful and merciful. After all, it was unlikely that there would have been no bloodshed if I had to destroy another prophecy. Harry couldn't help but snort at that. That was what it was all about, wasn't it? You wanted to use another broken prophecy to open a gate once more, a more controlled one, and make a connection to your dimension. You essentially copied Dumbledore, hey? Lily didn't answer and Harry just burst into laughter. You wanted power. That was all it was about, wasn't it? That's all that mattered. You betrayed me, your only child, for a realm of fire and ash. What a fucking joke. I don't expect you to understand. This realm was just as part of me, as magic is a part of you. Losing it was like losing a limb. What would you do if you lost your magic? Would you not do anything just to get it back, even make a deal with the devil? Harry calmed down slightly. I don't know what I would have done, to be honest. And yet, that doesn't change anything. We're still here, alone in this place, and you know what the funny thing is, even if you're the one who did this, even if you're the one who was selfish enough to do something like this, I'll be the one who ends up paying the consequences. What consequences? She retorted with a confused tone. Harry didn't answer her and just kept speaking. You know, the funny thing was that I once would have craved to have a mother. I would have loved to have someone take care of me for once, to help me without asking anything in return. I look at you and I can't help but think that I dodged a bullet. Then again, maybe if I was there, you wouldn't have become such a spiteful, power-hungry, loathsome bitch that you are now. You're such a fucking disappointment. He was actually channeling his past life in this moment. He was always alone, always had to take care of people and rarely had anyone do the same to him. He had loved his mother, in his past life, but she had always been busy taking care of his brother to pay any attention to him, and when he grew up, he ended up taking care of them both. He honestly didn't know if he could have considered anyone else to be his mother. Maybe he would have. He didn't exactly remember his previous life until he was 11 years old, so it was possible. But Harry didn't really need a mother, he just wanted someone that he could rely on, someone that would have his back and give him advice. Lily was never that. But she was more similar to him than anyone he had ever met before. It was pretty telling that he was similar to a woman who had killed her own husband in cold blood, massacred an entire village, and took over half of magical Britain in the span of a few months. Lily actually flinched at his words. Look, Harry, I know I hurt you. I know I wasn't the perfect mother. But I'm done. This is it. I'm whole again. We don't need to stay here, you could come with me in Britain. I now have the power to finally bring order to this place, to make it prosper. We could do that together. Harry let out a bitter chuckle. No, we can't. That's the funny part. What are you talking about? Is this about the magical release? It's done, you're wasting your magic on nothing. He decided to just rip off the bandage. It interacted with my spell. It will unravel everything in the entire fortress in seconds and will go even further. I honestly don't know. And just like that, Lily Evans, the infamous Red Witch, paled as she quickly made the arithmancy in her head. You're stopping a magic pulse of this size from spreading. How? A ball of space and time. I'm expanding the very fabric of space around it as it moves, and I'm slowing them down as much as I can while doing so. You could just leave, apparate out. The moment I do anything, the spell will be broken and Durmstrang will fall in a blink of an eye. I refuse to do something like this, especially since Daphne is still in the fortress somewhere. She protested. The spell will break eventually. Your body will shut down at some point. I know, he stated. You're killing yourself for nothing. They're all dead anyway. He yelled at her. I know. He took a deep breath. I know. All I'm doing is buying them moments at best. But it's the best I can do. Unless... Unless what? Lily asked hopefully. Unless someone else took my place, and contained the singularity until I got out. He was absolutely bullshitting this, to be honest. There was no way Lily could stop this. Harry was constantly dealing with alterations of the magical release as it tried to escape and spread. He wasn't using a spell, but actively manipulated space and time to achieve this. Lily had no knowledge of these concepts, and she would never learn if he had any say in it. However, he still wanted to make a point, and it was something that he achieved when Lily practically jumped back in panic with small tears in her eyes. "I'm sorry, Harry." The last Potter nodded at her with disappointed eyes. "I expected as much. Can I ask you something before you leave?" She hesitantly nodded and he continued, "Can you get Daphne out of here? Take her with you back to Britain." She looked sure this time. "I will." He gave her a slight smile. "Thank you. Can you get one with it? I'm sort of running on fumes here and I don't know how long I can hold on." The redhead walked out of the cave but gave him a sad look as she left. "Goodbye, Harry." "I'm sorry." "Goodbye, Lily." And when she left, he murmured, "And I'm sorry, too." Because he wasn't going to let Lily Evans' mistakes kill an entire generation of mages. A small plan had formed in the middle of their conversation. It was mad. That was actually understanding things. It was absolutely insane. But it could work. He hoped Lily would forgive him one day, then again, it was her fault. He couldn't really deny the sense of vindictiveness he felt as he was planning this. He had kept her talking for as long as possible, tracking her magic, understanding her connection with her dimension. He hadn't really gotten much, but it was enough to trace it back. A connection was a portal of some sort. And since Lily opened a door, other people could technically go through as well, especially as she still hadn't gotten a handle on it. Harry slowly yelled as he slowly shrank down the sphere before him. He, of course, had to compensate by making the internal dimensions even larger as he did so. He pushed and pushed with all his mind, warping time and space in ways that he never did before. Until he quickly traced back the rift that Lily made and threw it inside. It was a Hail Mary at best, but Harry pushed it into the rift. It resisted. The world itself resisted as he did so. But he kept pushing and pushing even further. He realized that he was screaming in exertion. But it was working. Somehow, the plan was working. When the sphere finally entered the rift, he felt another explosion coming, one without the darkness he had cast. Harry quickly created a portal to protect himself from the blast, trying to redirect it. There was a blast of white, and then, nothing. Well, there was nothing for a fraction of a second until he found himself thrown into a bunch of mud and grass. This definitely wasn't Durmstrang anymore. Now, where the fuck was he? That was Harry's last thought before everything turned black. I rewrote this chapter 3 times until I was satisfied with it. I don't know if it came out exactly like I wanted it to, but I hope it did. As for what's next, I have an idea that if you'll all like it or not, but I'll go with it and in the worst case I'll scrap it and go with my backup. Anyway, you'll see it in the next chapter, and I'll make the decision depending on your feedback. As usual, please let me know what you think and if you have any suggestions. Chapter 314, The Lost Raven. Unknown place, unknown time. There was a blast of white, and then, nothing. Well, there was nothing for a fraction of a second until he found himself thrown into a bunch of mud and grass. This definitely wasn't Durmstrang anymore. Now, where the fuck was he? That was Harry's last thought before everything turned black. Harry woke up feeling something wet dripping on him. He tried to stop it by raising his arms, but that didn't seem to do anything. Stop. Of course, the moment he actually spoke was when he realized just how much everything hurt. By all that is holy, it even hurt to even think. Every muscle in his body screamed in agony, and his magic circuits were burning from overuse, a searing pain that pulsed with every heartbeat. Confusion and exhaustion weighed heavily on him, but underneath it all, there was a flicker of determination. He was lost and disoriented, but he knew he had to get up, had to move. And that was when he finally opened his eyes and saw a cloudy sky above him. It was raining very faintly, and it was probably going to start pouring pretty heavily later. Harry blinked several times, trying to clear his vision. As the world around him came into focus, he noticed the rolling hills dotted with patches of wild flowers and the distant, dark outline of towering trees. He slowly pushed himself up, wincing with every movement, and looked around more carefully. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the faint scent of pine and damp earth. In the distance, he saw a familiar grove of ancient oaks, their gnarled branches twisting towards the sky. It was then that a deep sense of familiarity washed over him. He recognized the landscape, the hills, and the forest. These were the hills near the Forbidden Forest. Had he traveled all the way back to Britain? How long was he even unconscious? Deciding that staying there would achieve nothing, he started walking more like limping towards Hogsmeade, barely able to cast an illusion to hide his looks, because of his burning circuits. Honestly, he was just being safe. Harry couldn't exactly risk someone recognizing him and revealing that he could somehow leave Durmstrang without permission. That heist in Gringotts was already making a lot of noise, and it would be easy to blame him if people knew that he could get in and out of place without being noticed, even if they didn't have any evidence. Magical Britain rarely needed evidence to send people to prison. It took almost an hour of limping, but Harry finally found himself in front of the village of Hogsmeade. His stomach growled, signifying his hunger when he stared at the familiar sight of the 3 broomsticks. Yes, that was a good idea. He slowly walked to the inn and sat down. It hadn't taken more than a minute until Madame Rosmerta walked up to him and spoke up, "You're a new face. We don't get a lot of those around here." "Yeah, I've been traveling for a bit. This is just one of my stops." "You really could have picked a better time, to be honest. Last year was a lot more exciting with the foreigners and the tourists. We made a nice bit of gold from that. It's a real shame how things ended, really. Anyway, what can I get you?" Harry slowly processed her words. What had happened the previous year? Wasn't that just the Hogsmeade attack? Still, he decided to just answer her question, "A butterbeer and a shepherd's pie, please." She smiled at him pleasantly and commented, "Coming right up." With her gone, Harry was finally allowed to slowly process what happened. He started to notice the oddities slightly. There were small differences in the decorations, not much, but it was enough to be noticeable. A few pictures on the walls were of people he didn't recognize. The chairs were enchanted just a tad differently. When he used his arcane hearing, everything just felt slightly different. Like a different shade of grey. Close but not exactly the same. What the fuck was going on? Unfortunately, his train of thought was interrupted by Rosmerta finally giving him his meal and drink, which distracted him immensely. He quickly paid her with some of his emergency gold and started to listen around in the inn. As he took a bite of his shepherd's pie, a conversation at a nearby table caught his attention. A wizard and a witch were speaking in hushed tones, clearly annoyed. "Did you hear about Harry Potter's latest stunt? Claims you know who is back." "Honestly, the boy will say anything for attention," the wizard said, shaking his head. The witch nodded in agreement, her expression one of disdain. "He's just an attention seeker. Always has been. He knew that he'd outgrow being the boy who lived one day, and he's been trying to stay relevant. It's getting pathetic." Harry felt a cold chill run down his spine. Harry Potter lying about Voldemort's return? That didn't make sense. Neville Longbottom was the boy who lived, not Harry. And since when was Voldemort back? He prayed he was wrong with his deduction. He had to be wrong. He stood up and walked over to the table with the newspapers. Picking one up, he quickly scanned the front page. The headline caught his eye, "Harry Potter acquitted. Charges of breaking statute of secrecy and underage magic dropped on technicality." Harry's breath caught in his throat. The date at the top of the page read August 10, 1995. He didn't want to believe it, but the evidence was irrefutable. He eliminated everything else. He tried to find out if he was trapped in an elaborate illusion, tried to think that he was just hallucinating, that everything was in his head. Only to come up with nothing. What really sealed the deal was the state of this universe's ambient magic. It was different, and it showed. In Harry's world, magic held scars, for the lack of a better term. The world itself had seen countless battles between the light and the dark, and that left a trace, something that he just couldn't find with his arcane hearing. Magic was just different, more natural. There were no artificial sources of light or darkness anywhere, no traces of their involvement at all. It was like having a constant thrum always at the back of his mind, suddenly being gone. Its absence was just so distracting, especially when he finally noticed it. Well, fuck. How the hell was he supposed to get back now? There were barely any mentions of alternate dimensions, let alone parallel universes in his home, and he suspected he would find nothing to help here as well. The only way out of this mess was to figure out how to do it himself. That was easy. All he had to do was discover a new form of magic, one that was probably stronger than anything he had ever come up with, and he had to do that with barely any resources at his disposal. Harry always liked a challenge, but that took the cake. Well, it wouldn't do to wallow in self-pity for no reason. He needed to quickly figure things out, and he would start by understanding what kind of world he was in. There should be a bookstore nearby, and recent issues of the Daily Prophet should be available there. When Rosmerta interrupted his thoughts once more, he already had the start of a plan in his head, so, How was the food? I liked it. I think I'm going to stay here a bit. Do you have any available rooms? That seemed to be the right thing to say as the woman's smile grew even wider. Minutes later, they had agreed on a price and Harry finally had a room and a bed for the near future, until he could figure out more about what happened, of course. The next few days were relatively tame, all things considered. It was simply him just waking up in the Three Broomsticks, going to the bookstore and learning more about the world he was in. It hadn't taken too long to figure out that he was in the world from the stories, the ones he had read in his past life. Things had gone pretty much the same way. Quirrell had disappeared under mysterious circumstances in 1992, and there was a series of petrifications in 1993, which ended with Lockhart accidentally erasing his own memories. Sirius Black had escaped that year as well, and Dementors had come to Hogwarts. The former prisoner had escaped capture once more at Hogwarts in 1994, which was followed by the Quidditch World Cup final being attacked by Death Eaters and the Dark Mark being conjured, then the Triwizard Tournament, which ended in Cedric Diggory's death and Harry Potter loudly proclaiming that Lord Voldemort was back. It was exactly like the stories, down to every minute detail. At least, that gave him a pretty big advantage on how to handle himself. There were also a few differences in magic. They were less robust. In Harry's world, spellcrafters needed to compensate for the traces of the light and dark all over the world, and so, had made spells slightly more controlled and ordered. The absence of light and dark scarring in this universe's magic meant that a few spells and potions crafted in this universe were simply different. It didn't need to be more robust and so, it made up for it with either efficiency or just more varied effects. It was noteworthy, but hardly the end of the world. He had already come up with the blueprints of a plan to get home. A broken prophecy had brought him to this place, and so, it was only logical that another one would bring him back. Luckily for him, he already knew of a true prophecy that he could manipulate. But first, he needed resources and a place to prepare. And he could achieve that through Hogwarts. It gave him access to everything he would need for his research as well as critical elements of the prophecy. It was funny, really. It all came down to this damned castle. As much as he saw this place as a second home, Harry had some of his worst memories in this place. Albus Dumbledore's attention in his place of power would have made anyone uncomfortable. Hopefully, while being under the radar, his experience would be pretty different. Harry sat down and started drafting a letter to Professor McGonagall. He explained that he had been homeschooled in magic by his mother, who had recently passed away. He needed to get his owls to obtain a permit to cast magic without breaking the statute of secrecy. It was a plausible story, and he hoped it would be enough to get him into Hogwarts without raising too many questions. After sending the letter, Harry spent the next few days waiting for a response. He was a bit anxious. He had backup plans, of course, but he needed the knowledge in the castle and to be close to his counterpart in this world to manipulate the prophecy to his ends. He stayed at the inn, trying to learn as much as he could about this new world while keeping a low profile. It was strange and disconcerting, but he couldn't afford to let his guard down. To his relief, a letter from McGonagall arrived quickly. She had agreed to meet him at the Three Broomsticks to discuss his situation. He was to wait for her there in a couple of days. This brought him to this situation, with him sitting at a table in the inn, and the Transfiguration Mistress looking at him with a neutral look on her face. She spoke up with a severe tone, "Harold Smith." Harry nodded, "That's me. You must be Professor McGonagall." She gave him a small and brief smile in return, "Good. Let's get right to business, Mr. Smith. Your situation is quite unusual and there is much that we need to do before confirming your enrollment in Hogwarts." Great, it seemed like he had his foot in the door and McGonagall was seriously considering his admission. Now, he only needed to smooth talk her into doing so, without putting her off with his frankly, pathetic social skills. Yet, he had this in the bag. And, I'll be completely honest, this chapter was pretty uneventful and it's for a reason. I wanted it to be an introduction to this little arc and considering what happened in the previous few chapters and how fast-paced they were, I thought I'd slow things down a bit while testing what you think of where things are headed in the next few chapters. Anyway, I thought it would be fun to give Harry trying to deal with canon for a little while, but I don't know if you guys will like the idea or not. Just to reassure you, this arc will be relatively on the small side. So, we should be back to the original dimension soon. As usual, please let me know what you think and if you have any recommendations for this arc. Chapter 315, Feline Impressions. August 15, 1995, Hogsmeade. Minerva McGonagall was having a horrible summer. Other than the constant attempts at slandering her mentor and boss, she somehow had found herself with even more responsibilities than before, something that she never expected would have been possible. One would think that with Albus losing his positions as Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot and the Supreme Mugwump of the ICW, he would have had more time to focus on his responsibilities as Hogwarts headmaster. However, that wasn't the case. If anything, it was the complete opposite. Albus chose to dedicate his time to lead the Order of the Phoenix, a very noble endeavor, but one that shouldn't have taken any time, especially since the Dark Lord still hadn't revealed himself, and there were no public attacks. There were a few missions here and there, but they shouldn't have necessitated the headmaster's full attention. She would have some choice of words for Albus when the semester began. Nevertheless, she essentially had the responsibilities of a professor and a headmistress, with none of the actual power to make any decisions herself. It was a pretty tricky situation to be in, and she disliked it very much. She understood, really, the danger that Lord Voldemort presented. She had fought the monster before. It was like fighting an unstoppable creature, that never seemed to get tired, and regenerated most wounds in seconds. She could only imagine the rituals Tom Riddle had to partake in to become the monster that was Lord Voldemort. However, that didn't mean that Albus had to drop anything just to focus on fighting the man, especially as both sides were still recruiting. Albus' reluctance to face off against the Ministry bemused her to no end. He certainly could get them to stop, or even offer proof of some kind, but Albus liked the deception, liked the idea of delaying the enemy's march as much as possible. She didn't know why, but she could guess that it had to do with that blasted prophecy. He was using Fudge's aggression, deciding to weather the storm that was his temper tantrum for some goal that he didn't share with anyone. He was very prone to hide things for some obscure plans. Hiding the Philosopher's Stone in Hogwarts was extremely unprofessional, and he hadn't told her until Harry Potter almost died that he wanted to use it as a lure to confirm whether the Dark Lord was still alive or not. During the affair with the Chamber of Secrets, he also refused to call on the DMLE to investigate and temporarily close the school. He was resolute in that, and after the fiasco was over, he had spent the entire summer studying the diary that possessed poor Ginny Weasley. She didn't know what it was, but Albus had gotten what he wanted, even if it almost caused the death of students. It left Minerva in an awkward situation, running the school without any actual authority over it. This year was already off to a bad start, with Dolores Umbridge of all people being appointed as the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. Dolores Umbridge, who she remembered being a horrid student, teaching defense, whose owl she had even failed. It was quite clever of the minister to create a bill that would force Hogwarts professors to have certifications in the field they would teach in to be hired. It wasn't a big deal for Transfiguration and Charms, since masteries were available, but for classes like Defense, which did not have any actual certifications, they had created one themselves. Their certification had refused every applicant bar Dolores Umbridge, hence Albus being forced to hire her. She wasn't looking forward to working with the woman. Her musings were interrupted as she arrived in front of the entrance of the Three Broomsticks, where she was supposed to meet a potential new student. It was very unusual to have applications from older students, especially in 5th year, but it did happen occasionally. She still needed to vet the boy and make sure that he was not some Death Eater or Ministry plant that would hurt the students. She looked around and saw a brown-haired boy with hazel eyes sitting in the back. She walked towards him and asked, "Harold Smith?" He smiled nervously back at her, "Yes. You must be Professor McGonagall." She gave him a small and brief smile in return, "Good. Let's get right to business, Mr. Smith. Your situation is quite unusual and there is much that we need to do before confirming your enrollment in Hogwarts." The boy gave her a slight smile, "Sure, what do you want to know? Can you tell me why you're applying to Hogwarts so late?" He simply shrugged in return, "It's not really something I wanted to do, to be completely honest. As I told you, my mother died a few months back and she was my primary magical teacher. I could have just continued self-studying, but any magic I would cast would be detected as a use of underage magic. My mother teaching me wasn't a big deal since the Ministry detected my magic as hers, but with her gone, the only way to lift the trace is to apply for it at the Ministry, and I need my owls for that. I'm sorry about your mother," Minerva simply stated. His eyes got cloudy for a few seconds before replying, "It wasn't anything unexpected. She was hit by a curse right after having me and it's been eating at her ever since. She held on as long as she could. But we both knew how it would have inevitably ended." Seeing the chagrined look on her face, Minerva decided to change the subject immediately and chose to focus on the other aspect of what he revealed. First was the fact that he had no official education in any field of magic, and she couldn't really evaluate what he was taught at home in a simple interview. The other was the fact that he had no plans on staying more than a year, something that truly bothered her. She made her opinion known. "Can I ask why you're not interested in pursuing your newts afterwards? We do have a scholarship fund, and it could open a lot of doors for you if you perform well." The boy grabbed the back of his head nervously. No offense, but I don't really like strict magical curriculum. If I could, I would have tried to apply for my owls now and be done with it. However, the ministry insists that I have to do it through Hogwarts. Then how do you learn magic, then? He shrugged. My mother's way of teaching magic was more individualized. She always said that learning magic should be a personal experience, a way to see the world that changes over time. Don't worry, I also learned the theory behind everything, but it was always secondary to how I connect to the world. Minerva suppressed the urge to groan. She always disliked these kinds, who didn't really take magical education seriously, and just learned by feel. It was a movement that came and went throughout history until people realized that this method produced less effective wizards and witches and abandoned the culture. Still, she would give the boy a chance to prove himself. However, she doubted he could pass her tests. "All right. Considering your source of education, it falls upon me to evaluate your competence as a wizard and see if you can enter Hogwarts as a fifth-year student." The entire process took over 2 hours. Minerva wouldn't say that she was a master in every field of magic like Albus was, but she could hold her own in most. Of course, she had no time to get him to brew potions or take care of a plant, but it was very easy to see that the boy's education exceeded that of a student of the same year at Hogwarts. She wouldn't say out loud that his knowledge in charms, enchanting, arithmancy, and runes, had probably surpassed her own. He was competent enough in potions and herbology, but she couldn't know for sure without a cauldron and a plant in front of him. However, it was transfiguration that fascinated her. The boy was very good at everything, apart from human transfiguration, which he refused to speak of. She had asked him, and he simply stated that he didn't trust himself not to mess up and that transfiguring another person could cause almost irreparable damage if done incorrectly. She did appreciate his caution. Minerva did have to catch more than a few reckless students trying to become animagi every year. Still, this performance far exceeded that of a 15-year-old boy, and she had her doubts. And so, while he was distracted, she had even snuck in a small age charm and found that the boy was 14 years old. It was unlikely that he was a plant by the Death Eaters or the Ministry, but she would have to keep an eye on him. Afterwards, she couldn't help but ask him, "There's one final question I need to ask. Why come to Hogwarts now? You could have applied to another school in another country and be admitted, especially with the political tensions present in Britain." The boy snorted. "Look, did think about Beau's batons. My mother and I stayed in France for a few years, and it was wonderful, but she always talked about the castle. I wanted to see what it was like at least once. And I don't really care about political nonsense. If Dumbledore is telling the truth or not doesn't matter one bit to me. If he's lying then it's not my problem. If the Dark Lord really is back, then he's not revealing himself, which means that I'm safe until he starts attacking. Either way, I'm not planning on staying for long. After I get my owls and certifications, I want to continue traveling a bit. I've been dying to go to Greece. I read so much about it." Minerva wasn't exactly convinced. "Your potential would be enough to make you a target, Mr. Smith." He grinned. "Look, I get that your whole Dark Lord thing is serious here, but outside of Britain, no one really cares about it. Believe me, they barely register that there's been a civil war here and there's a reason for it. Your fight is never going to spill past Britain, because if it does, the rest of Europe will get involved and it'll be over really quickly. That's a fact that everyone knows." Minerva gritted her teeth. "The war was no joke, Mr. Smith. I never said it was. My point is just that if anyone wanted no parts in it, then there's a very easy solution and that's to move to another country until the mess is done with. Some people like to fight for their homes," she protested. "And that's a noble thing. But the truth is that very few people are willing to fight and that's not a bad thing. I, for one, am not a fighter. Oh, I can defend myself, but I don't have the instinct for it. So, you would run away and hide if your home was attacked." The boy simply shrugged. "If I was a less competent wizard, I would. Fear is a normal thing, it's an evolutionary reaction to danger, one that is probably why life still perseveres. It might be a mark of a coward to run away, but it's the wise course of action if the other choice is to die fighting. So, you would have let people die in the last war? The Transfiguration Mistress growled. He shook his head, of course not. No, I would have made a partnership with another school outside the country to admit Muggleborns and people who would have been targeted, diminishing the risk until the situation was dealt with. But I'm not qualified to do anything, am I? This is just me making theories. McGonagall turned pensive at that proposal. She disliked the way the boy just didn't want to fight, but that was his decision. What she did not respect was the way he dismissed the war, as if it was some small event and not the terrifying period where she lost so many students. However, now that she had thought about it, the idea of partnering with another school technically had merit. If Lord Voldemort started to attack people once more, giving him fewer targets would be better in the long run. She wondered why she never thought of the idea. Nevertheless, she was not there to argue with the boy. All right, it's getting late. Congratulations, Mr. Smith, on your admission to our prestigious institution. Expect an owl with the official decision and your required materials. If you have any sort of financial difficulties, you could apply for a scholarship through the ministry. Unofficially, these are what you are going to need for the next year. I trust that you can buy them without any assistance. The boy took a relieved sigh before smiling. Ah, yes. That shouldn't be a problem. She then continued, if you do not have an official place of residence, we could sponsor you with a temporary home until you come to Hogwarts. It was a bit of a grey area for students orphaned without blood relations. It had started during the previous war, and it pained her how many of her students found themselves without any parents overnight. There hadn't been such a situation in over a decade, and she wasn't exactly sure it would have worked considering the straining relationship between the school and the ministry. However, Albus would probably have a member of the order keep an eye on the boy. Mr. Smith simply shrugged. Nah, I'm good. It's only a couple of weeks and I do have a few things to take care of first before starting school. Like what exactly? Well, nothing really exciting. I'm just looking for a very old family ring. And I thought about skipping this chapter and going straight to Hogwarts, and I started to write the chapter like that, but it just didn't feel right. There had to be something in between. I'm thinking about making more of this arc from other people's POV and wanted to know what you thought about that. As usual, I'm also open to most suggestions for this arc. I can be a bit more flexible since it's somewhat self-contained. Chapter 316, Hero's Lament. September 1, 1995, London. The previous summer had to have been one of the worst ones ever since he received his Hogwarts letter 4 years prior. The way he had been treated reminded him of how everybody in Privet Drive turned on him just because of what the Dursleys said about him. It was hard to conceive the idea that the Ministry was so antagonistic towards him. They hadn't really done any investigation on what happened in the third task, and he couldn't help but feel like Cedric deserved better than to be dismissed as some tragic accident by the Ministry. That was what angered him the most. It would have been different to have people be on Voldemort's side. He expected it. But there was just something unforgiving about being so resolute in ignoring the situation, of refusing to even confirm anything Harry said. They were ready to simply ignore the death of a student, just because it made them feel better. He clenched his palm at the thought. Now was not the time to blow up. He was following Ginny, trying to find any empty compartment. So far, everything was nearly full. He hadn't really talked to Ginny much since what happened in the chamber. For some reason, she got awfully shy around him and barely spoke. However, with both Ron and Hermione being forced to go to the prefect compartment and him being Magical Britain's newest pariah due to the Daily Prophet, he was having a hard time finding one. In the very last carriage, they found Neville Longbottom clenching Trevor, his pet toad, and trying to clumsily carry his trunk as well. Harry, Ginny. I'm glad that I'm not the only one who couldn't find a compartment. Ginny answered him, why don't we just stay here? It's only Luna and some sleeping bloke there. I don't think they'll mind much. I didn't want to bother them, Neville protested. Ah, nonsense, the redhead interrupted him, here. Let's go. She opened the compartment door and spoke up, hey Luna. Do you mind if we sit down with you? In times like this, Harry really regretted not expanding his social circle further. He had never really noticed the girl before. Luna was a blonde with a dreamy look in her silver eyes. She absent-mindedly answered Ginny's question, of course. They all stowed their trunks and sat down in front of them. When they sat down, he noticed that Luna was reading a magazine called The Quibbler Upside Down. He just shrugged. he wasn't in the mood to really ask her about it. Ginny then asked her, motioning towards the sleeping wizard, "Who is he?" The blonde girl simply shrugged, "I don't know. I found him asleep when I got here. He seems nice though." Honestly, Harry didn't know how someone who was asleep could seem nice or how this Luna girl could have found out about it. But from the fond expression on the redhead's face, it wasn't exactly something unusual. Ultimately, the conversation somehow evolved into Neville bragging about this weird plant that his grandmother got him for his birthday. Of course, he ended up covering the entire compartment into pus, which was weirdly not the first time that Neville did that, causing them to have to clean up. Unfortunately, the smell or the loud noise seemed to have woken up the sleeping boy from before. For the first time, Harry could easily see him properly. He was wearing a muggle outfit, some jeans and a leather jacket. He had brown hair, and hazel eyes, and also wore glasses. The boy huffed, waved his wand, and the pus disappeared. He turned towards the embarrassed-looking Neville. "Please don't do that again." "I'm sorry," Neville replied. The boy simply grunted and prepared to get back to sleep. Before he did, Ginny seemed to have wanted to speak with him. "I've never seen you in Hogwarts before." He nodded in response, "And I've never seen you in Hogwarts as well. You're a student here?" "No, I'm the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor." Harry didn't know if the wizard was being sarcastic or not. Everyone else was of the same opinion. After a few seconds, the boy groaned once more, "Seriously? I look like a teenager and I'm saying that I'm your new professor and you don't really care." Harry grabbed the back of his head, embarrassed, "Sorry. Don't worry, that says more about the school than about you. My name is Harrod Smith and I'm a new student here. I'll be transferring into 5th year here." "I didn't know you could transfer between schools," Neville commented. "Where were you taught before?" "I was homeschooled." No one said anything for a few seconds until Harold groaned, "Seriously, what's with you all? This is the part where you introduce yourselves." "Oh, right." Harry wasn't really used to doing that. Everyone kinda knew it was him. Still, Ginny took the initiative and introduced herself, followed by Neville, and then Harry. The boy, Smith, barely reacted to his name other than raising his eyebrow faintly for a fraction of a second. That already made him all right in Harry's books. Luna, though, seemed to have a different idea altogether. "You're not from around here, are you?" Harold's polite smile turned into a smirk. "You're a very observant girl, Luna Lovegood." "I never told you my name," she replied. "You're not the only one who's observant." For some reason, the girl seemed more animated than she had since Harry entered the compartment. However, that seemed all Harold had to say on the matter since he went back to sleep afterwards. Ron and Hermione ended up returning after at least an hour. Harry had bought everyone snacks from the trolley lady, even a few extra for Harold, who seemed determined to continue sleeping. After eating his fill, Ron asked, "Who's the bloke?" "Harold Smith," Harry answered, "a new student. Not really a talker, to be honest." "He's pretty big for a first year," the redhead commented. "His sister hit him in the head. Of course, he's not a first year, you idiot. He's transferring in. He'll be in your year." Apparently, he was homeschooled. Hermione seemed to have taken that personally. "Homeschooled? That's absolutely dreadful. Why not just go to Hogwarts? It's the best school in Europe, isn't it?" Surprisingly, it was Neville who answered her. "It's uncommon nowadays, but it used to be a normal thing in the past. If a family is secretive or something, they can refuse to send their kids to Hogwarts. And before Dumbledore started the Hogwarts Scholarship Fund, a few people just couldn't afford to pay for the school's tuition. Now, I think most people who don't come to Hogwarts, either have a dangerous magical gift or a family that's pretty traditional. The Ministry has tried to stop this by making owls a requirement for a lot of jobs." Ron groaned, "Great. So, it's either a ticking time bomb or a future Death Eater. What a joy." Hermione hit him in the shoulder. "Hey, you haven't even spoken to him. I call it like I see it." Hermione was about to say something, but the door to the compartment opened once more, and Harry gritted his teeth at the sight of a smirking Draco Malfoy. Instead, he growled out, "What is it, Malfoy?" "Nothing much, Potter, I was just patrolling. I'm allowed to do that, since, you know, I'm a prefect. You wouldn't really know about it, I guess. I have to say that it's refreshing to see how Weasley was chosen over you. I wonder how it feels to be Dumbledore's second choice. Are you even that?" Maybe he'd have even chosen Longbottom over you. Harry controlled his temper once more, at least Ron earned his spot. Can you say the same? I know Snape is close to your father. How much did he have to pay to get you your position? I wonder if one day you'll be able to actually achieve something meaningful with your life without Daddy behind you. Immediately, Malfoy raised his wand, Crabbe and Goyle following behind him. Harry and his friends did the same. Right as he thought the first spell was about to be fired, a voice interjected, "Come on, people. I'm trying to sleep here." A grumpy Harold Smith was looking at them with annoyance and Malfoy blurted out, "Who even are you? Someone who is trying to have a nap in peace. Could you, wait until we get to the castle before sending spells at each other? All this fighting is so troublesome." Malfoy didn't seem to like that response. "You should be careful how you speak to me. My name is Draco Malfoy." Smith interrupted him, "And let me guess, your father is a very important man or something. Look, I've done this song and dance 100 times and I'm not in the mood to give you lessons in manners. Can you just go and try to keep a lid on your obsession with Potter?" "I am not obsessed with Potter," the blonde boy snarled. "Sure, you aren't," Smith retorted with a patronizing tone, "you came all this way without any other reason than to speak with him. That sounds like an obsession to me." "When my father..." he replied, but Smith interrupted him, again with the whole father thing. "You really need to get a grip on this thing. You'll eventually have to grow up, you know, and I don't think it will look good if you throw your father's name around when you're in your 20s. No one would really take you seriously if you did that. Now, can you go in peace, please? You can go stalk Potter or whatever when we're in the castle, and to be honest, the compartment is getting cramped." Smith closed his eyes, but Malfoy wasn't done. "You'll regret this. People tend to die when they stick around Potter. You know what happened to poor Cedric Diggory? I still remember the way his parents screamed when they saw his body. That took everyone in the compartment aback. They all knew that Malfoy was a prick, but even he had never stooped so low as to mock someone else's death. To be fair, he did make fun of the fact that Harry was an orphan, which was already pretty distasteful. But this made Harry's blood boil. He was about to cast a curse until Smith gave him a weird look. "Did you say something?" "I was distracted by remembering this wonderful dream I was having. I was lying down in a beautiful field and watched the clouds." That seemed to distract Malfoy. "You dream about watching clouds? Oh, it's such a fascinating hobby. One that a truly enlightened mind could understand." Harry had to admit that it was funny seeing Malfoy being so out of sorts. During most confrontations between them, the Slytherin always ended up with the upper hand. It was very nice to see the tables being turned. The blonde boy seemed outraged. "Are you calling me stupid?" "Oh, nothing of the sort. I just said that you were not someone with the wisdom to appreciate the art of cloud watching." Malfoy motioned to move his wand and Smith gave him a bored look. Now. I know that I might have hurt your feelings, and there's no reason to do anything rash. Tell me why I shouldn't hex you to pieces right now." He growled. "Well, I could keep droning on and on about the rules and you breaking them. I could talk about how it would dishonor your father. But I think I'm going to stick to the person standing behind you." Malfoy instinctively turned. "Who?" Harold seemed to grasp the opportunity to cast a spell that shoved them out of the compartment and locked it with a swish of his wand. He could hear Malfoy screaming and hitting the door repeatedly until the noise disappeared with another swish of Smith's wand. Ginny was the first to speak up. "That was amazing." "It's nothing really. When you deal with a spoiled brat, you deal with all of them. Damn, reality is going to hit that guy very hard." Harry couldn't help but be curious. "What do you mean by that?" "Nothing much, just that he's obviously pretty sheltered and has an inferiority complex. It's pretty common with people who have high-achieving parents. The problem is that one day, he'll have to face the world himself, without his father there to help him, and that will be an experience that will mark the man he will become in the future." Harry spoke up. "His father is a pretty powerful man. He's also one of Voldemort's main supporters." The boy who lived suppressed the urge to roll his eyes as everyone flinched at the name. Everyone except for Smith, that is. That was another point in his favor. Smith simply shrugged. "Matt, don't really care." "You're not scared of you-know-who?" Ron asked incredulously. "Matt, anyone who has a fake name that says they're afraid of death isn't worth being scared of. It's such a silly name, really. He probably came up with it when he was a moody teenager and chose to stick with it." Harry didn't know what to say about that. Thankfully, Hermione changed the subject. That was wordless magic, right? That seemed to surprise Smith slightly, yet. What about it? It's a pretty advanced subject, isn't it? We're not even taking it this year and it's our owl year. Meh, it's not that hard, really. From what I hear, it's different for every person, but I just always did it. I was taught to cast every spell without saying the incantation every time. You get used to it after the first few times. Hermione practically perked up at that. That's fascinating. I never really expected how much the method of education could change the competence of the wizard or witch. Are there any other things that you can do differently? How should I know? I don't really have anything to compare it to. The recommended schoolbooks are a bit too varied and cover a lot of material, far more than a single school year should. Not that they're all good. Really, the defense book was one of the worst reads I've ever had. I'm not really optimistic for that class, to be honest. At least it's a good way to make sure to fall asleep. It's very effective. Just thinking about it just makes me want to doze off. The Muggleborn obviously wanted to press matters, but Smith just yawned, grunted, and fell asleep again. Hermione just looked outraged by his behavior. It was honestly pretty funny to see her so riled up. He expected that little exchange to happen many times when they got to Hogwarts. At least that was something to look up to. Smith was just so laid back and relaxed that he would automatically clash with most professors who were passionate about their subjects. He imagined the boy napping in McGonagall's classroom. Or even worse, Snape's. Now that was an amusing thought. He'd probably be the first person to love Bin's classes, though. Still, having a nap wasn't really a bad idea. When Harry closed his eyes and fell asleep, he dreamt of snakes in a weirdly familiar black corridor. And, now that's Harry's introduction to the trio. I was kinda rushed when I wrote this, but I hope I did an alright job. Still, I'd still appreciate your feedback on it. I'm also excited to finally have a proper Harry-Umbridge interaction. I don't think Umbridge becoming a professor is likely to happen in his home universe, so I'm excited to write the interactions between them. Also please let me know if you have any suggestions in the future. Chapter 317, A Lesson in Manners. September 1, 1995, Hogwarts, Earth 2. Harry sighed deeply as he finally sat down in his new dormitory. Ever since he had been displaced from his universe thanks to Lily's crap, he had been planning his return. That was why he decided to come to Hogwarts in the first place. It was a nexus of magical energy and held tomes old enough to maybe even glimpse something to help with his situation. So far, all he had done was research what had happened to him. He was making a surprising amount of headway in that regard. His arcane hearing was activated during the incident underneath Dumstrang, and he had heard a good part of what had happened. Now, he only needed to reproduce it while being as consistent as possible. Which meant translating what happened into some kind of arithmancy formula, and crafting a ritual or a spell to mimic it. The ingredients were simple enough. A broken prophecy, a singularity in space and time, and the dark energy released from his family crest. And, of course, a fuck ton of energy. Yeah, things were progressing but not as quickly as he would have liked. Who knew that finding a way to travel between universes would be so difficult? To be perfectly honest, he had pulled an all-nighter just before going to Hogwarts, trying to get as much done before being subjected to teen drama once more. Harry had done his best to cultivate a bit of a no-nonsense reputation back in his school, but unfortunately, it didn't follow him here. When he had taken a nap in one of the empty compartments, he had been surprised to wake up at the sight of his counterpart in a shy Neville Longbottom. It was pretty jarring seeing the confident tone wilt with every look Harry gave him. His counterpart wasn't really all that better, just filled with anger, resentment, and frustration. To be fair, he had just seen Diggory get killed and then spent months without any form of support. But Harry couldn't help but curse his luck. Why did it have to be them? He had planned on being relatively close to the boy, because of the prophecy and everything, and the fact that he still had that scar on his forehead. That was the horcrux he had no idea how to get out, aside from, of course, getting the boy hit with a killing curse by Voldemort. It had worked for the stories, somehow. Anyway, he had begun to regret slightly his decision to come to Hogwarts. He had to be sorted in front of everyone. At least, they sorted him before the first years. That would have been pretty embarrassing. He had chosen to go to Gryffindor. Well, he cast a small compulsion for the hat to yell Gryffindor while using the cloak to hide himself from it. The hat never really knew that he was on anyone's head. It was a nice tricky use of an aspect of the cloak, one that he explored after Daphne told him about Lily's adaptation of the Vila's allure as a compulsion charm. Magic simply could not find his mind, using the same way that it couldn't detect him when he walked through wards. After all, he couldn't have the Sorting Hat blabbing to people about his true nature, especially not Dumbledore. This was what brought him to the Gryffindor common room, and his current regret to choosing this house. He was sitting in one of the chairs, writing in his journals, trying to progress even further with his calculations. This was very hard to do because of the yelling match between his counterpart and Seamus Finnegan. He released a deep breath and just cast a silencing charm, which made the yelling disappear. He conjured a bit of music to calm himself down and continued working. It seemed to have worked for a little while until Hermione Granger decided to break the charm. Harry winced at the sudden rise of noise and gave her an annoyed look. "What is it?" "You're not allowed to cast privacy charms in the common room," she replied with a superior look. Harry simply rolled his eyes. "You're also not allowed to yell at each other. I don't see you harassing Potter." Ron calmed them down. The Muggleborn continued. "Harry has been having a bit of a temper ever since the Daily Prophet started calling him a liar." "Meh, this rag would print anything, really. I haven't really read it to get any news for a while." "So, you believe Harry then?" she asked with a hopeful tone. "I don't really care one way or the other. After this year, I'm leaving the country anyway. You know who never really left Britain, so whether he's back or not is kinda irrelevant." She obviously wanted to say something but stopped herself. She was about to leave, until she, unfortunately, took a small peek at what he was writing in his journal. "Oh, is that arithmancy? It looks pretty advanced." "It is pretty advanced and also private." "Oh, come on. I could help you. I'm in first place in arithmancy and it's my favorite class. Even if the homework is a bit much. It would be a very nice training exercise before we go to class tomorrow." "I'm not registered for arithmancy, Hermione." That seemed to stun the Muggleborn, and she gave him an outraged look. "Why not?" "Because I don't need to. I'm here because I need to be registered at Hogwarts to apply for my owls. And I only need an owl in charms, transfiguration, and defense against the dark arts, to be able to apply for a license to practice magic before being 17. I only have to attend my core classes, nothing more. You're not staying past your owls." Harry shrugged. "I'm not planning on it. But you could learn so much, Harold, and become a better wizard if you take your electives. Honestly, Hermione, I don't think I can really learn any arithmancy from your year. No offense, but I'm a little more advanced than you are." The Muggleborn wouldn't be sated. "I'm telling McGonagall. She's bound to set you straight. And I'll tell her that I'm already struggling with my course load and that the big bad prefect Hermione Granger wants to force more work on me. Now that wouldn't be a good look, would it? She might even take your badge." She grabbed her prefect badge as if it would disappear before glaring at him. "This isn't over." And walked away. Harry snorted. Hermione Granger was really the same in both dimensions. At least, this would have been what he imagined she would have been like if the diary fiasco didn't happen. Deciding that he didn't want to get up to the dormitory to hear another spat between his counterpart and Finnegan, he activated the cloak and phased out of the fat lady's portrait. His destination was a pretty obvious one. He needed the prophecy to be broken and he could do it in two obvious ways. Either he killed Voldemort, or he killed his counterpart, and he leaned more towards killing the mass-murdering psychopath than the angsty teen. That meant killing Voldemort, and to do so, he needed to destroy the horcrux. He already destroyed the ring during the summer. It was simply enough sneaking in and destroying it with the basilisk fang he still carried on him since his departure from Hogwarts in his home dimension. He never really bothered to put it back after destroying the cup of Hufflepuff, something that he was thankful for now. Still, in this case, he recast the curse on the ring and added a small illusion to make anyone think that it was still a horcrux. It could still be useful in some other way. And it wasn't like he needed it, he still had one of his own. Now, in terms of horcruxes, the diary and the ring were gone. The diadem would be before the next day. There were only 4 left, the locket, the cup, Nagini, and his counterpart's scar. Funnily enough, the horcrux in Gringotts was the least guarded of them. The locket was under Fidelius's charm, Nagini was always at Voldemort's side, and the scar kinda belonged to an innocent guy who was constantly under Dumbledore's surveillance. His train of thought was broken when he arrived at the room of requirements. He released his cloak's power to allow the room to see him and walked 3 times, asking for the room of hidden things. It had taken less than 15 minutes in total to find a diadem and destroy it with his basilisk fang. Sure, there was a loud scream and a discharge of magic, but they were easily contained. Harry honestly had no idea why anyone would ever create those things. Sure, no one else had his arcane hearing and couldn't hear how horrifying it was. But there was still a sense of wrongness emanating from the artifact. Anyway, Harry returned back in the dormitory, having disappeared for around 30 minutes at most, which he used to destroy one of Voldemort's horcruxes. No one had even noticed that he was gone. When he had gotten back to the dormitory, Finnegan and his counterpart were still fighting, and Harry just cast another privacy charm to finally fall asleep. Harry awoke when the sun rose. He was always an early riser and went to have his breakfast. He hadn't gotten out of the common room until his counterpart interrupted him. "Hey, Harold." He turned towards him. "Yet. McGonagall asked me to show you around since Ron and Hermione are busy with the first years. She also told me that we shouldn't have any classes until noon, so we could take our time. I think our first class is defense with that Umbridge woman. We'll get our timetables later. You're pretty lucky. I don't think anyone in the castle bar Dumbledore and the Weasley twins knows the castle as well as I do. First, I'm going to give you a small tour of our classrooms and then we'll move on from there." And so began Harry's torture at the hand of his counterpart. To be honest, Harry wasn't exactly being fair. It was hard to make a tour of the castle interesting to someone who studied there for 3 years. He didn't really count the 4th since he was in foreign schools for the tournament during that time. Still, his counterpart was weirdly excited about the tour, which was really weird. Harry just kept humming and nodding at everything, wanting to get everything over with as quickly as possible. It was when they got to the dungeons that he was asked, "You believe me, right? About Voldemort? Well, you do have a bit of evidence supporting you, like the Ministry not handling the investigation into Diggory's death properly, and the fact that you were obviously injured during the 3rd task. There's also the fact that no body was found when he attacked your home. You could be telling the truth, or you could be lying. In the end, it doesn't really matter, at least not anytime soon, that is." "How could that not matter? Voldemort is back. There's going to be a war." Harry simply shrugged, unperturbed by the boy's rising temper. "There are always wars. But I didn't say that it wouldn't matter in the long run, just not in the next year. If the Dark Lord is back, then his hiding is his strongest weapon yet. He needs to strengthen his numbers again, and that takes time. He'll want to prepare a decapitation strike and try to take out all of his opposition at once. That kind of thing would require at least 2 to 3 years, and even then, he'll need to break out his most talented followers from Azkaban first. No one really wants it to be known. The Ministry wants to wallow in a comfortable lie, and the Dark Lord wants to have no issues recruiting his new army. You need to stop looking at it like a fight and think of things from a logistics standpoint. It's how you'll understand everyone's moves and motives." Harry's counterpart didn't really have any time to react as a loud annoying voice interrupted him. "Oh, Potty, Potty. What are you doing in the dungeons so early in the morning? Are you spying on us?" "Fuck off, ferret boy," the boy simply retorted. The blonde boy was standing surrounded by what seemed to be the Slytherin Quidditch team, Crabbe and Goyle. Other than their intimidating stature, they weren't exactly threats, magically speaking. "Now you're just being rude here, Potty. After all, you're the one trying to sneak into our common room. That means we can defend ourselves, can't we? We're not anywhere near your common room," he exclaimed. Now, only someone who tried to break into our common room would know where it is. This is just us defending ourselves, right?" Deciding that enough was enough, Harry raised his hand. Now. I know you're all pretty excited to see Potter here and probably have some kind of justified vendetta against him. Unfortunately for you gentlemen, we're on a bit of a tour of the castle here. So, can you wait until we're done before continuing your little spat? It would be greatly appreciated." That seemed to have stunned everyone. Both Malfoy and his counterpart were staring at him as he suddenly grew a second head. Marcus Flint just growled at him, "You should go." His counterpart nodded, "You really should. They're already being nice since they didn't just attack you two, especially after you embarrassed Malfoy on the express." Harry rolled his eyes and prepared to leave the corridor. That was, of course, until Malfoy spoke up. "Yeah, don't worry, you can have Potter back for your little orphan club in no time. He'll be alright after a little time in the hospital room, probably. Not that anyone will care if something did happen. No one will miss him. Or you for that matter. Must be so difficult to be all alone in the world. He was right at the door when the blonde boy said that. He rolled his eyes. Seriously making fun of an orphan? It was just so sad. Giant wooden doors suddenly materialized at each end of the corridor and slammed shut, trapping them all inside. Harry spoke without facing them, "Manners make man. Do you know what it means?" he asked after returning. They looked at him, their wands raised, confused, and he smirked at them, "Then let me teach you a lesson. I had a bit of fun on that one, especially near the end, and I'm excited to write the confrontation properly, and the next lesson with Umbridge. I wanted this chapter to act as an update on what Harry achieved so far and a bit about his plan, and I hope it achieved that. As usual, please let me know what you think and if you have any suggestions." Chapter 318, A Change in Perspective. September 2, 1995, Hogwarts, Earth 2. Harry Potter didn't know what he expected when McGonagall asked him to show the new guy around. He couldn't admit that he found him interesting. His actions during the Hogwarts Express were more than enough to make him good in Harry's books. Hermione also saying that he was a brilliant wizard probably helped a bit. However, as they spoke to each other during their tour, Harry realized just how much of an understatement that was. For one thing, Smith didn't seem to care about Harry being the boy who lived. Normally, he was met with reactions of either awe or disdain. Most recently, the disdain was far more common than he liked, but not Smith. He just didn't care. Even Ron and Hermione were awed to meet him in their first year. There was always some kind of expectation there, one that was absent when he looked into Smith's eyes and that fascinated Harry to no end. It hadn't taken long to realize just how perceptive and knowledgeable Smith was about practically everything. It was different from Hermione somehow, and Harry found himself listening to him more. Maybe it was because he was surprisingly insightful about the situation. Harry knew from his friend that the boy had no plans on staying past his owls, and literally had no opinions on the coming war. He tried to understand it from a tactical standpoint instead of the battles. All in all, Smith looked to be some kind of scholar and adventurer, two contradicting roles that he had only seen in one other person, Bill Weasley. Harry couldn't help but think that they would have gotten along well enough. Of course, in a typical manner, Draco Malfoy and his Slytherin cronies decided to ruin things by attacking them for being too close to their dormitory. Thankfully, Harold was given the chance to leave first before their fight. It was pretty likely that a few of them would have ended up in the infirmary. That would have been a poor introduction to Hogwarts for any newcomer. Harry prepared himself to fight an overwhelming number of attackers at once as Smith walked away. Unfortunately, Malfoy decided to get the last words in, "Yeah, don't worry, you can have Potter back for your little orphan club in no time. He'll be all right after a little time in the hospital room, probably. Not that anyone will care if something did happen. No one will miss him, or you for that matter. Must be so difficult to be all alone in the world." His blood froze at the proclamation. He didn't know that Smith was an orphan too. How did Malfoy even know that? His father, probably. Or maybe Death Eater spies. Smith froze right as Malfoy finished speaking, and suddenly, wooden doors closed at both ends of the corridor. Harry was pretty sure there weren't supposed to be wooden doors. He heard Smith speak up, "Manners make man." He turned and gave them all a questioning look, "Do you know what that means?" Harry didn't know what that meant, and from the looks of it, neither did Draco and his cronies. However, a smug small smile grew on his face. "Then let me teach you a lesson." Flint was the first one to break and cast a hex at Smith, who had his wand ready and batted the spell back with the speed of a bulger. The spell returned back far faster than Flint could react, and he found himself thrown back with boils growing all over his face. All of this happened in a fraction of a second, and everyone, including Harry, was just gaping at the unconcerned boy. He just gave them a sly look and asked, "Are we going to stand here all day, or are we going to fight?" The Slytherins just turned towards him with obvious anger in their eyes. Malfoy was the one who started casting this time, and the others followed his lead. Smith, once more, batted the spells towards other spells, creating explosions when they met each other, hiding him from the others. When Montague wanted to follow up with another spell, Harry noticed his hand being pushed by an invisible force right as his spell was about to be fired. The movement caused the spell to misfire and hit Warrington instead. Malfoy turned to him in surprise, only to be caught with another spell, making him grow horns on his head, from Adrian Pusey. Harry would have been smiling, if it wasn't for the sheer incredulity he felt at what was happening. Especially as the dust settled and Smith was just standing there looking unimpressed. That seemed to anger Crabbe and Goyle even further since they ran at him to punch him physically. It was all they probably knew in terms of combat anyway. For some reason, Smith didn't seem bothered, and when Crabbe was about to punch him, he leaned back and conjured some kind of weird wooden hook that grabbed his hand and redirected it to hit Goyle in the face. He then quickly batted away an incoming spell towards the Goyle, sending him flying back towards his comrades, and he put Crabbe in front of him, turning him into some kind of human shield that was hit with 3 other spells at once. Smith casually let Crabbe fall to the side and gave the remaining people a smug grin. Only Malfoy, Flint, and Warrington were still up, and they were glaring at him as if they wanted him to spontaneously combust into flames. Flint seemed to have had enough and sent a sickly purple spell at him, which he batted back once more, only for the trio to dodge this time. They gave him a smug look only to freeze as Warrington fell down, unconscious. The spell had somehow rebounded off the wooden door that Smith had conjured at the start of the fight and hit him in the back. Flint cast a weird yellow curse that Harry had never seen before, while Malfoy cast a cutting curse. This time, Smith actually shielded himself and the cutting curse rebounded back, hitting the yellow curse, which was split in half and also rebounded back at the casters. Whatever that curse was made Malfoy and Flint conjure shields of their own, which broke and knocked them back a bit. The blonde boy was about to cast another spell, only for his hand to twitch and hit his last ally with it. The older boy froze, petrified by the spell, and fell to the ground. Smith walked slowly towards Malfoy, who kept desperately casting one spell after another at him. Every single spell was countered effortlessly, redirected towards the walls. Malfoy must have gotten desperate since he cast some pretty silly jinxes in the middle too for some reason. The new student was barely a few feet in front of Malfoy when he redirected one last spell that turned his arms and legs to collapse as if they were turned into jelly. Seriously, that was a first-year spell, and Malfoy cast this spell at a clearly stronger opponent. What was he thinking? For a fraction of a second, Harry imagined hitting Voldemort with this spell. Now, that would have been hilarious. The Slytherin looked at Smith with a scared look on his face. The new student just raised an eyebrow. From my estimation, the spell should fade in 10 minutes. That's more than enough time for you to get your friends to the hospital wing. So, that means you shouldn't have any trouble coming to our next class. It was a pleasure to meet you, Draco Malfoy. You'll regret this. The pureblood retorted. I don't think so. After all, if you do talk to anyone, you'll have to tell them that I beat you while you had me heavily outnumbered, and without me, I even cast a single spell. That wouldn't be such a good look on you, would it? Merlin's beard. Now that Harry thought about it, other than conjuring the wooden doors and the wooden hook thing, that weird hand twitch spell, and the shield he conjured near the end, Smith hadn't even cast a single spell. None of them were actually offensive spells even. With that said, Smith turned towards Harry and brightened. Oh, right. Shall we continue with the tour? Harry absent-mindedly nodded and walked alongside Smith, still stunned to silence. As he walked away, he noticed that the wooden doors that Smith conjured had disappeared while he wasn't looking. It took around 5 minutes of silence before he exclaimed, "How did you do that?" Smith gave him a weird look. Do what? You're kidding, right? Smith snorted. Yeah, I am. It was nothing, really. Just stretching a bit. You beat them with their own spells. You even made it look easy. Harry spoke up with an admiring tone. In a fight, having more people isn't always a good thing. I'd have had more trouble against 3 duelers that know how to fight alongside each other, than 20 that have never fought together before. This is a bit of an extreme example, but in a real fight, they would have tried to shield each other, maybe even have a formation and try to trap me. This was amazing. Maybe if everyone could fight like you, we'd have a chance against Voldemort. Smith didn't seem very enthused by the idea. Too bad I'm not getting involved in any fight in Britain. That perplexed Harry to no end. I don't understand. You hurt the children of his Death Eaters. Voldemort will go after you whether you like it or not. However, the new student simply snorted. If he had revealed himself, then maybe yes. He'd have had to put boundaries and show that his followers couldn't be messed with. However, he's hiding, and there's a good reason for it. No single wizard, no matter how powerful, could conquer an entire country by themselves. It doesn't matter if he's back or not if he doesn't get his forces back. You have to understand that the Dark Lord spent years before the First War, gathering followers, building an army, and gaining influence through them. He doesn't have that now, not even a bit, and it'll take time and secrecy to achieve that. So, you admit that he's back then? Harry replied with a victorious look. No, all I'm saying is that the fact that a lot of gold was spent to discredit you as much as possible, gold that could be traced back to the victims of the Imperious Curse in the First War, even if it's Fudge spending it. They don't want you talking because you obviously weren't meant to have survived the third task. Imagine if you had actually died that night, and Diggory hadn't grabbed the cup. Then you would have simply disappeared, never to be seen again. Dumbledore would have probably proclaimed that the Dark Lord was back and shut down immediately since he would have no proof. Years later, the Dark Lord would have returned, with an army at his back, and political influence in the Ministry. He would have been in a far better position. Your survival and the fact that you told Dumbledore everything, ruined a good portion of it. Now, he has to hurry and regrow his forces before the Ministry finds out about him and declares a state of emergency. Why would that help? Smith groaned. Most of his recruits come from outside the country. There aren't really a lot of werewolves, giants, and vampires in Britain because of the pretty severe laws here. Even his followers in Britain fled the country to avoid Azkaban, and it took time to call them back. Britain declared a state of emergency would get its neighbouring countries to impose more strict measures against travel to Britain, pretty much freezing the Dark Lord's recruitment efforts and forcing him to commit with the forces he had. I don't see that happening though. Harry gave him a confused look. Why is that? Because Fudge's campaign relies pretty heavily on Lucius Malfoy's donations. With an election coming next year, he can't afford to antagonize the man too much, and he also can't afford to have a crisis on his hands. He made his bet that you're lying, because either way he'd be removed from office. He knows that he's a peace minister, not a wartime one. He won't go back on any of his decisions short of a proper attack with the Dark Lord at the helm, something that is irrefutable and that the entire world would see. I can't just do nothing. Smith rolled his eyes. You already did enough by surviving the third task. Yelling at everyone about the prophet lying will achieve nothing. You can't convince them because they won't be without the Ministry making a statement, and that will not happen without Fudge basically throwing his career away. Malfoy attacking you like he did, in broad daylight, is already proof that they want you to look unstable. Umbridge will be firmly on his side and will continue to make life different for you. She will bait you during class, and try to subtly discredit you. And if you let it get to you, you will be playing right into her hands. What am I supposed to do, then? Why, you need to finish the tour, of course. I'm starving and we still haven't had breakfast yet. And, I hope you liked this chapter. I've been having a lot of fun writing this arc tbh. The Umbridge first class should be in the next chapter and I'm so excited. As usual, please let me know what you think and if you have any suggestions. Chapter 319, A Toad's Misgivings. September 2, 1995, Hogwarts, Earth 2. Hermione Granger didn't know what to think about the new student. Harold Smith was an enigma, to say the least, and it was one that happened to be very frustrating to solve. She didn't expect much from him when he said that he was homeschooled, but he managed to surprise her. The practice slowly faded away when proper magical education was put in place because it was simply far more efficient. Even people who had a specialized field of magic had to learn the basics, which Hogwarts offered. They could learn anything else during the summer or just after graduating from Hogwarts. The idea of some boy who hadn't attended a single day of school being on the level of a Hogwarts student was absurd. And yet, he used wordless magic. Hermione had looked into it after the train ride. She might have used her prefect privileges to get to the library past curfew. It was supposed to be a Newt-level skill, something that they should learn the following year. Just displaying it on his owls would probably raise his grade for every practical exam. She also couldn't figure out how to do it. The Muggleborn was tempted to ask him, she really did, but she didn't have it in her to admit that she couldn't do it by herself. He was also obviously well educated, considering what little she had glimpsed from his notebook. It was beyond advanced arithmancy, and she had hoped he'd explain some of it slightly. It made her slightly jealous. Fine, a lot jealous. It didn't help that Harry kept bragging about him beating Slytherin's entire Quidditch team with their own spells. Hermione rolled her eyes once more when he replayed what happened, Ron being completely engrossed by his tale. I can't believe he did that. Harry grinned back at the redhead. I know. Malfoy even complained to Snape afterwards and the Git asked for Harold's wand. You should have seen his face when he only saw a few charms and a small conjuration. Even when Snape said that it was his fault, Smith told him that they only needed to stop casting spells. Oh, the look on Malfoy's face was priceless. As nice as hearing this story for the third time is, we're almost late for our defense class. Remember what I said, Harry. I know, he answered dramatically, don't antagonize her. I should just keep my head down and don't let her get to me. Harold told me the same thing. Again, with Harold. Hermione suppressed the urge to growl at the name. There was something wrong with that guy. He was a little too skilled, a little too knowledgeable. Like an older student. Maybe he was a spy. The Marauder map did reveal Crouch Jr., maybe it would say if Smith was an imposter too. She'd look at it after their next class. As they walked into the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, Hermione couldn't help but notice Professor Umbridge already sitting primly at the teacher's desk, looking as if she'd been waiting there for ages. She was still wearing that same fluffy pink cardigan from the night before, and of course, the pink velvet bow was back on top of her head, sitting there like it was trying way too hard to be cute. Hermione found herself irritated by the sight of it, as if the bow itself was mocking the seriousness of the subject they were supposed to be learning. The whole look seemed so out of place for a Defense Against the Dark Arts class, and Hermione had a sinking feeling that this lesson wasn't going to be very informative. She already had her doubts about the required book, but a part of her expected the Ministry to not actively hurt their education. After they all settled in, the woman spoke up in a fake sweet voice, "Good morning, children." When they all grumbled back some greetings, her eyes hardened. Now, that was rude. It's more polite to greet your professor at once. Let's try it. Good morning, Professor Umbridge. The class echoed it, and the woman clapped her hands like she was a 7-year-old girl. That's great. Now, why don't we start by talking about what you should be expecting this year in my class? As most of you already know, this is your OWL year, and considering just how fragmented your education is, I believe that it's critical that we return to the basics and strengthen your foundations. We'll be doing that through a ministry-approved curriculum specifically tailored for you. I believe you all have bought the required book. I believe it was Defensive Magical Theory by Wilbert Slinkhart. If you don't, raise your hands and I'll distribute some copies for the duration of the class. If you do have one, please open chapter 5 of the book and start reading. In silence. And just like that, the entire room just opened the textbook and started reading. Hermione had been afraid of this. The book was dull even for her. It kept circling around certain subjects. Slinkhart's main theory was that learning how to escape a situation was more important than actually fighting. Most of the spells mentioned in the book were used as examples of how to use them to escape bad situations. Like casting a smoke spell to escape, and which authorities to contact for every situation. Unfortunately, he was also of the opinion that curses and counter-curses were the same thing, that there was no difference between defensive and offensive spells, which he often proclaimed should only be used by qualified personnel of the ministry. Hermione looked around and saw the other students were barely paying any attention to the book. It was a boring read, to say the least. She then turned towards Harold Smith, trying to see what he was doing. The boy was, once more, scribbling in his notebook, and hadn't even opened the referenced book. She wasn't the only one to notice, since Umbridge did her weird cough, hem. The boy didn't seem to care one bit and continued to write. The woman then waved her wand and exclaimed, "Oxio!" Hermione expected the notebook to fly out of the boy's hands, only for nothing to happen. All this accomplished is getting the entire class to look up from their books towards the teacher pointing her wand. "Mr. Smith, give me your notebook." The new student tilted his head in a confused manner. "What notebook?" The professor practically snarled at him. "Don't lie, Mr. Smith. I genuinely have no idea what you're talking about." Umbridge walked forward and her eyes widened when she saw nothing in front of him. "You hid it. Are you all right, Professor?" he asked with an obviously fake concerned tone. "Give me your bag." The woman screeched at him. He just gave her his bag, which had nothing more than a few sheets of parchment and the potions textbook. The woman didn't seem to like that. "Where is it?" "Professor, I genuinely have no idea what you're talking about. You must have charmed it somehow." Harold tilted his head in confusion, "But I didn't take out my wand to cast any spells." Umbridge seemed to realize that she was making a scene, and she gave him a severe look. "You haven't opened your book." "I already read it." "Decided to wait in silence until you give us our next task." "There are no next tasks, Mr. Smith." The boy hummed. "Will every class follow the same format?" "There won't be any practical classes, for every school year." "Why on earth would you need to use defensive magic in my class? Are you expecting to be attacked?" This time, it was Harry who answered. "And what if we're attacked, what then? We won't be in your classroom every day, will we? What happens in the real world? And who would attack such innocent children? She replied with a condescending tone. Harry seemed to get angrier. What about Lord Voldemort? Now, that caused a conundrum. Hermione rolled her eyes. Harry had gotten baited, again. He's been having a bit of a temper since the third task. She had noticed this in Grimmauld Place, but she had hoped it would have faded away in the previous month. It made him act far more rashly. Umbridge ignored the small squeaks and commotion saying Voldemort's name and spoke up with a condescending tone. Now, I know that you have been told that a certain Dark Lord returned from the dead, and that is a lie. You have nothing to fear. The Ministry guarantees that you are safe from any dark wizards. You are welcome to see me after class. If you have any questions on the matter, please come see me after class. As for now, please continue reading your chapter. Hermione noticed that Harry obviously wanted to say something but had magically frozen in place. She thought the discussion would end there, but Smith decided to raise his hand. Umbridge rolled her eyes. Yes, Mr. Smith. Look, Professor, I don't really care if some Dark Lord is back or not. My worries were more from a logistical standpoint. You said that your curriculum was approved by the Ministry. Does that mean that measures are being taken in place for this curriculum to stick in the coming year? I'm assuming that all school years follow the same policy of no using spells inside your classroom. Well, of course it is. I assure you that the Ministry has everything in hand, and yes, Minister Fudge has signed off on everything, she answered with a sweet tone. Hermione expected him to blow up as well. Instead, he looked particularly curious. That's quite a brave stance to take. An expensive one too, I must say. That seemed to make the woman stiffen. And why would you call it that? This is simply a way to standardize your education for this class, to create order out of chaos. Yes, I wasn't talking about that. As far as I can tell, this curriculum focuses more on how to escape dangerous situations and contact the authorities. It's actually something that I find very useful and that most people will actually need. However, the fact remains that the Department of Magical Law Enforcement hires its aura based on this grade. And that means that they'll have to teach actual defensive spells from scratch, which means aura training will have to be more extensive to teach the basics of combat magic. And a population that doesn't know how to defend itself fully, would also mean that the Ministry would need even more aurors. So, to combat this, I'm guessing that Minister Fudge is planning on raising the DMLE's budget, a pretty significant shift in policy in my opinion since he slashed the budget multiple times in the last decade. Which I believe stemmed from the fact that Amelia Bones was a potential candidate for the title of minister, wasn't she? The silence that met Smith's proclamation was unsettling. Weirdly enough, it was the Slytherins that were looking at him with renewed light. She could understand why. Smith's concerns were valid. If the Ministry cemented this curriculum for all years, then in 7 years, there would be no qualified aura recruits, which meant that training the aurors would get more expensive, resulting in an increase of the DMLE's funding. Although Hermione didn't know that Amelia Bones was a potential candidate for the post of minister. Umbridge, oddly enough, was stunned to silence, and Smith continued, there are also some international concerns on the matter. If this is the curriculum for every year, then a newt in the subject would have lower value in the international scene, which means that the Ministry would either have to offer some kind of course for graduates, one that could be recognized internationally, or it would force the recruits to not work outside the country, which would lower Britain's standing in the international scene. He didn't seem to be too concerned by the professor becoming redder by the minute. I suppose if I had any other questions, I'll just contact the Department of Magical Education directly. With the curriculum changing so much, the OWL and Newt exams will have to reflect that. Who was the head of the department again? Griselda Marchbanks, right. That seemed to have been it for Umbridge. Detention, Mr. Smith. Harrod didn't seem concerned by this fact. May I ask why, Professor? For disrupting the classroom. I simply asked a question on the changes in the curriculum. I did not know that it counted as a disturbance. The professor sneered at him. I do not tolerate lies in my classroom. How peculiar. I wonder which part would be a lie. If I lied about the DMLE getting an increased budget, then we'd have either far fewer aurors or just far less qualified ones in a few years. If I lied about possible plans for further defense education, then any job that currently requires a defense newt or owl would find its recruits unqualified, so that's more gold down the drain to train them. So, if I'm lying, then the Ministry will find itself in quite a dire situation in a few years. And if I was mistaken when I thought that the entire Ministry knew about the change in the curriculum and its consequences, Well, that wouldn't look good for anyone involved, would it? Are you sure you want me to be lying, Professor Umbridge? The smooth way Smith delivered this little speech simply silenced the entire classroom, and Umbridge simply stated, "You will see me after class, Mr. Smith." "Of course, Professor Umbridge," he replied with a smug grin, "after all, you still haven't answered my questions yet." And I thought that this was a good way to get a handle on Umbridge's first lesson. The plan was to have her being tricked on her own battlefield. If it came off exactly like I wanted it to, so please let me know what you think and if you have any suggestions. Chapter 320, Of Cruel Feathers. September 2, 1995, Hogwarts, Earth 2. The smooth way Smith delivered this little speech silenced the entire classroom, and Umbridge simply stated, "You will see me after class, Mr. Smith." "Of course, Professor Umbridge," he replied with a smug grin, "after all, you still haven't answered my questions yet." Harry was smiling as the entire classroom left the frankly boring defense against the dark arts lesson, relishing at the glares Umbridge was giving him, especially as he took out his notebook once more after his little speech and continued his research without any interruptions. His counterpart and his friends gave him worried looks, but he simply rolled his eyes. To be fair, they were all leaving him alone in the company of a woman who wanted to set him aflame with just her glare. That woman had to have some very serious attachment issues regarding Fudge, especially considering all he did was make a few comments on ways the Ministry would handle this. It didn't matter. He couldn't deny that it wasn't satisfying just putting her in her place. Finally, the last student left the classroom and Umbridge closed the door with a swish of her wand. "Thank you so much for staying, Mr. Smith." Harry simply shrugged, "You're the professor after all." The woman's smile grew. "Oh, I'm glad to know that you remember this, especially considering how insolent you were during class." "Was I insolent? I thought as the minister's undersecretary, you would have known more about his future plans for the country." "I was just preparing myself, making my plans, considering the changes he was planning on implementing. After all, he has to be implementing something to balance the scales again. No administration would be incompetent enough to make such drastic changes to the future generation's education and not plan for the consequences. A decision this severe can't be done rashly, after all." Umbridge got redder and redder the more he spoke. "You go too far, boy." "And how is that?" The woman spluttered. "You called the minister incompetent. How is that not going too far?" "I said, he would be if he didn't have a plan in place." "Are you saying that the minister made such a drastic change in his country's education, without having even considering the consequences of his decision?" "Of course not!" she exclaimed, mostly out of instinct. "Then the minister is not incompetent, is he? Now, I'm more curious as to what his plans are." "You should be privy to the minister's plans, right?" "I assumed so since he trusted you for this very important job." "You must be quite the confidant." The woman preened and Harry had to stop himself from rolling his eyes. Still, her reply was at least somewhat smart. "Of course, I am one of Cornelius' most trusted advisors. However, the minister's plans are still in motion, and I can't really say any specifics. What I can say for sure is that he has more than a few contingencies in place to avoid this decision having any negative consequences to magical Britain in any way. He simply didn't publicize them because certain undesirable individuals would attempt to interfere." Harry pretended to be ashamed. "Oh, then I suppose me blurting out the possible solutions was a bad idea. Now everyone could know, especially since a lot of my classmates have family in the ministry and the Wisengamot. The entire thing probably spread all over the school." Umbridge paled at that. She probably didn't think this through. Harry knew perfectly what he was saying in the classroom and the consequences of giving suggestions the way he did. Even if it was a little speech around a few students, Fudge would be forced to pretend that he was planning on implementing one of the solutions Harry spoke of, to not look very incompetent. And that would cost gold. A lot of gold, really. Harry expected the DMLE's funding to skyrocket soon, which would increase the influence of one of Fudge's political rivals. Harry suppressed a smirk at Lucius Malfoy's gold being used to fund the Aurors that his master would fight against. He didn't expect Voldemort to be happy with the man, especially after the diary fiasco. Still, the woman was able to steel herself pretty quickly. She had to, especially with a career in politics. Her fear slowly morphed into anger, which Harry was able to analyze easily with his arcane hearing. She gave him a sickly sweet smile. "Now, on to the matter of your punishment, Mr. Smith." "I am being punished." "Well, of course, you disturbed my classroom and put the Ministry's authority into question. That is a punishable offense, don't you think? Harry really wanted to roll his eyes for the third time in just 5 minutes. The bitch was just being sadistic. No professor other than Snape, maybe would have punished a student for asking questions. But she was frustrated and wanted to take it out on the source of her anger, even if he didn't deserve it. He knew where this was going and decided to go with the flow. Already a small plan started to form inside his head. He could probably hit 3 birds with a single stone. He liked that. Of course, he pretended to be ashamed of his actions. Of course, Professor. I submit myself to whatever punishment you deem to be fit. Well, since this is only the first day of school, I'm going to be lenient. You will simply write a few lines. I believe you have an hour until your class with Professor Snape, correct? Harry nodded and took out his quill. Yes. Oh, you won't do it with your quill. You'll be using a special one of mine. Harry could hear the excitement at the thought of seeing him in pain. She opened one of her drawers and took out a long black quill that was unusually sharp. Harry immediately knew what it was. He could hear the malice used to create it in the first place. She gave him a sharp look. Now, I want you to write the Ministry's decision are beyond my judgment. How many times? He asked. Until the message sticks, of course. Oh, and don't worry, you won't need any ink. Harry looked at the black quill and used his arcane hearing on it. It was a curious thing, really, a cursed version of a blood quill. They were not supposed to really cut into people's hands, at least originally. They were actually designed to do the complete opposite of that, to sign agreements in blood without having any cuts. They were outlawed long ago alongside blood contracts after people just kept binding each other, which created an entire political mess. They were already pretty expensive back then. But after being banned, they became extremely so. This quill must have belonged to one of Umbridge's ancestors, something that she either refused or couldn't sell, and instead decided to curse into an instrument of torture than anything. Yet, Harry wasn't about to let someone have any of his blood. He discreetly transfigured one of his self-inking quills to look like the one Umbridge gave him and altered it slightly to make the ink red. With that done, he pretended that his arm hurt, and the woman just looked satisfied. Harry rolled his eyes and instead put an illusion of himself being in pain while enchanting the quill to write the lines on its own. After around half an hour, she turned to him and asked, "Hand?" Harry raised an eyebrow. "Why would you need to see my hands, Professor?" That seemed to confuse her to no end. "Do you wish to write even more lines, Mr. Smith? Give me your hands." Harry raised his unblemished hand, watching with satisfaction as the woman's face reddened in frustration when she realized nothing had happened. Her eyes narrowed, and she quickly strode forward, snatching the quill from the desk. "This isn't my quill. What did you do to it?" "Whatever do you mean, Professor?" Harry replied, his tone innocent. Her voice grew harsher. "You know exactly what I'm talking about, boy. Are you referring to that strange quill that cuts people and uses their blood as ink? That one?" "Yes," she hissed. Harry shrugged casually. "Never seen it in my life." Her face twisted in anger, and she raised her wand at him, but her hand froze in mid-air. Harry smiled calmly. Now. No need to get violent. I'll call the Aurors," she threatened, her voice low and dangerous. Harry tilted his head slightly, feigning curiosity. "And tell them what, exactly?" "I'm sorry, but I had this banned item that I cursed and planned to use on students to torture them during detention, but this boy somehow got hold of it." "What do you think they'd say? Who do you think they'd arrest, me, or you? And what would that do to Fudge's reputation? After all, you are his representative at Hogwarts. Every move you make must have his approval, right?" Her face contorted with rage. "Get out!" she barked. Harry's smirk grew wider as he leaned in slightly. "It's sad that you actually think you have any authority here. Your one play is gone. You'll never hurt anyone in this castle again. You won't hurt Harry Potter or his friends. We both know I could probably take you in a fight, and let's be honest, you're too broke to afford another cursed item to use on students." The defense professor stiffened, her eyes narrowing, and Harry continued, his voice soft but cutting. "Oh, did I strike a nerve? You are poor, aren't you? You probably found that quill somewhere, or maybe you even stole it. You can't even afford to replace it, can you? It's pathetic, clawing your way to the top while others, with more gold than you, were born into privilege. After all these years, you probably couldn't even buy a single cursed artifact. With each word, Harry subtly cast a compulsion charm, planting seeds of doubt and resentment deep within her mind. He knew she would feel the need to prove him wrong, to show she wasn't as poor as he implied. She would go to Gringotts over the weekend, then make her way to Nocturne Alley, intent on buying the most painful magical item she could afford, just to use it on him in another detention. It was so easy. She was too angry, too humiliated, too vindictive to even realize she was being manipulated. He honestly expected more from her, but to be perfectly fair, she was probably not used to people acting this way. She was a ministry worker and an administrator. There were rules that everyone followed and she relied on Fudge's protection when she broke those rules. She never really confronted someone like Harry, who could just ignore these rules and didn't care about making any future enemies. He didn't care that Umbridge would probably complain to Fudge about him being an enemy. Why would he? After all, he wasn't planning on staying in this dimension, was he? Why should he really care about angering some administrators? Harry shook his head in disappointment. Oh, look at the time. It wouldn't do to be late to Professor Snape's class, would it? I suppose you have a measure of luck. I heavily suggest that you don't push it. He turned, grabbed his bag and left towards the dungeons. He was smiling at the small piece of hair that he subtly cut from her while he was intimidating her. Yes, everything was going according to plan. He would probably be able to destroy the cup in the weekend. Harry hadn't really planned on breaking into Gringotts so early, but Umbridge was just so accommodating that he didn't have it in him to refuse her gracious sacrifice. He carefully put the hair in his trunk, in the Gryffindor common room, and walked down to the dungeons. From the looks of things, he was late. His classmates, Gryffindor and Slytherins alike, were sitting in pairs and looking at the professor. As for Snape, he was in the middle of a dramatic speech about their owls. The entire classroom, Snape included, turned to him at once. The potion master looked at him as if he was a stain on the floor, which Harry met with a smile. "You are late, Mr. Smith." Harry simply shrugged, his smile still on his face. "I'm sorry. There was this toad that asked me to find the perfect lily pad. It turns out, finding the right one is a lot harder than you'd think." The entire classroom froze at his frankly outrageous response. Even Snape looked surprised by Harry's audacity. "That will be 20 points from Gryffindor, Mr. Smith. Please take a seat next to Longbottom." Snape's lips curled into a thin, almost cruel smile as he continued, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "I'm sure sitting beside Mr. Longbottom will be a fitting experience for someone with your apparent talents." Neville whispered to him, "I'm sorry, mate." "You don't need to be sorry. Everything all right with Umbridge? Gran told me that she's pretty horrible." Harry gave him a smug smile. "Oh, she's horrid, but don't worry. Everything went perfectly. And, I'm not sure how I handled the conversation with Umbridge. I wanted Harry to essentially make her lose control and press her buttons enough that she wouldn't notice the compulsions to go to Gringotts. I don't know if it landed like I wanted it to, so please let me know what you think and if you have any suggestions." Chapter 321, of Investigative Bushes. September 5, 1995, Hogwarts, Earth 2. Hermione Granger watched as Harold Smith wrote down something in his notebook. He was completely ignoring Flitwick's explanation of the silencing charm. The boy casually pointed his wand at the frog in front of him, without even using the proper wand movements or incantation, and yet the frog's croaks became silent. He didn't even look at the animal, just at his notebook. He performed similar feats in every class, other than potions, of course, and it was driving her mad. No one was that good. No one could be that good. It was why Hermione thought that he was an imposter. An adult wizard, who already knew the spells required, would behave the same way. If that was the case, then he was a horrible infiltrator. Smith wasn't even pretending to struggle in his classes, which would have been what any infiltrator would do. He also wasn't using any polyjuice. She had seen him spend hours at a time without eating or drinking anything, but there were other ways to change one's appearance. She just hasn't found what Smith used yet. When Flitwick awarded Smith 10 more points for his feat, she had enough. She turned towards Harry and murmured, "Hey, can I use the Marauder's map?" "Why do you need it?" "I just saw something suspicious with Umbridge. I wanted to check on her." She didn't want to tell Harry that she was investigating Smith. They were strangely friendly. Harry always had a hard time speaking with people, and yet he somehow clicked with Smith. It was just odd, and one of the reasons she was investigating him in the first place. It was her duty as Harry's best friend, after all. To be fair, Harold already did a lot of good when he spoke up to Umbridge. 2 days later, the minister announced an increase in the budget of the DMLE, focusing on Auror training. Apparently, what he said got people thinking, and then they complained to their parents, who then complained to the ministry. It was funny that the events of a single classroom could affect the entire country in just a few days. Umbridge was in a particularly foul mood that day. She had even given Harry a detention for being distracted while reading her mind-numbing book. The crazy part was that Harold was writing in his notebook with his defense book closed at the time, and yet she didn't do anything. And what was even more odd was the fact that the professor scheduled his detention for the following week, not even during the weekend. Anyway, when they returned to the common room, Harry gave her the map and the cloak. She hid underneath the cloak and whispered, "I solemnly swear that I'm up to no good," while pointing her wand at the map. Ink spread out in the previously blank piece of parchment, revealing the map of Hogwarts. She looked carefully in the Gryffindor common room, and she saw his name, Harold Smith. Damn it! He wasn't lying about his name. But then again, it could be his real name and he's using it to infiltrate there. She groaned in disappointment and murmured, "Mischief managed." The map was a dead end. It wouldn't really reveal much. She was about to return the map and cloak to Harry, but she noticed that Smith and Neville were subtly walking out of the common room. Her curiosity got the better of her, and she followed them out. She was only doing this to protect Neville. That was exactly it. Her intentions were completely pure. Doing her best to stay silent, Hermione followed after them and saw Neville speak in a meek voice, "I don't think I can do it, Harold." "Oh, that didn't sound good." Thankfully, Harold answered him, "Maybe you're right, you can't. You have to try. You need to have more confidence in yourself. You know, confidence is a pretty important thing when it comes to magic." "Really?" The new student nodded, "Of course. There's a whole mess of arithmancy behind it, but what you feel is often mirrored in your magic. If you hesitate when you cast, the magic will be clumsy and possibly even misfire, even if you followed the instructions perfectly. But if you're sure of yourself, even if you made a small mistake, the spell will most likely just work. Of course, there's also the matter of your wand holding you back." "My wand?" For the first time, she noticed that Neville's tone turned harsh. "Yes. It's not yours. And my guess is that its wielder is still alive. I'm not an expert in wand lore, but I can tell you that using someone else's wand is a bad idea, unless you gain the ownership of the wand from them, of course." "Gaining ownership?" he muttered, looking confused. "If you beat someone in combat, like actual combat, not some competition, a wand can change its allegiance, submit to the new owner. It doesn't happen a lot, because people are often wary of using their enemy's wand, but there is proof of this phenomenon in history if you look for it." Neville's voice turned hesitant again, "It was my father's. And people have used legacy wands before. I thought as much. I know what happened to your parents, Neville. It is something I wouldn't wish on anyone, believe me. But despite all of this, your father is still alive. A legacy wand works because it doesn't have an owner. The wand in your hand has one. It will never accept you as long as your father still breathes, and you will never achieve your full potential with this wand holding you back. It just makes me close to him." Harold's tone turned comforting, "Come on, man. If you think about it, it's actually a good thing that the wand isn't yours." "How is that?" Neville answered with restrained anger. "Because it means that the wand recognizes that there's still something left of your father to be loyal to. It means that there might possibly be a way to save him and your mother. I could be wrong, but as long as this wand doesn't submit to you, you will have hope." That seemed to have struck him silent, before he slowly murmured, "You think so? Who knows? It could happen. It was honestly why I found it odd that you hated potions so much. It's possibly the field of magic that could help your parents to most. I know I would have been working on a cure the moment I got to Hogwarts. I was excited a bit, at first. But Snape. I just feel so useless." Harold nodded in agreement. "I did notice that your theory was pretty good. It's pretty connected to herbology, so I'm guessing it's why you like it so much. But you do mess up a lot in the actual brewing. You just forget a few steps or get a few things mixed up. Thanks for saving our potion, by the way. I know Snape wanted to punish you for being late by partnering you up with me. It was nothing, I'm kinda good at potion." Neville rolled his eyes, you literally added random ingredients to save the potion, and it worked, somehow. You're a miracle worker. I just wish Snape wasn't so. Snape. I guess. Harold snorted, I get your point with that. That guy is a massive arse. I'm guessing he was bullied as a student and now he takes it out on other students. Pretty childish, in my opinion, and he shouldn't really have become a professor with that attitude, but you need to realize something very important. He can't do anything to you, not really. His whole scary persona is just that, a persona and nothing more. He can't hurt you without ending up in trouble. Now, what I'm most concerned about is Umbridge. She doesn't seem to have the same restraint. What happened in your detention? People have been talking but no one said anything. The new student released a chuckle, oh, that. She tried having me write lines with a cursed quill. I just stole the quill and didn't give it back. You're joking. Neville exclaimed. I'm really not. When she said that she'd call the Aurors, I just said that she'll need to say what I stole. She kinda shut up after that. It was a pretty expensive thing too. Still, I can see her trying this again with someone else. So, try to avoid getting any detention with her. Hermione logged that small piece of information. She would need to tell Harry about it, that's for sure. He needed to be warned, especially if he could find proof that she was using something illegal or unethical to punish her students. But something else also rattled in Hermione's mind. What happened to Neville's parent? It was obviously a bit of a sore point for the boy, and from the sounds of it, it was something terrible. They weren't dead, so that was good at least, right? Still, she wasn't making any headway with her investigation. Smith was surprisingly nice to Neville, pretty understanding even, but there was something still wrong. She could feel it in her gut. Deciding that she would apologize to Neville later, she cast a small compulsion charm on Neville, getting him to ask, "What about your notebook? What are you constantly writing there?" "Don't worry, it's not a diary or something. It's a bit of a challenge, you see. My mother hid most of her stuff before she died. I think it's in some kind of hidden vault of some kind. I think she wanted me to make a spell that would open it. She was always like this, you see. She constantly made these little tests when I was young. This isn't exactly something new, but it's far more difficult than I expected. I'm making some headway, but I keep a log of everything in this notebook in case I make a mistake and need to retrace my work. I'm about halfway done, I think." Neville's voice softened. "Your mom died?" "Yes, just a few months ago. I'm sad, but it wasn't exactly a shock. She was hit with a curse a few years back and we knew that it was coming. Still, it's a bit of a dick move to hide everything just before she died. I thought you would have been more broken up about it." Harold sighed. "We all deal with grief differently. This puzzle is my mother's last legacy, her last goodbye. She wasn't perfect, I know that, and more importantly, I accept that. She failed me in many ways just like I failed her in others. I will miss her. I think her puzzle was a way to distract me from grieving too much. Who knows? I gave up understanding what happened in her mind a very long time ago." Neville patted his back and Harold's expression morphed into a smile. "Well, enough of this gloomy crap. Wanna go back to the common room?" "Nah, I need to send a letter to someone first." Neville gave him a weird smile. "Who?" "Just a friend of my mother's. He's taking care of our dog, you see. We couldn't really take him to Hogwarts. I think my mother hid something in that necklace we got him. She was the one who enchanted it, so who knows." "Fine. Are we still on for tomorrow, right?" Harold nodded. "I can give you your potion lesson at 8. I should be finished with my stuff by then." "What stuff?" "Oh, nothing much, I'm just trying to find a cup." Neville gave the new student an incredulous look. "A cup? There are hundreds of them in the Great Hall." "Sure, there are. But I'm looking for a very specific one. He's pretty important. I think I know where it is, but I'm leaving a bit of time in case I'm wrong." "And what's so special about this mysterious cup?" Smith snorted. "Lots. After all, it's a pretty old cup." He didn't say anything else on the matter and Neville sighed. "You're not going to say anything more about that, are you?" "Of course not. Where's the fun in that?" "Let's just get to the Olori," Neville replied with a defeated tone. Hermione couldn't help but feel conflicted. She hadn't really gotten the information that she wanted, but she had gotten enough to feel bad about her spying. Maybe Smith wasn't a spy. There was still something off with him, but she didn't know if she had it in her to intrude in his personal matters again. He had said a lot of personal stuff to Neville. Smith obviously liked to play the mystery angle, especially since he told Neville so easily about the notebook, but not Hermione. He was probably doing the same about the cup thing too. No, she would just keep a close eye on him, just from afar. If he did anything suspicious once more, she would catch him. After all, she could just use the map to see his comings and goings. Hermione only hoped that she was doing the right thing. All she wanted to do was to protect Harry, after all. Unfortunately for her, she failed to notice the slightly smug, knowing, and satisfied look on Smith's face as she walked back to the common room. This chapter kind of feels like a filler. I wasn't really planning on making it, but I had a bit of fun writing a chapter where Harry essentially gaslights Hermione who's trying to be sneaky. I thought about making a confrontation between Harry and Snape, but it just felt a bit unnecessary and would have made Harry look like an insolent guy. I have something better planned for later. Anyway, there are a few hints on what will happen next in the chapter. As usual, please let me know what you think and if you have any suggestions. Chapter 322, The Grimness of Hounds. September 12, 1995, London, Earth 2. Sirius Black knew that he wasn't exactly the best portrayal of sanity ever since he escaped Azkaban. Oh, he was much better than he used to be when he just escaped. Honestly, looking back, he had no idea what he was aiming to achieve on that front. He had simply seen Wormtail in the Daily Prophet and just wanted to kill him, ignoring everything else. After all, this was the traitor. The man who killed James, who killed Lily, who framed Sirius. He needed to have his revenge. It was his right. Maybe focusing on killing the rat was a bad idea, especially since he could have done much with his newfound freedom. A simple letter to McGonagall would have done the job. Sure, she would have taken it with a grain of salt, but she had nothing to lose by just checking. In a way, it was this obsession that both saved and doomed him. The prospect of revenge was enough to give him enough willpower to escape Azkaban, but it clouded his judgment. He must have looked like a serial killer when he escaped. It was honestly baffling that Harry even left him time to defend himself. Even if the rat escaped, seeing Harry properly and talking to him had cleared his mind. On that fateful night, Sirius vowed to be the best godfather he could to Harry, especially since Dumbledore failed to protect him like he was supposed to. Not that Sirius had done a better job. His godson ended up fighting a dragon, almost drowned in the Black Lake, and was kidnapped and tortured by a newly resurrected Lord Voldemort, escaping with the skin of his teeth. Which ended up with him hosting the newly gathered Order of the Phoenix in his family home. He hated this place. It reminded him of his horrid mother, his distant father, and Reggie. He was the perfect little pureblood heir, the one that everyone always called the black heir that should have been. And what happened to him then? He died, unremembered, at his precious master's hands. His mother must have been so proud, may her soul rot in hell. He just felt stifled, and Dumbledore was starting to really grate on him. The constant dismissal of anything Sirius said, in his own home no less, was just rude. The man refused to let him out of his sight, refused to allow him to leave his house, where a bad memory sprung up with every gaze he took. Sirius was a man of action at heart and telling him to stay put was just against his nature. Yet, he did so for his godson. That was what Dumbledore always said, we're only doing this for Harry. Was it no wonder that the moment he received that letter, he was filled his doubts. Sirius eyed the piece of parchment in his hand. He was already wary about its content. Dear Snuffles. It's been too long since you've stretched your legs, hasn't it? I can only imagine how restless you must be feeling, trapped in that old house with nothing but memories to keep you company. Your Prongslet will need more than just hope in the days ahead. There is a way to help him, to spare him from the path that lies before him. But it requires more than just sitting on the sidelines. Remember, Snuffles, in solemn times, the world holds its breath, and if you truly seek what your heart desires for him, and for yourself, you know the words that will unlock the path ahead. However, it is one that you must tread alone. A friend. The letter had been a huge red flag. For one, Snuffles was the nickname that only Harry and his friends knew about, and also the fact that they knew that he was staying in his family home. He had almost sent the letter straight to Dumbledore, but he knew deep in his gut, that the man would exclude him from it again. He needed to know, to understand who it was that knew so much about him. It had taken him embarrassingly long for him to unlock the letter's secrets. The way the word solemn was used was pretty unusual. He had done it as a joke, more than anything. Without really thinking about it, he muttered the words that had been a part of him for so long, words that once opened the way to countless secrets. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. As soon as the last word left his lips, the back of the letter began to shift. Lines crisscrossed the parchment, forming a small, intricate map. At the bottom, written in the same careful script, was a date and a time, which brought him to a pub on this wonderful night. He was watching the entrance in his animagus form for hours, trying to figure out who had sent him the letter. So far, he had seen no familiar faces, not that it was any guarantee since polyjuice and glamour charms were a thing. His entire canine body froze when he heard a cough behind him. He turned and saw a boy around his godson's age giving him an amused smile. "Hello, Mr. Black. I believe it would be more constructive for our conversation if we were to speak as humans, don't you?" Sirius hadn't even heard him with his enhanced senses, and that freaked him out. Still, he morphed back to his human form and gave the young man a sheepish look. "Well, I had to make sure that I wasn't stepping into a trap. Wormtail is working for Voldemort. They probably already know about your animagus form. Lucky for you, I'm not here to hurt you in the slightest. Why don't you walk with me?" Sirius followed him a bit as they walked in silence in the middle of London. "Who are you?" "Harold Smith. I go to school with your godson. I am here because I believe you can help me in killing Voldemort." Sirius snorted at that. "Don't you think others haven't tried that? The guy is immortal, only Dumbledore can stop him. I haven't had a crack at him yet." The dog animagus was amused more than anything. "So, you're saying that you, a teenager, want to go after one of the worst Dark Lords in history? Believe me, I fought the guy. He was a fucking monster. I saw him once kill 5 guys with a single killing curse. 1 fucking killing curse. I didn't think that was even possible. James and I barely escaped with our lives that day. Well, if I don't beat him, then Harry will have to. It's prophecies to happen after all. So, are you telling me that you want the boy to fight him? He's a good guy, pretty nice even if he has a bit of a temper on him. But he's kind and a bit naive, but that's part of his charm, isn't it? I kinda like him, but I don't think he's anywhere near ready to fight Voldemort." "What do you know about the prophecy?" Sirius asked, panicked. "I know all of it if that's what you're worried about. It's nothing really game-changing. There is going to be a fight between Harry and Voldemort and only one of them will come out alive. It doesn't guarantee his victory or anything. It doesn't change anything since Voldemort actively wants to kill Harry and doesn't want anyone else to kill him. Inevitably, the two will fight, and one of them will win. Call me dubious, but I don't think Harry could beat the guy, especially with his immortality thing going on." The dog animagus couldn't help but be unsettled by the prophecy. If the boy was telling the truth, then the prophecy was pretty useless. That meant that Dumbledore was using it as a way to lure Voldemort into the open somehow. He was tricking everyone, members of the Order and Death Eaters alike, by pretending that this was his ace in the hole. No wonder he didn't share the contents. It didn't really change anything. Voldemort was always going to try to kill Harry, even if the damn thing didn't exist, if only to destroy a symbol that people might rely on, or to destroy any doubts about his power from his own followers. "And you can?" Sirius answered with a dry tone. "I have already done more than Dumbledore ever did to kill the monster. I'm just being subtle about it." "Well, he looks pretty damn alive right about now. I'm trying to unravel his immortality. It's why I sent you that letter, after all." "You know how he's immortal?" Sirius asked with a surprised voice. This was literally the first lead they had on how to permanently kill the monster. Maybe this wouldn't be a waste of time, after all. "Yes. Voldemort created something called horcruxes. Do you know what those are?" The former prisoner tried to think back on the word and shook his head. "No. I'm not really surprised. I don't think even your family would sink so low. Anyway, the idea behind horcruxes is pretty simple. It was created by this guy called Herpo the Foul, some Dark Lord in ancient Greece, where he modified the ancient Egyptian phylactery, creating a ritual to bypass the dangers of someone getting a hand on it. Instead of putting his entire soul inside an object, he split it, with a part of it living inside him, and a part of it staying in the object, acting as an anchor should he die. It's a pretty horrible thing since you'd be splitting your entire being apart, but it's pretty effective." Sirius couldn't help but be horrified by the idea of someone performing this ritual. Voldemort created a horcrux then. We only have to destroy it to make him mortal. No, he created 7, Smith simply stated. 7. He exclaimed. Yes. It's no wonder he became a mad monster. He made the first one at 16, I think. It's pretty depressing when you realize he ruined his life out of fear of death while he was still a teenager. How do we find them? Smith shrugged, 4 have already been destroyed. I destroyed 3, and your godson destroyed 1 when he was 12. It was a diary that possessed the Weasley girl and opened the Chamber of Secrets. I don't know if he told you about that or not. Harry did, in fact, tell Sirius about it during the summer. He wanted to hex Dumbledore then and there. A basilisk. A fucking basilisk. Was the headmaster out of his mind? Still, he couldn't help but be curious. What about the 3 you destroyed? I found 1 in his old family home and 1 in a secret room in Hogwarts. The other one was a bit more troublesome. I had to break into Gringotts, the Lestrange Vault to be precise, to get it. It's why I'm on a bit of a time crunch. The moment the goblins realize that someone broke into one of their most secure vaults, Voldemort will break his Death Eaters out of Azkaban, and get one of the Lestranges to verify that the cup wasn't stolen. You broke into Gringotts. How the fuck did you manage that? How did no one even notice? The boy shrugged in reply, I'm just built different. Anyway, it's such a shame that the Lestrange family is left with just a small pile of gold after their immense fortune. Sirius ended up cackling at the thought, Bella is going to be so angry. I wonder what she'll do if she realizes that the family she married into is now fucking destitute. As amusing as this is, there is a reason I contacted you in the first place. You see, I tracked down one of the horcruxes to an old cave filled with inferi, only to realize that it was replaced with a fake. Imagine my surprise when there was also a hidden fuck you letter from your brother that he sent beyond the grave. With a little investigation, I found out that his elf was there, creature, I think, and that he had the horcrux. And since it's kinda troublesome to break into a Fidelius charm without anyone noticing, I thought I'd just ask. Reggie? He turned on Voldemort. Sirius asked pleadingly. Yes, the letter says that he realized just how much of a monster Voldemort was, especially when he found out about the horcruxes. He probably thought there was only one and that he was doing the world a favor by stealing it. Sirius wanted to believe the boy, he really did. But using his brother like that was a sore point. And when he was distressed, the last black tended to get angry. The dog Animagus pointed his wand at the boy and snarled in anger, if you've been lying about my brother. Smith didn't seem impressed and just raised an eyebrow, all I was going to ask was for you to summon the elf. It's not really that unreasonable. Then again, you were always a rash person. I suppose I don't really have a reason to hide, do I? Not to you of all people. Sirius was about to question that last statement, however, the moment the boy's sentence ended, his face started to morph slowly. His hair turned black, and his eyes turned green. He looked slightly more different, but the similarity was there. The boy looked exactly like his godson, Harry. How? Hello, Sirius. It's a long story, but why don't we start by summoning creature? I'll explain after I destroyed the damn thing. The dog Animagus numbly nodded and lowered his wand, still trying to figure out what the fuck was going on. So, I made a bit of progress on that front. I decided not to write a Gringotts chapter since it would have been a rehash of the heist a few chapters back. I know some of you won't like the fact that I got Harry to reveal himself to Sirius, but it's sort of the only opportunity to have a proper interaction between the two in the story. Plus, it will be funny to see Sirius react to the differences between the two worlds. In terms of plot, it does also make sense. Sirius is an easy way to get to the locket without taking some serious risks, and he's pretty frustrated with Dumbledore and the Order in general, enough to make an offer of sparing Harry the horrors of fighting a war look appealing, even if it's from a stranger with a familiar face. I still don't know if everything came out like I wanted it to in this chapter. As usual, please let me know what you think and if you have any suggestions. Chapter 323, Hounding Truths. September 12, 1995, London, Earth 2. Hello, Sirius. It's a long story, but why don't we start by summoning Creaker? I'll explain after I destroyed the damn thing. The dog Animagus numbly nodded and lowered his wand, still trying to figure out what the fuck was going on. Harry knew that he could have been a bit gentler with the reveal, especially considering just how unstable Sirius Black's psyche was. To be completely fair, he did spend over a decade being in one of the worst cells in Azkaban, constantly hounded by Dementors, sucking whatever positive emotions he had left after the death of his best friend. The decision to trust Sirius was surprisingly an easy one. He was distrustful of the Order because of how they were treating his godson. He also hated Voldemort and his Death Eaters with a passion, and he cared far more about his godson than he did about Dumbledore's and Voldemort's plans. If there was a chance to get his godson to be safe, to not fight a war against a far more powerful student, then he would take it without a second of thought. Sirius Black was in the perfect place at the perfect time and had the ideal motivation to not babble about Harry's plans. Harry gave Sirius a look. "Call Creaker, please." The dog Animagus grumbled, "Fine." Creaker. With a pop, a house elf appeared in front of them. Creaker appeared with a pop, his small, hunched figure draped in a dirty rag that looked more like an old dishcloth than clothing. His large, droopy ears twitched as he eyed Sirius with a mix of irritation and reluctant obedience. His beady eyes flicked briefly to Harry before settling back on Sirius, his lips curling into a faint sneer. "Master calls," Creaker grumbled, his voice raspy and laced with bitterness. "Oh, naughty master, thinking he can just go wandering about." Creaker knew this would happen. Yes, he did. And what would those other blood traitors say? Oh, they'll call him reckless. Yes, they will. Foolish, thinking he can do as he pleases, just like the rest of them. The Order, always meddling, always thinking they know best. Creaker's muttering faded into a stream of low complaints, but his disapproving glare remained fixed on Sirius. Harry couldn't help but be impressed by the elf's muttering. Creaker definitely knew how to push Sirius buttons. He was never the sanest elf out there when Arcturus introduced them, but he was respectful and tried to be pretty helpful. Before Sirius could blow up at the elf, Harry knelt down and gave the elf a kindly look. "Hello, Creaker." The blood traitor greets Creaker. Mistress would have had his hide if he answered back. Yes, she would. He looks like the Potter boy, yet he is not. That's a very good guess, Creaker. You always were a smart elf. But I asked Sirius here to call you about something very important. You see, it's about the locket that Regulus gave you. Creaker froze, his beady eyes narrowing as he stared at Harry with suspicion. For a moment, it looked like he was caught off guard, but then he quickly shook his head, his voice rising in a sharp denial. No, Creaker doesn't know about any locket. Creaker has nothing that belonged to young Master Regulus. Lies, filthy lies, trying to trick poor Creaker, oh yes. Harry didn't back down. He leaned in a little closer, his voice calm but with a deliberate edge. You see, Creaker, I know the truth. I know that Regulus, your beloved master, ordered you to take him to a very dark place. A cave, hidden away, where the Dark Lord kept something very precious. He made you drink that horrible potion, didn't he? To get the locket. It was the only way. Creaker's eyes widened slightly, and he took a small step back as if the memory itself had a physical presence. His hands trembled, clutching at the ragged cloth he wore. Harry pressed on, his tone softening but still firm. And Regulus, he was so brave, wasn't he? He drank that potion, knowing what it would do, just so he could take the locket and stop the Dark Lord. But then, the lake. Those terrible creatures, they dragged him under, didn't they? He sacrificed himself, Creaker. And his last command to you, the one you followed so faithfully, was to take that locket and destroy it. But you couldn't, could you? Creaker's lip quivered, his eyes glistening with the beginnings of tears. He shook his head again, but it was weaker this time, more like he was trying to convince himself than Harry. The elf's knees wobbled, and he let out a low, pitiful wail, the sound of years of guilt and grief bubbling up to the surface. Harry placed a gentle hand on Creaker's shoulder, feeling the frail bones beneath his thin skin. You don't have to carry this burden alone, Creaker. I can destroy it. Right now, just like Regulus wanted. You'd be fulfilling his last wish, finally bringing him peace. Creaker's wail subsided into a series of quiet, shuddering sobs. He looked up at Harry, his eyes filled with a desperate hope that had been buried for far too long. After a moment of hesitation, he gave a small, reluctant nod, before popping away. When he turned, Harry noticed that Sirius was giving him a complicated look. You were telling the truth. I didn't think you'd be this manipulative. I'm not the Harry you know, Sirius. I thought you'd have understood that by now. Sirius' eyes widened. Oh, are you from the future and traveled back in time to save the world and make the love of your life fall in love with you once more? Harry stiffened. What the fuck are you on about? Are you nuts? Hey, those were Andromeda's favorite books, you know. She always liked them for some reason. The younger wizard rolled his eyes. Traveling to the past, especially one that changes events, is impossible. I'm from another universe, you idiot, an alternate plane of existence. I came here by accident, not for some weird plan to save the world. Sirius deflated a bit before grinning. How are you sure that you're in a different universe? Well, for one thing, Neville Longbottom is the boy who lived, not me. Harry parted his messy hair to show his forehead. See, no scar. That seemed to stun the older wizard more than anything. So, are James and Lily? The man didn't look like he wanted to finish his question, and Harry decided not to make him do it. Yeah, Dad's dead. He died in Godric's Hollows a few days after his did in this universe. My mother is kinda complicated. Nevertheless, I still stayed in Surrey with my aunt's family, even if they weren't as horrible as they were to your Harry. They were a bit neglectful, with a few comments then and there, but not anywhere near your godson. Honestly, Harry thought that the horcrux in his counterpart's scar must have been responsible for his relatives' behavior. The way they aggressively treated him, even if they hated him, was a bit on the nose. It was too much, too unnatural, for normal people to react this way. It was possible that the horcrux essentially enhanced what was already there, making them more aggressive with their hatred. So, I went to Azkaban there too. Harry snorted. No, you weren't. Actually, Azkaban was destroyed by a vampire attack under Grindelwald's orders a couple of years back. No, you, my dear godfather, turned insane and became a serial killer, then tried to hunt me down because you had an obsession with my mother. Not that I blame you, Lily Evans is a fucking bitch. Harry, I'm sure you're overblowing things. Lily was one of the kindest people I have ever met. In my world, she killed her husband in the back to power a ritual that misfired and wiped Godric's Hollows from the ground. Sure, she killed the Lestranges and Crouch Jr. in the meantime, but she killed thousands of people for that. She's also the one who got me in this mess. That seemed to stun the dog animagus to no end, and Harry sighed. Look, I understand that it's difficult to process, but people across dimensions are not the same. For one, I was sorted in Slytherin, and my counterpart is in Gryffindor. In my world, Grindelwald led the underworld in Europe while pretending to be a prisoner in Nurmengard. Albus Dumbledore was thrown out of Hogwarts for trying to kill students whom he found to be nuisances. Hermione Granger, your godson's friend, became a spy for the Unspeakables since they held her soul hostage in a phylactery. My world is entirely different from yours. The dog animagus relaxed. No offense, but your world is fucking insane. Harry grinned. Yeah, it is. So, why are you helping Harry then? Why are you going after Voldemort? With a sigh, he replied, I'm trying to replicate the events that got me here. I'm making headway in that regard, but one of the most important aspects was the fact that a prophecy was broken in the middle of it. Your godson has a prophecy on him, one that I know is a true one. So, what if I broke it? What if I killed Voldemort, someone who has never been marked by the prophecy? If Voldemort dies at someone other than your godson's hands, then the prophecy will be broken and the ritual to get me home could work. Sirius snarled, it's always about that fucking prophecy. Look, I'm probably the only one that wants your godson to be safe and can actually achieve this. Most of your people are terrified of Voldemort, and Dumbledore is playing the long game, with my counterpart working as either a weapon or a sacrificial lamb. I can end it all in practically no time. You think you can beat Voldemort? You're 15, for Merlin's sake. Harry snorted at that. I'm actually 14, but like I said, we grew up in different dimensions and I'm built different. Sirius didn't really have the chance to reply because Creaker popped back with a familiar locket in hand. The old elf's fingers were curled tightly around it, like he didn't want to let go, but knew he had to. His eyes were still wet, but there was a new look in them, something like determination, maybe even a bit of pride. He held the locket out towards Harry, his hand shaking slightly as he did. Creaker has brought it, the locket of Master Regulus, he said quietly, his voice shaky but clear. It was obvious that this was a big deal for him, like he was finally letting go of something that had weighed him down for years. Harry took the locket carefully and placed it on the ground. Using the only words he learned in Parseltongue from copying Longbottom's magic when he uttered them, he hissed at it to open. As the locket opened, Harry didn't give it the chance to do anything and just slammed his basilisk fang into it, releasing a loud scream and a cloud of black smoke. He thanked the privacy charms that he put in place discreetly when he started his conversation with Sirius. He gave the broken locket to Creaker's trembling hand. Regulus' last command has now been fulfilled. Thank you, stranger. Creaker will forever be in your debt. You can settle the debt right now if you want. All I ask is that you never speak about me or what happened tonight. I want you to respect your master a bit more. After all, I would have never fulfilled Regulus' wish without his consent first. And finally, I want you to clean up your residence. From what I have heard, it's currently in a pitiful state, and it wouldn't do to dishonor House Black by keeping it like that. It will be done, stranger, the elf muttered before popping. Sirius looked at Harry with a strange look on his face before shaking his head. Well, we just killed a piece of Voldemort's soul. That, alone, makes you good in my books. Say, I'm curious, if your father died, and my counterpart is a serial killer, what happened to Wormtail and Moony? Nothing that interesting. Wormtail lived as a rat for a while before being blackmailed by Dumbledore for his freedom. I tricked him into forever serving my best friend by manipulating a blood oath. Moony is also a creep who is also obsessed with my mother. Apparently, she was able to alter the werewolf curse after some research, making the transformation voluntary and the disease not being able to be transmitted. Sirius snorted, ignoring the lycanthropy cure thing. We're a sad bunch in every universe, hey? Now, the important part would be that none of them taught you about your legacy as a marauder, hey? Even if you're not from this universe, it's my responsibility to teach you about that. Harry raised an eyebrow. What are you getting at? Tell me, Harry, what do you feel about becoming an animagus? This was a fun chapter to write, even if I don't know if it came out like I wanted it to. I thought it was a good way to destroy Locket without too much fanfare while having Creaker essentially confirm Harry's story. It was surprisingly fun to just surprise Sirius again and again with how insane Harry's world became. Anyway, as usual, let me know what you think and if you have any suggestions. Chapter 324, Potions Mishap. September 30, 1995, Hogwarts, Earth 2. Harry Potter watched as Harold grabbed Neville's plant for the fourth time in 15 minutes and gave him an indulgent smile. It came as a bit of a surprise when they realized that the new student was some kind of secret potion master, which for some reason was driving Snape insane. Well, Harry knew why it was doing so. Harold just fixed most of Neville's mistakes right after they happened, with a weird mix of ingredients that Hermione kept saying was something only a master of the craft could do. It was weird how over the course of a single month, Neville started to be more confident, even if potions making was still not his favorite class. Snape had found himself unable to use Neville as a stress ball, and Harold's supposed punishment for his joke on his first day simply didn't work. Still, Harry couldn't help but feel a little jealous at seeing just how much care Harold was putting into making Neville a competent brewer. He overheard the new student asking, "Neville, what are you trying to do?" "I'm just following the instructions." The shy boy stuttered back. "Sure, but which instruction exactly?" "Adding in the syrup of hellebore." Harold gave him another smile. "And what do you know about hellebore, the plant I mean?" Neville immediately perked up. "It's a poisonous plant that's often used in potion making, particularly in calming drafts and sleeping potions. Hellebore is known for its deep green, almost black leaves and its bright, star-shaped flowers. It grows best in cool, shaded areas, and it prefers moist, well-drained soil. The plant contains toxic alkaloids, which can have both medicinal and harmful effects depending on how it's prepared." Harold nodded approvingly. "Good. And what about its effects when used in potions?" Neville hesitated for a moment before responding. "Hellebore is primarily used to induce calm or sleep, but in higher doses, it can be dangerous, leading to paralysis or even death. It's important to use the right amount and know how to counteract its effects if something goes wrong." "Exactly," Harold said, his tone encouraging. "Now, tell me, what was one of the main ingredients in that potion we're brewing, right now?" Neville looked at the notes and then replied, "Unicorn horn, porcupine quills, and moonstone." "And what can unicorn horn act like in potions?" Harold asked. "A mild antidote," Neville answered slightly more confidently than before. Harold gave a satisfied nod before asking, "And what's the rule when mixing ingredients with opposite properties, say like a poisonous plant and a general antidote?" Neville recited, "If they're soluble, you should cut the heat, but if they can't be mixed easily, it's best to put in some mild heat. This helps to stabilize the potion since mixing opposite elements can be tricky and might cause the potion to become unstable, he then stiffened, like unicorn horn and hellebore syrup. I forgot to remove the heat, didn't I? Harold gave the shy boy a proud smile. Exactly. Over time, these instincts should come naturally to you. Now, try to continue the potion. The boy who lived tuned out the rest of their conversation and couldn't help but feel slightly envious of Neville. He wished he had someone like that, who was patient enough to get him to properly understand magic. Instead of grumbling, he tried to look back at his potion and stiffened when he realized that either he or Ron must have made a mistake, since the potion, a supposed draught of peace, shouldn't look like glowing purple sludge. It didn't make sense, they only had to leave it to simmer for 10 minutes, and everything looked fine. He looked around and saw Malfoy giving him a smug smile. Oh, the bastard must have thrown something in his potion. He really should have paid more attention to his surroundings. Snape walked up to them with a vicious smile on his face. Weasley, Potter. I see you still cannot grasp the basics of potion brewing. Even after 5 years, you still manage to surprise me with the breadth of your incompetence. This will be another 0. You've been collecting quite a few of them this year, haven't you? Harry clenched his fists, knowing that there was nothing he could do or say to make the situation better. The potion master grinned slightly and moved over to Seamus and Dean's potion. With Snape having vanished his potion, there wasn't really anything to do until the end of class, so, Harry just watched what happened around him. He noticed that Malfoy, who noticed that Snape was turning his back to him, had decided to throw something in Neville's cauldron. Harry was about to warn his housemates, only for Harold to sneakily wave his wand, getting Malfoy's hand to twitch and send it flying towards Goyle's potion, which Snape was expecting. Immediately, the potion started to glow and exploded in Snape's face, although the potion master managed to somehow evade most of the blast. Goyle wasn't so lucky and was sent flying back. Of course, hundreds of droplets of the potion flew in the air and contaminated most of the other potions, creating a small cascade of failures and unpredictable effects. Snape growled at the chaos and with a wave of his wand, vanished all of the affected potions and repaired the classroom. He turned towards Crabbe and spoke up, "Take Mr. Goyle to the infirmary." He then turned towards the classroom and spoke in a very even tone, "Who threw this?" Harry hadn't noticed him holding the small remains of a dung bomb in his hands. Had Malfoy actually tried to throw a fucking explosive in someone else's potion? He then looked around the classroom without even blinking. Even with soot covering most of his face, everyone was intimidated. He looked for an answer and for some reason, the man flinched slightly when he met Harold's gaze, but then he continued to look around until he saw Malfoy. He then continued with a harsh whisper, "Everyone out." They all left only for Snape to grab Malfoy back. "Not you." Was Snape actually going to punish a Slytherin of all people? That hadn't happened in all the time Harry had spent in the castle. Still, he shut up and exited the classroom alongside Ron. Hermione met them outside with a frown on her face. What happened? Malfoy tried to throw a dung bomb in Harold's potion, but his hand twitched and he ended up hitting Goyle's instead. That was very dangerous. A dung bomb of all things. Harry nodded. Yet, he always stuck to small potion ingredients before. He threw one and ruined my potion. But I think he's been having a bad time in Slytherin because of what Harold did to him and the rest of their Quidditch team, so he escalated. Ron was snickering. "I say it's a good thing. Malfoy's been very smug ever since you know who came back. It's time for him to taste his own medicine. And you can't say it wasn't funny to see Snape's face being blown up by a potion. This is no joking matter, Ronald. Goyle could have seriously been hurt." Harold came behind him. "Granger has a point here. This could have ended very badly and could have had some very unpredictable consequences. Unless, of course, someone knew exactly the state of the potion and could calculate the small interaction with the dung bomb, including the effects of an explosion, of course." Hermione was giving him an odd look. "You did that?" "Of course not. Who could possibly do that in less than 2 seconds? I was just joking, you know. Honestly, Snape did the right thing by punishing Malfoy. This was completely reckless, even if his hand happened to twitch and throw the dung bomb into one of the few potions in the classroom that wouldn't have resulted in a very violent explosion." Harry decided to change the subject, especially considering the way Hermione's face was turning redder with every sentence. "Speaking of explosions, did you guys notice that Umbridge has been on a hair trigger lately? The boy who lived did his best not to blow up in Umbridge's class. After a few near misses, Harold taught him a small spell that got you to literally not hear a certain person. He just cast it on himself, making him unable to hear Umbridge's voice in every single one of her classrooms. So far, he was able to avoid any detentions, not that he was really afraid of them. She kept sending them to Filch, for some reason. Honestly, ever since Harold's detention with her, the woman was practically jumping at shadows. For one, she completely ignored the new student in her classroom, even if he wasn't even taking her assigned book from his school bag. Harold snorted at that. Well, hypothetically speaking, if she was spending a small fortune on cursed objects to use on students during detention, and someone somehow made them disappear every night, despite any security measures she took in place, I could understand her anger and frustration. Imagine all that gold down the drain and her sadism unfulfilled, without even being able to tell the Aurors since the stolen items are illegal. The boy who lived couldn't help but snort at that. You didn't? Of course, I didn't. How could I possibly know any of this? This is just me being silly, of course. But for real, the woman is about to burst, and I'd expect her to do something very drastic very soon. Ron looked thoughtful. Do you think Percy knows something? You remember the letter he sent me last night, right? About things changing in Hogwarts and advising me to get closer to Umbridge. Harry did remember the letter. It had made him far angrier than he thought it should have. He had never been really close to Percy, but they had been on good terms. He knew that he called his parents traitors and fools, but he never thought he'd actually tell Ron to not be friends with him. That had hurt him more than anything else. Hermione, for some reason, chose to change the subject once more by asking Harold questions about potion interactions. It was honestly pretty weird how good of a teacher he was, and how knowledgeable he was on the subject. For some reason, seeing Harold made him feel inadequate. He felt like this should have been what he was like, or better yet, what more people expected him to be like. It was talking to a young Albus Dumbledore. He knew more about magic than even Hermione, and she probably surpassed most Newt students in terms of knowledge and probably inhaled half of the school library. The way he fought, and how casual he was during the fight, made him feel untouchable. It was the same thing with Umbridge and Snape. He didn't even seem fazed when they spoke to him, despite their reputations. He was well-liked, clever, witty, and definitely powerful, and Harry couldn't help but feel inferior. Around halfway through their way to the common room, he turned towards Harold and asked, "Hey, can I talk to you in private?" Ron and Hermione gave him some questioning looks, but he just shook his head. Ron scratched the back of his head awkwardly. "We'll meet you in the common room, mate," before walking away. Harry motioned the new student to follow him, and they stopped in one of the empty wings of the castle. Harold snorted at the situation. "Are you planning on kidnapping me or something? Please teach me." Harold furrowed his eyebrow. "Teach you what? Ever since you sat with Neville, he's been getting a lot better in all of his classes and you know how to duel and everything. Please teach me to be like you." The new student gave him a weird look. "Harry, no offense, but you'll never be like me, and you shouldn't. Don't try to be someone else, just do your best to be yourself and you'll be fine." "What about dueling lessons? Please?" Harry asked, his voice leaking desperation. Harold sighed and nodded. "Fine. This will be your first lesson." Before he could reply, gravity seemed to have reversed itself, and Harry was pulled away to the side. Instead of hitting the wall violently, he seemed to melt into the wall and he found himself falling from the sky and yelled out, "Arresto momentum!" He stopped falling just a few inches from the ground, before falling once with a thud. "Harold, what the fuck are you doing?" Now, Harry," a familiar voice answered back, making him shiver in fear. "Did you forget about little old me?" Lord Voldemort stood before him, with his glowing red eyes and serpentine face. He was grinning maliciously and continued, "You escaped our last duel through pure blind luck. There are no portkeys this time and none of my annoying little followers. Let's see if you can last longer than your father, hey!" He jumped to the side to barely dodge the bright green jet of green light that was coming at him. Holy shit, what the fuck was going on? I wanted to have a few more Neville/Harry interactions and have a classroom with how I always pictured Snape, a competent but petty potion master with very little patience, who actively antagonized Harry Potter at every possible chance but would still prioritize his students' safety if it came down to it. As usual, please let me know what you think and if you have any suggestions. Chapter 325, Reality and Illusions. September 30, 1995, Hogwarts, Earth 2. You escaped our last duel through pure blind luck. There are no portkeys this time and none of my annoying little followers. Let's see if you can last longer than your father, hey!" He jumped to the side to barely dodge the bright green jet of light that was coming at him. Holy shit, what the fuck was going on? Harry didn't have time to really think about it and conjured a quick shield, which stopped an exploding charm from hitting him. Barely. It still shattered, but it allowed him to hide behind one of the walls. Voldemort slowly walked up to him and was snickering, "Are you hiding, Potter? What happened to all your Gryffindor bravado? To think young Cedric would have died for the sake of a coward like you. How disappointing." Harry moved without even realizing it and sent a stunning charm at the Dark Lord, which just fizzled out into nothing somehow. Voldemort's tone somehow got even more mocking. "Is that seriously it? That's your valiant stance? Are you truly that helpless without someone giving up their lives for you?" He didn't have time to answer as a giant snake made of shadows appeared from behind him and tried to swallow him whole. Harry didn't know why this was his first instinct, but he yelled out, "Expecto Patronum!" A giant glowing stag attacked the snake head-on, and they fought against one another. Voldemort though didn't seem all that concerned. "At least you can think on your feet, huh? Let's see what else you could do." Suddenly, the shadowy serpent morphed into a giant black scythe that moved at blinding speed and impaled Harry's patroness. Voldemort waved his wand once more and Harry conjured a shield charm that the weapon cleaved through as if it didn't exist. Thankfully, he was able to roll out of the way. Barely. He was going to die, wasn't he? He would die alone without any of his friends, without even getting to say goodbye to Sirius. Harry shook his head. No, he wouldn't. He could do this, hold the man off until someone comes, until Dumbledore comes and protects him. Voldemort snorted as if reading his mind, "Dumbledore isn't coming. No one is coming. You're going to die here, alone, unremembered. Your friends will follow, that mudblood and blood traitor alike, even the mutt you call a godfather. I'll reap them all." Harry couldn't accept that. He just couldn't and yelled out, "Expelliarmus!" A red jet of light met Voldemort's green, and the world started to shake around them. The jets of light turned golden, and they started to rise in the air. He hoped that this would delay the inevitable, that he could win in a battle of wills. Only to lose his breath as he noticed that a large rock was sent his way, breaking the connection completely. Voldemort was chuckling, "You seriously didn't expect that trick to work twice on me, did you? What a curious phenomenon, priori incantatem, the brother wand effect. It's truly baffling how lucky you truly are. Unfortunately, luck will not save you now." It was then that the realization finally set in. He was going to lose. Harry didn't know why he always felt like he could improvise his way out of most situations, but to be fair to him, it did work surprisingly often. Unfortunately, he saw no way out of this. There was always this small pull, ideas that seemed absurd but came out of nowhere, and worked by some miracle. To his dismay, there were no pulls, no random ideas, nothing. And what that happened, he couldn't help but feel desperate. Harry snarled and sent literally every single spell at his enemy, every single jinx, curse, charm. Anything that might possibly work. Somehow, the spells sort of faded away into nothing, until Harry felt something press against his back make him kneel down. Doesn't this just feel natural, to kneel to your betters? Isn't all this defiance going in your veins simply bothersome? Harry snarled, "Never." Somehow, that created a giant pulse of magic that pushed everything away. Everything, other than Voldemort, who protected himself behind a silver shield of some sort. Then, the Dark Lord smiled. It was one of the most disturbing things he had ever seen before, and he had seen some screwed up things in his life. The smiling Voldemort kept talking, "There he is, underneath all these insecurities. You could have been a worthy rival, had you had the chance to grow past your obsession with mediocrity. Alas, I cannot allow you to live. Farewell, Harry Potter." A sickly green jet of light appeared from Voldemort's wand and hit Harry straight in the chest, and everything went black. For about 5 seconds, then he opened his eyes and saw the ceiling of a classroom in Hogwarts. A familiar voice spoke up, "That was a surprisingly good showing. You have good instincts when it comes to defensive magic and basic tactics, but you're horrible at offense, like really horrible." "Harold? What's going on?" he asked confused before stiffening. "Voldemort, he was here. We fought, we need to tell someone." "No one was here, Harry, just me and you." "You don't understand," the boy who lived stated, "he was here, in the castle." Harold pointed behind Harry, "You mean him?" Harry turned and saw the familiar form of Voldemort and practically jumped behind a table for cover. Harold, for some reason, seemed to burst into laughter. It's an illusion, man. The boy who lived sat up and noticed his classmate with his legs crossed and sipping coffee. This blend is amazing. I'll need to go down to the kitchens and thank the elves. But he took me out of the castle, Harry protested. Smith rolled his eyes. It was all an illusion, a small test and a lesson rolled into one. As he said so, the room shifted into a sunny beach, then returned back to normal. Harry couldn't help but snarl at him. Why the fuck would you do anything like that? As I said before, a lesson and a test. I needed to see what you would do in a high-stress situation. It wasn't really that bad, to be honest. You did better than most people our age, but that's not really an advantage against an opponent like Voldemort. And the lesson? Harold gave him a very severe look. Never trust anything in a fight. If your opponent isn't a moron, they'll try to trick you. And it's often worse to assume that someone is an incompetent fighter. But my main point is that everything you see in a fight is fake and you have to question everything. Truth be told, you did pretty well near the end, but if I hadn't been trying to gauge your potential from the start, you would have lost the fight in seconds. And that's because you were afraid. Harry snorted. Everyone is scared of Voldemort, enough that they don't even say his name. I'd say I'm ahead of the curve. A sense of caution is very important, but fear is as much a weapon as it is a curse. If fear makes you act, makes you run faster than possible, jump higher than possible, or cast magic that you never did before, then your fear is harnessed properly. However, a paralyzing fear that stops you from acting, that makes you afraid of attacking your enemy, that is a flaw that can easily get you killed. The boy who lived nodded, but there was something bothering him. How did you make the illusion of Voldemort be this perfect? Your memories. There's a branch of magic called legilimency. It's a pretty obscure field, but it essentially acts as a way to invade someone else's mind. It's not exactly my cup of tea or magic that I specialize in, but it does have its uses. Voldemort and Dumbledore are rumored to be masters in the art. Snape too, apparently. He tried to enter mine in the last lesson, probably to know who was responsible for the mess. Harry stiffened. Snape can read my mind. Well, it's not exactly reading. It's more like a radio receiver of images and thoughts. I used them to craft an illusion of your worst enemy. You can train yourself to not let out any of your thoughts, but it's a pretty time-consuming art called occlumency, one that's not really suitable for teenagers, especially ones with anger issues. I don't have anger issues, Harry yelled, outraged. The new student simply raised an eyebrow and replied, whatever you say, Potter. Deciding to change the subject, he asked, so, what now? Are we finally going to fight properly? Harold had the audacity to snort at that. No offense, but you couldn't even fight an illusion that I was casting while sipping coffee. I don't think you'd be able to make me stop reading my journal in a fight. And no, this isn't a challenge. The first thing we'll be working on is your abysmal offensive arsenal. Seriously, man? Who uses schoolyard jinxes on a Dark Lord? The boy who lived couldn't help but blush at that. Hey, a disarming charm worked last time. No, you could have cast a stinging hex, and it would have had the same effect. You escaped through a magical coincidence. You got extremely lucky. I know, Harry replied with a deep sigh until he stiffened and continued, I still don't understand something. You're a good dueler, like one of the best I've ever seen. Even my fights in the Triwizard Tournament weren't that technical. And yet you keep saying that you just want your owls and leave. Why don't you stay? Why don't you fight? You already admitted that you think Voldemort is insane and dangerous. For the first time since Harry met him, he noticed that the small joviality in the new student's eyes disappeared, and instead was something else, something that reminded him of Dumbledore after he told him that Voldemort was back. It was only for a fraction of a second, but it was still very noticeable. Smith sighed heavily. In my time in this castle, there's a single important lesson that I want to teach you. It's something that I learned by myself over time. It's not a spell, it's not any form of magic, it's just a fact of the world. Everyone is in this life for themselves. People don't really care about what happens to other people, only what happens to them. And sure, people sometimes sacrifice themselves for their children or spouse, maybe even a friend, but that love is driven by the desire to not experience life without them. I know it feels nice to be a hero, to be needed, to feel like you matter, but at the end of the day, every single wizard or witch in Britain could fight Voldemort. They know he's a monster, there's no doubt about it. People don't help Muggleborns because they value their lives better. And even if you do defeat Voldemort and become their hero, then one day, they'll throw you away when it's convenient to them. You've seen it happen this year with the Ministry, didn't you? Harry couldn't help but glare at the other boy. So, I shouldn't fight. Is that what you're saying? No, it's not. You shouldn't fight for other people. You should fight for yourself. Don't be a hero, be a winner. You asked me why I'm not fighting Lord Voldemort, and the answer is very simple: I gain absolutely nothing by doing so. I'm not staying in Britain after my owls. I won't be discriminated against or even really affected by his possible reign of terror, so why would I possibly sacrifice my life for him? You are going to fight him because you have to, but because Voldemort himself will not stop until he kills you. You feel angry because everyone turned on you. You were a hero, you fought a monster that they flinch at the mere mention. That's because you still consider yourself to be their hero, to become their savior. Close your heart to their words, close your heart to their possible suffering, and for once in your life, try to focus on yourself and live. Was he really doing this? Was this why he felt angry all the time? Now that he thought about it, it did oddly hurt. The whole situation reminded him of how he was treated in Privet Drive because he was constantly bad-mouthed by Petunia. And yet, back then, he didn't feel anywhere near as angry. He felt betrayed. Cedric had died, Harry had been tortured and had barely survived the fight, all to tell them the truth, only for everyone to deny it. It wasn't right. The way they treated him was wrong. He was trying to save them, and yet, they didn't want to be saved. He never really considered that saving these people wasn't his responsibility. Harry didn't really know what to say. The words were just stuck in his throat. Thankfully, his new teacher clapped his hand and changed the subject. Now, enough with the depressing crap. I'm going to teach you a few elemental spells. We'll practice them together a bit, then you'll do it on your own until our next session next week. If I haven't already scared you away, that is. You're on. He replied. A couple of hours later, he returned to the common room, with small burns on his uniform, and a lot of bruises. He winced as he sat down on the chair. Ron and Hermione immediately pounced at him. They were about to say something only for the Muggleborn to be horrified by his wounds. What happened to you? I asked Harold to teach me how to fight. And he said no and beat you up. Harry shook his head, and he said yes, beat me up without even trying, and then taught me a few spells. He did this to you in a friendly duel? Hermione asked furiously. Harry shook his head. No, this is what happens when I try to take a shortcut when conjuring a concentrated wind blast. Threw myself into the classroom wall. That seemed to relax them a bit, but Hermione's eyes lit up. So, what did he teach you? Is he really as good as you thought he was? It was mostly just basic offensive spells. He said that I lacked those. They weren't really too impressive, just a wind-cutting charm, a wind blast, and a fire whip. But, Merlin, I knew he was good after what happened to Malfoy and his cronies, but I never expected this. What did he do? Harry snorted, feeling slightly empathetic. He's a pretty good teacher. I can see why Neville likes him, but when he fights, it's like he's not even bothered to try. I don't see it, Ron commented. Imagine fighting someone who doesn't take you seriously enough to even try casting spells. And that's the thing, I can tell he can do all of this and more. Like, how would you feel if you taught a first year how to duel? Would you really take the fight seriously? Ron shook his head. I see your point. Still, isn't he a little too good? I don't want to be pessimistic, but he could be a spy. Hermione shook her head. He's not. I used the map to see if he was an impersonator, but it always said his name normally. I even used an age detection charm, and he is actually 14, not 15. Harry gave her an incredulous look. Seriously, Hermione? Is that why you asked for my cloak and the map? Hey, after Moody last year, I didn't want to take any risks. Anyway, he's not some adult wizard pretending to be younger. He's really just that good. It's kinda unfair, really. Are you sure he wasn't pretending or something? She asked with a hopeful look. No. If anything, I think what we've seen so far is just the watered-down version of what he can do. Ron gulped slightly. That's bloody terrifying, mate. Yeah, he couldn't have said it better himself. He had spent just a couple of hours with the boy, and he couldn't help but feel the same. He could only hope that Harold would change his mind and be on their side when the war inevitably started once more. However, he wasn't exactly holding his breath. Of course, this feeling of hope and contentment ended the following morning when Dolores Umbridge was announced as the new High Inquisitor of Hogwarts. And, I don't know if this landed like I wanted it to, but this is mostly how I imagined Harry being a teacher. Anyway, the next chapter will move the plot a bit, since as much fun as I'm having with this arc, I shouldn't really overdo it. Anyway, please let me know what you think and if you have any suggestions. Chapter 326, Illuminating the Path. September 30th, 1995, Hogwarts, Earth 2. Albus Dumbledore paced around in his office, feeling unsettled. He felt the familiar weight of his long, silver beard as it swayed with each step, a comforting presence even as his thoughts churned. His eyes swept over the room, taking in the odd assortment of objects and books that had become like old friends over the years. The silver instruments on the shelves puffed out little clouds of smoke, their quiet hums a constant in the background. He glanced at the portraits lining the walls, most of them dozing off, though a few watched him with mild curiosity. It was a rare thing for him to act nervously. He was always composed and his behavior ever since Voldemort's return was different, so much so that even the old headmasters were picking up on it. So many things weren't going according to plan. For one, Hagrid's potential alliance with the Giants was going poorly, and Remus was having a rough time preventing the werewolves from joining Voldemort. The Ministry's stance on werewolves didn't really help matters and people who were oppressed often lashed out, and this was a grand opportunity for them to do so. There was some irony to it somewhere, since it was Dolores Umbridge who spearheaded most of the bills regarding werewolves, and now the Ministry could possibly face a mass attack from her victims. There was also Sirius Black's odd behavior. The dog Animagus had been regularly leaving the safety of Grimald's place. The other members of the Order had tried to stop him, but they were living in his house and hadn't really cared for their scolding. Albus could understand the man's frustrations, he really could. He was feeling restless, anxious for a fight. He was always like this, rash and twitchy. He wouldn't have made it far as an Auror with his lack of tact, that was for sure. Then again, he might have matured, had he not stayed in Azkaban for over a decade. He felt slightly guilty about that part. Albus hadn't really cared about the Death Eaters, not really, after the war. They weren't exactly threats to him and a competent department of magical law enforcement should have wiped the slate clean. What was more important was that his plan had paid off. He knew that young Severus had overheard the prophecy and that Voldemort would have hunted down the Longbottoms and Potters. He also knew that somehow, Voldemort would get past the protection, someone would slip up, and he had faith that the prophecy would take care of the rest. To be perfectly honest, he only assumed that Voldemort would mark one of the two possible children of the prophecy and that Albus would have to train the child in question to become his weapon. It was after witnessing the results of Lily Potter's blood magic that he truly understood just how much he was mistaken. His plan had worked in the most unusual way. He expected to have a weapon that he would train during a war, and instead, the war had ended, Voldemort had disappeared, and all that remained was an orphan boy with a cursed scar. He had hoped that the prophecy was completed, that Voldemort was gone. That was until Severus showed him his fading dark mark. Tom has still managed to survive somehow. And so, he went through with another scheme of his. It was cruel, but the boy had used up most of Lily's blood protection during the attack and it needed to recharge. It was why he left Harry in Petunia's hands. He modified the spell a bit to include young Harry's aunt, making the closeness of blood relatives recharge the magic, with the condition that the boy would consider their residence their home. Blood magic was finicky like that, but Albus had hoped that with enough power, the overcharged blood protection, after at least a decade near Petunia and any possible offspring of hers, would kill Voldemort once and for all. And so, he had engineered a confrontation between the Dark Lord and his prophesized enemy in the boy's first year, and it still wasn't enough. The protection had killed him once more, but the Dark Lord survived in the exact same way. And yet, after Albus had studied Tom's diary, that things started to unravel. Voldemort had created horcruxes and Harry Potter's scar was one of them. He had thought it to be part of a spell. He was wrong. There were no documents about living horcruxes in history. Tom had actually managed to surprise him by the depths he was willing to go to in his quest for immortality. When Cornelius wanted Dementors to be in the school, he agreed in the desperate hope that the monsters would be able to suck only the soul fragment from the boy. He had employed one to search for Harry on the train and ask if he could kiss the scar. It was driven out by Remus at the time, but the creature was still able to make his report of the event afterwards. A Dementor would not have been able to remove the horcrux without taking the boy's soul with it, and he had forced the boy to relive his most traumatic memories for nothing, and he couldn't exactly go back on his decision with Fudge since both of them would look weird and uncertain. Albus couldn't have risked losing the people's faith in him, not when Voldemort was still out there. Nevertheless, Albus' other avenues of research came to the same conclusion, which was accelerated by Voldemort's return: the boy must die. It was a shame and a tragedy. Then again, life often was. Albus' sister had not asked to be attacked by Muggles, his father had never asked to be sent to Azkaban for what he did to them, and poor Ariana did not ask to die, trying to stop them from dueling all those years ago. He was even growing fond of the boy. He was mischievous and could be surprisingly insightful, but he was noble and very brave to his core. The world would be lesser without him, but it was just a twist of the prophecy. Now, he had to plan how the boy was going to die. He needed to die at the proper moment, definitely after his majority and at Voldemort's hand, and after destroying as many of the horcruxes as possible. So, he needed to at least keep the war from ending for 2 years, since that would end in Voldemort's favor. He should have plenty of time to look for Tom's horcruxes and then make the appropriate arrangement for Harry's sacrifice. He only hoped that the boy would live life to the fullest. He had so little time left. Albus was not going to taint those by subjecting him to the horrors of war. Albus had so much to do and plan, that almost didn't know where to start. So, he returned to his usual method, he paced in his office and planned. His train of thought was broken by a knock on the door. Albus used the identification ward to know who it was. "Sirius, please come in." It was odd, Albus hadn't asked Sirius to meet him, and the potion master rarely came to him unless there was an issue of some sort. "Hello, Albus. So, what brings you to my office at this time? Do you have news of Tom's plans?" Sirius huffed. He's still as obsessed with the prophecy as ever. He's reluctant to make any moves before then, other than recruitment, that is. Tom's obsession with hearing the prophecy was a double-edged sword. While it did stay his hand and stopped him from actively starting the war, giving Albus more time to plan and to look for the horcruxes, it also gave Voldemort time to recruit and enlarge his army. It was a delicate balance, but so far, Albus cared more about the horcruxes, which was why he made no moves to get Tom to reveal himself. The moment he did so, the war would officially start once more. However, all of this did not explain Sirius' presence. "Then, why don't you enlighten me, Sirius? Something unusual occurred in one of my classes today. I wanted your opinion on the matter." It involved the new student, Harold Smith. Ah, him. Albus hadn't really bothered by him, other than a quick age check and getting the wards to test his intentions when he entered the castle. As far as he could tell, the boy was a teenager who was forced to attend school to get his ward after his mother's tragic passing. So far, the boy had broken no real rules, apart from a small detention with Dolores Umbridge, which she was adamantly silent about. It took a bit of legilimency to figure out what had happened. Apparently, the woman wanted to use some kind of cursed object as a detention, which the boy stole. And he kept doing that with every single cursed item she bought, making her lose a small fortune. Banned artifacts weren't exactly cheap, after all. She had asked Albus for permission to search the boy's trunk, but he had refused. It would have set a very bad precedent, even if she would probably get Cornelius to overrule him and give her more power in the school. However, other than this incident, there was nothing really notable about the boy. What about him? Sirius simply raised his wand and extracted a memory. "This happened this morning." Albus raised his eyebrow and just summoned his pensieve. Sirius carefully added the memory and they both entered. It had seemed like a simple classroom, but as he observed Harold stopping young Neville from making a few mistakes without even looking. He was patient and very knowledgeable about the subject. He would make a good teacher, that one. Maybe he would hire him on day when he grew older, and Sirius eventually retired. However, it was curious that the boy was able to stop him from making so many mistakes without even paying attention. Then, of course, Harry ended up having his potion ruined thanks to Lucius Malfoy's son. Albus raised an eyebrow at that, to which Sirius snorted. The boy was not actively brewing the potion. He should have activated the small shield to stop any contaminant from polluting it. I taught him that in his first year. It is not my fault that he's as thick as his father. The headmaster decided against commenting on this one. He had gotten a lot of complaints about Sirius' behavior, especially from Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs, but the man had always had an explanation for everything. He really was a good representative of House Slytherin's famed cunning, able to do what he wished while covering all his bases. Albus never really stopped him since that made the Slytherins trust him, and with it, cemented Sirius' position as a spy. Still, as curious as that was, Albus didn't see the point, until Draco Malfoy grabbed a dung bomb in the middle of the classroom and threw it. He noticed Harold Smith carefully using his wand to make it twitch, and hit Gregory Goyle's potion instead, creating a small explosion. It was a miracle no one was hurt. The explosion alone in a potion could have had catastrophic consequences. It was only lucky that young Goyle's potion was viscous and unreactive enough that nothing terrible had happened. That was the key word, luck. Sirius commented, there were over a dozen potions being brewed, and none of them had the contamination shield activated. Had the dung bomb exploded near any of them, it would have probably resulted in at least one fatality. The only way to stop it would have been a viscous potion that would absorb as much of the blast while being so unreactive that the magic from the explosion wouldn't cause a meltdown. I checked every single potion single-handedly and Goyle's was the safest option by far. He could have technically just created a shield around the dung bomb, but if he had missed, it would have just piled onto the damage. It took me 5 minutes to come to that conclusion after it happened. Harold Smith made it in less than a second. So, he's either a better potion master than me and had somehow been keeping track of every potion in the classroom at once, or he's a seer, Albus breathed. This was exactly what he needed, a seer to help him navigate the prophecy and plan around Tom's movements accordingly. Did fate favor him so, to giving him another weapon against Tom right in his castle? Sirius continued, Albus, he also keeps writing in a personal journal. He practically never leaves it behind. Albus couldn't help but be stupefied. The boy must have created his own version of the Sibylline books, a collection of his prophecies and visions. This book alone was priceless, the life work of a seer. With that said, he murmured, I see. What do we do, Albus? The headmaster hummed, if the boy is truly a seer, then he'll be in danger. There is probably a reason why he is adamant about leaving Britain after the end of the school year, probably a vision. He'll need to be protected near us. Voldemort must not get his hands on him. But before any of that, we need to make sure that our assumptions are true first. I need you to steal his journal, Sirius. Only then, will we be able to proceed. And, I'll be honest, writing the last few chapters was the most fun I've had in a while. I think it has to do with the fact that I don't have to worry about the plot too much. I constantly go back and reread my own chapters to make sure I'm not contradicting myself in some way. Now, as for this chapter, I think this portrayal of Dumbledore is consistent with canon. What do you think? I hope it came out like I wanted it to. Now, most of you will probably know where I'm going with this chapter. You're really good at guessing my next moves, even when I try to be surprising. Anyway, as usual, let me know what you think and if you have any suggestions. Chapter 327, The Defiance Consortium. October 1, 1995, Hogwarts, Earth 2. The announcement of Dolores Umbridge's appointment as High Inquisitor of Hogwarts had come out of nowhere. Hermione Granger had assumed, after reading Percy's letter, that whatever he was alluding to would have been subtle, that she would have had to go through the newspaper very carefully over the following few days to see if they could notice anything. She didn't really have to. The Ministry wasn't even being subtle about being involved in Hogwarts affairs. They had literally put it in big letters in the Daily Prophet, which honestly didn't really make any sense. No matter how important Hogwarts was, the fact that the professor's performance was going to be investigated, shouldn't have been on the front page. There were many things that citizens would consider to be more important. Fudge was very heavy-handed in his approach, and it was sad that the entire thing was rooted in truth. Hermione had attended many classes that had sub-PAR professors. Defense against the dark arts had a couple, and divination was frankly a joke probably run by a fraud. If she was completely fair, Hagrid wasn't exactly a good teacher. He could be a great tutor, and he was knowledgeable enough to be one, but he had different ideas on what a safe classroom could be, and it was hard to take him seriously, especially since he didn't exude the authority expected from a seasoned professor. It was a shame because he could have easily become a good professor with a bit more teaching experience. Unfortunately, he would probably be Umbridge's first pick, or at least, he would have been if he was in the castle. Hermione couldn't believe that she was thankful that Hagrid wasn't in Hogwarts. Was that why Dumbledore got him to stay away? Other than Hagrid, she couldn't exactly see any other staff member as a bad professor. Even Snape, while a completely unreasonable git, knew what he was talking about and was a relatively good teacher. Ironically, the worst teacher in the school was actually Dolores Umbridge. She was definitely unqualified and didn't teach anything in class, other than making them read that useless Slinkhart book. Her thoughts were interrupted by Ron's confused voice, so, they gave her the power to fire any of the professors. I hope she gets rid of Snape. Life would be better without that git prowling around in the dungeons. Hermione couldn't help but roll her eyes. They were in their common room and thankfully, it was the weekend, leaving them time to process any of it. She had just received her copy of the Daily Prophet and finished reading the article. She was about to retort when Smith snorted, just reading his weird journal, of course, she won't get rid of Snape. Honestly, this is just a big publicity stunt. This is an advisory role at best, to make reports and assessments of classes and a recommendation. The Department of Magical Education and the school board will decide whether or not to follow that recommendation. Snape is widely known as one of the best potion masters in Britain. Unless he used an unforgivable curse on his students, the board won't dismiss him. McGonagall is the same, a renowned master in her field, and Flitwick is an internationally acclaimed dueling champion and a master of charms. It's the same all around the castle. As long as people have a reputation, they'll be safe unless they do something outrageous. The people that should be feeling threatened are the people who aren't known masters of their field, or they don't have any certifications on the matter. The ministry could push to dismiss those, and the board will likely agree if there's a good potential replacement ready. That'll probably be the headmaster's job to do that. Still, I'm guessing there's going to be a big overhaul of the Department of Magical Education since most of the people there are friends of Dumbledore. Harry hummed in response, so, that would be Trelawney, then? Maybe even Binns. Ron grinned, oh, I don't mind seeing them both gone. It would be weird to have to stay awake during History of Magic, though. Smith rolled his eyes at that. I don't think they'll remove Binns since that would cost the school more money. How would you know about his classes? Hermione retorted, you haven't really been there since the first day. And yet, he didn't even notice. That's a win in my book, Smith replied. This time, it was Neville who interjected, I don't mind Trelawney leaving, but I think that Hagrid will be the most in trouble. Umbridge is well known in her ministry for her hatred of anything that isn't fully human and magical. That silenced the trio completely. Hagrid's nature as a half-giant was a bit of a sore point there, and to imagine Umbridge using it as a way to attack the gentle groundskeeper rubbed them the wrong way. Once more, Hermione couldn't help but be grateful that Hagrid hadn't come to Hogwarts yet. After a bit of silence, Hermione complained, that woman is really horrid. To think she would sabotage our education, in our owl year no less because Fudge refuses to even entertain the idea that Harry was telling the truth. I honestly don't think most of our year will be able to even pass the defense practical exam at the end of the year. We need to do something about that. Harry interjected, I don't mind self-studying, to be honest. I already learned a lot when I prepared for the tournament last year. I just assumed we'd practice our magic outside the classroom. No offense, mate, Ron interjected, but you probably know all of the spells for our defense owl. You really went overboard last year. Harry snarked back, oh, I'm sorry that I worked hard to avoid dying, Ron. Next time, I'll ask Voldemort to tone down his magic as a consideration for what I've learned in class. Neville jumped at the name and Ron flinched as well, I didn't mean it like that. Then how did you mean it? The boy who lived retorted. Hermione decided to break the tension a bit, actually, it's a pretty good idea. Harry, you're probably better in defense than I am. You could be the one teaching us. Tell you what, I'll even personally tutor you in our other classes and help you with your homework if you do. We could even invite a few other students. It'll be like a study group. Be serious, Harry protested, who would want me as a teacher? Anyone with a brain would, mate, Ron replied, no one would even say you're not good at it and everyone saw you last year during the tournament. Harry protested, Harold is better, why don't you ask him? They all turned towards the unconcerned boy who was still looking at his journal. He then turned and gave them a bored look, hey? Did you say something? Harry said that could teach us defense. The new student raised his eyebrow, I probably could. I'm not going to, though. That boy really grated on her nerves, and why is that? Well, it's pretty simple. I don't have a lot of free time. I already spend some time tutoring Neville and teaching Harry how to duel properly. I need enough time to focus on my own stuff. Hermione practically growled, come off it, you practically miss most of Umbridge's and Binns' classes and you're not taking any electives. She was pretty frustrated with the boy. Following him around with the cloak and map didn't help. Sometimes, the boy just disappeared from the map, which was very suspicious. She never figured out how he did that, though. She hated not knowing something with a passion. Hermione did sneak into one of the lessons with Neville and had to admit that Smith was a good and patient teacher. The improvement was very evident. The formerly shy boy became more confident, his spell work became a lot better, not at the top, but somewhere in the middle of the pack, and was improving every day. She tried to do the same for Harry's sessions, but there was always some kind of protective magic stopping her. She had tried to break it multiple times and researched the ward but had found nothing that worked. The Muggleborn only knew that Harry loved these sessions with a passion and would come back exhausted but oddly happy. Yes, like I said, my time is very precious to me. The only way for me to do this would be to stop one of the sessions. So, Neville, Harry, are you willing to sacrifice your lessons for me, so that I could teach shield charms and disarming charms to a bunch of people who barely know how to hold their wands? Neville shook his head and Hermione turned towards Harry with pleading eyes. The green-eyed boy averted her gaze and spoke up, "No, I want our sessions to continue." Smith gave her a smug look, "There you have it. I'm glad that you're finally thinking about yourself first and didn't sacrifice it for no reason. Just so you know, I wouldn't have done it either way. I would have just cancelled our lessons if you said that I should teach others instead of you." Hermione couldn't help but be incensed by what the boy had just said. Had he just praised Harry for being selfish? And to think he was refusing because he said that he didn't have any time. "I thought you said that you wouldn't do it because your time is precious." "Of course, but there's also the fact that I don't want to," the brown-haired boy returned with a bored expression. "Good, you probably don't even know the spells in the curriculum since you didn't go to school before. You wouldn't even know what to teach," Hermione growled. She was being petty, but that boy just kept grating at her nerves in every way. "Whatever you say. I just think it's funny that you say that, especially since I probably crafted more spells than you learned. Why would you ever need to make so many spells?" "It's needlessly dangerous," Hermione answered, confused. The new student simply shrugged, "I don't really expect you to understand, it's a cultural thing. My family has these values. To be a mage is to walk with death. Every generation's duty is to improve on what their ancestors created, either by creating new spells or improving the ones they have. It's a pretty neat way to make sure that we keep improving, and that we don't stagnate. We take risks but are better, we become better, all in the hopes of one day finding the root of all magic, to finally master it and understand it." "The root of all magic?" Ron retorted. Smith snorted, "It's more of a theory, really. The idea is that magic has a beginning, that it came from a source, like the root of a tree. It's a singularity that contains everything that has ever happened, everything that could have happened, and everything that could happen. It's a source of infinite knowledge and power. It's barely more than a fairy tale, really, and one that would definitely be extremely dangerous if it really existed. But it's not about whether it's true or not, but what it represents, how much we can still improve our craft. And it worked. My family has created countless spells, simple and complex alike. Then why aren't your family members known in magical Britain? I'd have expected someone to notice so many spells created by one family line. Because we don't teach outsiders our spells." Hermione was incensed by that. "Do you have any idea how many people you could help by sharing your magic?" Smith immediately interrupted her, "Sure. But I'm also not going to give away hundreds if not thousands of years of effort for nothing." The boy motioned to get up. "Why are you going? Are you ashamed about losing our argument?" Smith tilted his head in confusion. "Oh, you weren't done? I was just going to the library." "Why?" she retorted. "Oh, nothing, really. There's this weird bat that keeps following me around all the time. I'm just preparing a very special surprise for it." He didn't leave them time to process what they said and just left. Ron chuckled in amusement, "That guy is a riot." Hermione though decided to use the opportunity to try to pressure Harry even further. The boy who lived was resolute in his refusal until the following week after Umbridge started making snide comments at him during her inspections. On a particularly bad day, he walked up to Hermione and practically growled at her, "Fine. You win. I'll teach you what I know about defense. Just stop bothering me about it." And they said that nagging didn't work. To be fair, Harry probably also did it to spite Umbridge, as a way to prove that he was a better teacher than her. Hermione didn't complain, though. She got exactly what she wanted. If only Smith would stop being so mysterious, everything would be golden. However, she couldn't help but be curious about a family that specialized in magical experimentation for centuries. She could only imagine the wonders that they must have come up with. And, I'll be honest, this chapter is a bit of a filler, at least in my opinion. I had to write something before the whole Snape debacle in the next chapter. I thought that just putting it immediately after would have messed with the flow of the story. Things are about to get pretty eventful and I thought I'd use it to see the small shifts in canon characters because of Harry's presence, like his counterpart being a bit more selfish, Neville being a bit more confident and growing as a wizard, as well as Hermione start to consider experimenting using magic. I don't know if it came out like I wanted it to, so I hope you can let me know what you think and if you have any suggestions. Chapter 328, Dark Wings. October 5, 1995, Hogwarts, Earth 2. If someone had said to Severus Snape that he would end up having to follow a student around in the castle, he would have either assumed they were drunk, or he would have called them a dunderhead before giving them a week's worth of detention. Unfortunately for him, Albus Dumbledore ordered him to follow the Smith boy all day, analyzing his movements. He, Severus Snape, the youngest potion master in Britain and one of the key figures in the coming war, had to follow around a teenager. It was demeaning, it was an insult to his skills. It was also not going well. He had been doing it for a few days, and so far, the boy didn't act in any particularly different way, at least not compared to other students. He went to class, went to the Great Hall, spent time with that useless long-bottom whelp, and went to bed. He went to the library once to check out books, but he saw nothing out of the ordinary then. The most infuriating part was the fact that the boy had kept his journal close to him at every time. It was also protected, at least from being summoned, and Severus did notice signs of certain alarm charms that were commonly sold by a few vendors in Diagon Alley. They were expensive and custom-made, but Smith seemed to relish in making Severus' life miserable. The potion master had even tried to steal it from his dormitory, but the boy actually slept with it in his arms. He knew that little fact because he had been almost driven to desperation. Sneaking into students' dormitories was just wrong. And Merlin, the smell alone would have deterred him. The mere thought of how he had humiliated himself by doing this only to return with nothing was driving him mad. Legilimency on the boy's classmates didn't help either. They never saw Smith without his journal close by. Stealing it was implausible because of the security enchantments alone. He could technically disable them if he had half an hour alone with the journal, and that was pretty unlikely to happen since the boy always kept the damned book on his person. Subtlety was one of Severus' specialties. He had to be in order to survive both Voldemort and Dumbledore. All for Lily's child. And to make things worse, there were no events that truly cemented the boy's status as a seer. Then again, Severus didn't expect him to spout prophecies every hour. He had never really been in the company of a genuine seer and had no true frame of reference on the matter. Seers were rare, after all, and very dangerous. They were either cunning or simply driven mad by their visions. If their minds did not break, they often became very calculating, and manipulative, and could weave webs of lies and events that would trap even the most powerful wizards without even lifting a finger. Well, the seers of old were, at least. Having seen the way Trelawney had proclaimed herself to be a seer, he had to admit that his expectations were tempered. The woman was a prophet, that was for sure. Severus himself had heard the prophecy which cost him everything he held dear. He did not doubt her powers and for some reason, he expected Smith to be similar to her. There was no confirmed sighting of a truly powerful seer since Cassandra Trelawney over a century prior and there was probably a reason for it. If one could see the future, they would do their best not to make a target of themselves. There were rumors of Gellert Grindelwald being a seer, but it was never really confirmed and Albus never really said anything about it. If a seer was smart, they would simply hide in the midst of society, using their gifts subtly to enrich themselves and make sure that they would live a long and happy life. Cassandra Trelawney, though, did not do that. She was powerful enough to manipulate nations to her bidding and had more influence than any other person in the entirety of Europe at the time. People would give her fortunes just for a few minutes of conversation and any violent attempts at capturing her ended up with the perpetrator dead before they even tried. People tried to blame it on her, of course, and they always found perpetrators. It was maddening. After 5 ministers and 17 potential Dark Lords died mysteriously, all of them from completely different sets of potential enemies and accidents, people decided to stay clear of the witch. Severus didn't know if it was a shame or not that Sybil Trelawney did not measure up to her ancestor. The boy, though, was very young and according to Albus, wouldn't have had the time to hone his gifts properly. The potion master certainly hoped so, at least. However, if the boy truly was a seer, then subtlety simply wouldn't work. There were a few events that did put more credence in Albus' claim. For example, Severus' godson, Draco, had tried multiple times to hex the boy from the back, only for him to always dodge just a fraction of a second before it happened. It wasn't exactly proof that the boy was a seer. A semi-competent Auror could have done the same easily. But a series of narrow dodges, even when Severus used a compulsion charm on one of his classmates to stun the boy, started to grate on the potion master. Nothing was working. He had hoped that getting proof of the boy's abilities would have been enough for Dumbledore. The journal being relevant was barely more than an educated guess on the headmaster's part. He should have been satisfied with another form of proof. Yet no incident as definitive as what happened in his potion lesson occurred. To be completely fair, the odds of a possible life-threatening event, like what Draco foolishly did in his class, happening in a few days, were very low. And Severus might not be a good person, but he would not, under any circumstances, endanger his students in this way just to get a student to reveal some skill he might not even have. It also grated on Severus' nerves that he was quickly running out of ideas. The mere thought of a student beating him, just rubbed him the wrong way. If the boy truly was a seer, then him outthinking Severus was technically possible. There was no shame in losing an intellectual fight with someone who cheated by already knowing the outcome. However, as a dueler, Severus had very few equals. Seeing the future or not, the boy would lose a fight. The direct approach was possibly the best decision. It was probably something that a Gryffindor would come up with, but complicated plans had multiple points of failure. It would do, as long as he did not incriminate himself, of course. Thankfully, he had an entire house to act as scapegoats. No one would really bat an eyelash at a Slytherin and Gryffindor dueling in the corridors, after all. Severus ignored the small part of his mind that screamed that this was a bad idea. It hadn't taken Severus long to find Marcus Flint designing some Quidditch tactics for their next game, and he stunned the boy. The Quidditch team captain was a perfect cover for what he had in mind. He was violent, had fought with Smith before and was known for hexing students who annoyed him, though not Slytherins. Severus had made sure of that, of course. Severus used a vial of his polyjuice potion to morph into the student's form and walked towards the library, where he overheard Smith telling his classmates was going to spend some time there during his potion class. He waited in one of the corridors that he knew the boy must take before entering the class and had put temporary aversion wards for everyone but Smith. It had taken a few minutes until the boy arrived and Severus tried to hex him in the back, only for Smith to duck as if he was trying to tie his shoes. He gave the potion master a bright smile. "Hello, Flint. How's it going?" Severus was not in the mood to talk and just sent a small barrage of spells at the boy, who simply batted away the spells. Now, Flint, you seem tense," Smith said casually, leaning against the stone wall, his posture relaxed and confident. "Have you been hitting the books too hard? You know, stress isn't good for the complexion. Or perhaps you've been spending too much time around the dungeons, the fumes can do things to your head." His tone was light, almost mocking, which for some reason infuriated Severus to no end. The professor took a deep breath, reining in his temper. "You have something I need, Smith," he said, keeping his voice steady, imitating Flint's drawl. "Hand it over, and I'll let you walk away." Smith raised an eyebrow, his eyes glinting with amusement. "Oh? And what might that be, Flint? My latest potions essay? Sorry, but I doubt even you could make any sense of it." He chuckled softly, a sound that grated on Severus's nerves even more. "Or maybe you're looking for that charms textbook you lost last week. You know, you should really take better care of your belongings." Severus's patience snapped. He drew his wand, a dangerous gleam in his eyes. "Enough of your games," he hissed, his voice low and threatening. "I don't have time for this. Give me your journal, Smith, or I'll..." "Or you'll what?" Smith interrupted, his voice still calm, even cheerful. "Hex me? Curse me? Oh, I'm so scared." He placed a hand over his heart dramatically, then laughed. "Flint, you've got to learn to lighten up. Life's too short to be so serious all the time." It was exactly then that Severus realized why his control over his emotions was slipping. The way the boy walked, the way he talked, the smug smile on his face, the way he taunted Sirius. It was all so familiar. It wasn't hard for Smith's face to be replaced by an infuriatingly familiar one, specifically James Potter's face. Severus always had a tight grip on his emotions, but that loathsome man was always a sore point for him. No one ever said that he was perfect. The potion master closed his eyes and breathed deeply. No, this was not the time to lose control. The mission was more important. And maybe, if he used a few harmful curses to relieve his stress, no one would say anything. He unleashed a string of curses, each one more potent than the last. But Smith moved like water, weaving around the spells with a grace that seemed almost unnatural. His movements were fluid and effortless, as if he knew exactly what Sirius was going to do before he did it. And that was when Sirius felt it, pain hitting his cheeks. He had been slapped. It was a spell, he was sure of that, but it had landed. The potion master hadn't seen it, just felt it. A student landed a fucking spell on him. No one could know about this. He was about to cast another spell only to feel 2 following slaps. Sirius just couldn't help himself. The small crack in his self-control widened and he yelled out, "Sectum Sempra." He barely had time to regret his action when the spell hit the boy in the chest, only to go through it, and he murmured, "An illusion." He cast a revealing charm, his wand sweeping through the air in a precise arc. The charm shimmered for a moment until it revealed the boy, reading his journal, looking unconcerned, the very journal that Sirius needed to steal. He immediately sent a stunning charm at the boy, only for the charm to go through him once more. Suddenly, Sirius found himself being thrown to the other side of the corridor. The potion master got up with a snarl, pointing his wand at the source of the push, only to find nothing there. Laughter rang out from all over the room. The sound echoed, bouncing off the walls, disorienting him. He spun back, his eyes darting, trying to locate the source of the voice. But the corridor was empty. Suddenly, Sirius found himself being pulled to the ground and his wand flew from his hand. He noticed that he was bound in ropes and could barely move any of his limbs. Smith slowly walked up to him, "Seriously, Flint? What were you thinking?" The potion master simply growled in reply, anger seething beneath the surface. His wand lay a few feet away, out of reach, and he cursed himself for underestimating this boy. He had never seen anyone use illusions with this level of mastery. It had always seemed like a useless type of magic. Confundus charms worked well enough that no one really needed to craft elaborate illusions. It was safe to say that Sirius' opinion on the matter was changed after losing a fight with a student of all things. Smith grinned down at him, a mischievous gleam in his eyes that reminded Sirius far too much of Potter and Black in their school days. The ropes binding him were enchanted, refusing to budge even with his strongest efforts to break free. "Now, Flint," Smith said, crouching down to Sirius's level, his voice dripping with mock sympathy, "you really should have known better. Trying to hex me from behind? That's just rude. I expected more from a Slytherin. You know, cunning, sly, all that. But you've been hanging out in the dungeons too long, it's dulling your senses." He smirked, and Sirius felt a flash of heat in his cheeks. The humiliation of being bound and mocked by a student was unbearable. The situation itself was strangely familiar, with the smug teenager looking down on him, taunting him. But he forced himself to stay calm, to think. He could still turn this around. He just needed an opening. After all, the boy was obviously overconfident. Smith held up a book, and Sirius's eyes locked onto it. His goal, the reason he had come here. The journal he needed. Smith waved it in front of his face, tauntingly. "Is this what you were after? You know, if you wanted to borrow it, you could have just asked. I wouldn't have said yes, of course, but there would be no need for all the theatrics, and you could have saved yourself this little humiliation," he chuckled, enjoying every moment of Sirius's discomfort. Sirius saw his chance. He lunged forward, pretending to lose his balance, and managed to headbutt Smith squarely in the stomach. The impact was enough to make Smith stumble back, surprised. That was all Sirius needed. He discreetly summoned his wand back to his hand, feeling the familiar weight settle into his palm. Before Smith could react, Sirius flicked his wand, murmuring a silent doubling charm. It was a special spell that he had learned during his tuition. Stealing diaries and journals was commonplace in Slytherin. You never knew if you would ever need any leverage on anyone, and diaries were very good sources of private information, and there were spells carefully created to bypass common security enchantments that journals are sold with. Lucius Malfoy, in particular, was a master of those spells in school. It was almost enough for him to cow the house into submission with just the information he had collected during his tuition. It was a gamble, a bet on Smith's negligence at personally warding his journal, but it worked. The book in Smith's hand shimmered briefly, and an identical copy appeared in Severus's other hand. He tucked the copy into his robes, making sure Smith didn't see the movement. With another flick, he released the ropes binding him, only for him to be disarmed once more. This time, it was by design. He had already gotten what he wanted, after all. Smith, having grabbed Severus' wand, was smirking at him. "Nice try, Flint. You almost got me there," he said, not realizing what had just transpired. He tossed Severus's wand back to him carelessly. "But next time, maybe think a little harder before you pick a fight with someone out of your league." "Out of curiosity, why did you want to steal my journal? I don't see why you'd really care about it. Umbridge put a bounty on it for some reason, but she can't exactly make you give it to her, since it's a personal item, and she can't exactly ban writing in a notebook in a school, can she? You seriously didn't know? The entire school is gunning for this thing." Severus wasn't even lying then. Umbridge had truly put a bounty on the journal for some ungodly reason and said that she would offer fair compensation for it. It was probably giving someone an O in her class, or something as useless. The woman definitely didn't have enough gold to throw around, especially since she lost a small fortune buying and losing banned items. Smith simply shrugged and just entered the library, leaving Severus alone in the corridor. He quickly removed all effects on his person and slowly walked to his office. Oh, he was seething at the humiliation he experienced and will definitely take it out of his students later. However, his objective was done. He now had a temporary copy of the boy's journal. Curious, he took a quick look at it, and his eyes widened with every page. He practically ran out of his office. The headmaster had to know. He was humiliated by the encounter, but it seemed to be worth the trouble. Oh, he was going to make the boy's life miserable for the rest of the school year, but at least it was over. Albus would finally get what he wanted. In all this time, he failed to notice Smith's smile widen as he walked away to the library. I'm not sure about that one, to be completely honest. I hope the confrontation came out like I wanted it to. I don't know for sure, so please let me know what you think. Also, I'm going to start wrapping up this arc, so if you have any ideas that you want to see, this is the time to suggest them. Chapter 329, Dark Words. October 5, 1995, Hogwarts, Earth 2. Albus Dumbledore had many faults, he would be the first one to admit that, but one of the things he disliked the most was when his plans were interrupted. Lately, he had spent most of his time trying to figure out what Voldemort had planned next and how to counter it effectively. Truth be told, Lord Voldemort was a pretty simple creature. He was a sadistic man who fancied himself to be a Dark Lord. Whatever charisma he had as Tom Riddle faded a long time ago, leaving only the monster who could only feel pleasure when he satisfied his sadistic urges. He was ruled by his fear of death, and that made him very predictable. What made Voldemort truly dangerous was the lengths he was prepared to go to just to achieve his victory. He had even thought of creating horcruxes of all things. He had gone to Nicholas, his old mentor, with that fact. The man was one of the few people Albus trusted, and the famous alchemist had returned that trust when he asked Albus to fake his and his wife's deaths, just to take a little break from being pestered all of the time. He tended to do that when he got bored or when Pernell wanted to relocate to another country for a century or two. The alchemist had been horrified by the mere idea of a horcrux. It wasn't a common thing, not anymore, but desecrating one's soul was an easy way to be damned to limbo after an eternity, as well as a gradual loss of impulses and any feelings used to anchor the soul shard into the object. There was more to a soul than just a weird form of energy, it was someone's essence, their very being, and removing a part of it was like locking away an aspect of one's personality. Even the loss of something seemingly minuscule could change someone from a normal well-adjusted person to a clinical psychopath, and a psychopath into a monster. This did explain how little of Tom remained in Voldemort. Tom Riddle had died, one piece after another, fading away as Lord Voldemort grew. In a way, there was a tragic form of irony there. Tom Riddle had been terrified of death, and his countermeasures had killed him in a metaphysical manner. Killing him would be a mercy, and yet it was prophesied that a child would have to do it himself. Albus had seen firsthand the power of a true prophecy, where a magical genius failed to kill a defenseless child. But Voldemort's lack of knowledge of the prophecy was also an opportunity. The Dark Lord would not reveal himself willingly unless he heard the prophecy first, something that wouldn't really bring him any closure and wouldn't really change anything. With the members of the Order and the Death Eaters essentially obsessing over the prophecy, Albus had enough time to look for Tom's horcruxes by looking through the man's past. He already didn't know for sure how many of them he had made. It had to be at least 3, especially since he had crafted one of them to act as a weapon. It was probably a way to attack Hogwarts if it eventually remained the last stronghold to defy him. Letting a basilisk loose on the student body would have been a good idea to get rid of all remaining opposition if they remained in the castle. Thankfully, young Harry had taken care of that possibility. His thoughts were interrupted by his office's door open, revealing a disheveled Severus Snape who looked frankly shaken. Albus tried to hide his irritation at the interruption. "Good afternoon, Severus." "Albus, you were right, the boy is a seer." "And that alone made up for the interruption immediately, explain." "I followed him like you said, and I tried to steal his journal, but he must have seen it coming. His divination must not have registered when he was tricked or when he was dealing with an impostor because I pretended to be a student and instigated a small altercation. I made a copy of his journal when he was distracted. Look, Albus." The potion master put a familiar journal on his desk and opened it, to reveal a harrowing drawing. It was the familiar face of Severus Snape, grieving as he held Lily Potter's cooling corpse. Albus hadn't even known that this had happened. He didn't really dare to ask the grieving man, but he knew that Severus had come to Godric's Hollows, in a panic when he realized what his master had planned, that Lily wasn't safe. He didn't know the specifics, but from the young man's face, he had done exactly that. The drawing was familiar, and it had visibly disturbed him. There were others, dozens of drawings. One of a deranged Bellatrix Lestrange carving something onto an older Hermione Granger's arm. There was Harry Potter stabbing a basilisk through the mouth and so much more. One small drawing made him pale even further, and his breath caught in his throat. Ariana Dumbledore was giving him a sweet smile, as she wore her favorite dress. How was that even possible? But what was harrowing were the poems. Dozens of prophecies, each sounded as obscure and vague as the one Sybil Trelawney gave on that fateful night. One of them made him freeze completely. It read: "In 7 pieces, the dark soul lies, hidden deep from prying eyes. The first a diary, secrets unfold, destroyed by its legacy, ancient and bold. The second a locket, a cunning snare, undone by a black, who saw through the glare. The third is a cup, untouched, unseen, guarded by goblins, where thieves convene. The fourth is a ring, death's hidden gift. At his mother's abode, it lies in the rift. The fifth a diadem, wisdom turned woe, destroyed by an enemy, who did not last long in the throes. The sixth is familiar, bound with dark art. A servant most faithful, a bond to never part. The seventh a bolt, a lightning's mark. A living mistake, born out of the dark. In shadows they hide, in darkness they stay. But one by one, they shall wither away. For power misplaced, in pieces it lies. And the last of them knows not, how soon he dies." The headmaster reread this particular poem. This was exactly what he needed, and it revealed things that Albus made sure were not well known. Even he hadn't known for sure about Harry's scar being a horcrux, and yet this was the ultimate proof. It was a surprisingly easy prophecy to decipher, then again, most of it spoke of the past, not an uncertain future. It was like a prophecy that was rooted in the present, not the future, except for the last verse, that is. It gave him a bit of a mixture of both vindication and grief. It could be interpreted as anything really, but Albus knew the truth. Harry Potter's days were numbered. He would die as Voldemort's last horcrux. He must. Albus decided to stop that train of thought in its track and instead focused on the horcruxes instead. It was curious to see that more of them were destroyed than he expected. The diary being destroyed by Slytherin's legacy, specifically the fang from his basilisk, was both scarily correct, but the fact that 2 others were destroyed, specifically a locket and a diadem. It would have made sense that Tom would have made a few enemies when he went to travel the world and learn their foreign magic. One of them could have discovered what he had done and destroyed one of the horcruxes. But also, a son of Black betrayed him, destroying another horcrux. It definitely wasn't Sirius or Orion Black. Maybe it was Regulus. That boy had a good head on his shoulders and had disappeared without a trace in the middle of the war. From the looks of it, Tom had gone after the Founder's legacies, and the remaining horcruxes should be the Cup of Hufflepuff, Nagini, Harry's scar, and Death's ring, whatever that was. It wasn't really enough proof, but it was more than enough to spearhead Albus' preparations. He might even have time to properly counter Tom's forces this time, instead of looking around for clues for the coming months. The cup would be an issue. The goblins were probably not going to let him search their vaults without making a fuss. The ring had to be in his mother's home, a mother that had to be a gaunt, considering Tom's ability to speak with snakes. Nagini could be killed in a surprise attack, maybe Severus could find a way to poison it. Albus turned the page and froze once more. It was a drawing of a ring, with a black stone. It would have been unassuming if it wasn't for the fact that a familiar symbol was carved into it. The Deathly Hallows. Death's Ring. Did Tom truly make the resurrection stone a horcrux? No, he would check later. For now, he had an incredibly valuable source of information in his castle, and he needed to get its allegiance. He gave the potion master a calm look. Severus, could you ask Mr. Smith to come see me? The man nodded and left the office, probably gratified by how much Albus himself was shaken by the journal's entry. To think that Voldemort could have easily just abducted Harold Smith in broad daylight. No one would have cared that a no-name orphan had disappeared. No one would have even noticed, really. Albus needed to bind the boy to his side. It wasn't a nice thought, but he was an asset that he just couldn't ignore, and it didn't really have to be a bad thing. It certainly beat being tortured by Voldemort to make more prophecies. The boy would see sense. He must. It took less than 10 minutes for Severus to return with the boy, who gave Albus a dismissive look. The headmaster then gave his potion master a pointed look. Thank you, Severus. Thankfully, the man was bright enough to easily understand the dismissal in his tone and turned stiffly, leaving the room. Hello, young Harold. The boy's hazel eyes met his own. Good afternoon, headmaster. Albus didn't know how to address this. Seers were pretty tricky to deal with. It has come to my attention that you possess a certain set of skills, one that might even put a target on your back, if revealed. The boy didn't seem threatened and just looked confused. What are you talking about, sir? Your skills in divination, of course. Did you really think that no one would notice? Notice what? I'm really lost here. Albus decided to just be direct. You're a seer, you can see the past and the future. It's a very rare and valuable skill, one that I would like to see cultivated. I know what a seer is and I'm not one, the boy answered hotly. Now, young Harold, there's no need for any hostility. I know that you were probably taught to deny any accusation, to refute any claims of your skills, and for good reason. Seers are often hunted down, and forced to spew one prophecy after another. It's understandable that you are wary of talks of seers, but I am here to help you. It is my duty as an educator, after all. Who knows what would happen outside this castle? Knowledge of your skills will get out eventually and you'll need someone in your corner to protect you. The boy gave Albus an unimpressed look. Let me get this straight, you think I'm a seer, one of the people who have changed the course of history, how had made entire kingdoms submit and kneel, and your plan is to blackmail me? It doesn't really sound like a good plan to me. It would have been funny to see a teenager of all things essentially threaten him if there wasn't some merit to the threat. He remembered that Gellert was a very minor seer, and he sometimes had some visions of the future. That small thing, as well as his prodigious skill and power, had allowed him to conquer half of Europe with barely any trouble. Albus also wasn't exactly keen on letting the boy know that Severus was the one who tricked him. You're young, my boy. You do not even conceive the good you could do with your skill. But if being exploited is what you're concerned about, then you do not have to use the skill to aid me in any way. My priority has always been my students' safety more than anything. The good I could do. Is that what this is about? You want me to help you fight the Dark Lord, that's if he's even alive. We both know that Lord Voldemort is very much alive, Mr. Smith. And I will not ask you to fight him. I only wish for your safety behind Hogwarts wards, far away from the coming war. Voldemort has allies in the Ministry, and if your skills were revealed, he would use those to overturn your emancipation and bind you to him. He could not do this if you were to stay here, under my protection. Perhaps, after some time, you would learn the responsibilities you have and the potential lives you could save. Albus was laying it a bit thick, and he knew it. He wasn't exactly threatening the boy, yet the hint of danger was still there. After all, he could just remove his support and refuse to protect the boy, and Voldemort would have him captured or killed in mere days. Lucky for the young man, he could be useful to Albus. I wonder what Ariana thinks of your talks of responsibilities, Albus Dumbledore. The boy angrily answered, oh, and don't think this is some kind of vision or anything, your brother is a very talkative drunk, but you're not going to let up on any talks of seers, are you? Albus couldn't help but feel angry as the boy touched on something that was very sensitive to him. He immediately pushed his magic outward. It was a bit of a cheap move, but it did work more often than not. His magic suffocated the room, the pressure probably building on the boy. Many had passed out when he did that, and yet the boy didn't seem affected. He just shook his head. Well, that was obviously a sensitive spot. It's not nice when someone else does it to you, is it? You're just proving my point, you know. You haven't changed, even after all those years. You can't stand not being in control, even if you fear what that makes you. I wonder if Ariana would have liked the man you are now. I guess you'll never really know. Albus restrained his quickly rising temper and took a deep breath. You're making a big mistake, Harold Smith. It's impolite for you to be so cruel when all I have done is offer you kindness. Maybe I am making a mistake, but they'll be mine to make, which will be born of my choices. Maybe there was some concern for my safety in your offer, but you didn't even consider the fact that I had something planned for myself. However, your biggest goal in this conversation is asserting some form of control over me, to have me gradually come to your side, either through fear of being discovered or just protection if Voldemort learned of my supposed skills. It's not your fault, really, it's in your nature. I never threatened you, my boy. I just pointed out threats that already existed. The boy rolled his eyes. I know. But there are many students in this school that would be in danger should war break out. I don't see you protecting them, Professor, nor do I see you forcefully making them stay in the castle. However, I can understand the street you're in. You're fighting a war with a monster with no morals, who happens to have the support of the wealthiest families in the nation. Meanwhile, your government is practically doing its best to deny his return. So, I'll attribute this to you being frustrated and seeing an opportunity, and I'm going to pretend that this meeting never happened. I will pretend that all that happened was a simple rash decision, nothing more. In exchange for that, you will not attempt to pressure me like this again. I cannot promise that I will not act rashly should I feel threatened, after all. Do we have an agreement? The headmaster inwardly sighed. This was probably the best that he could get. The boy was definitely a seer, that was for sure, even if he never admitted it. The book was damning enough, but that last little speech was enough to confirm any doubts. He was a seer, but he also knew his value and was confident about handling most of his coming obstacles. The boy was right. He had seen the diary and acted rashly without really thinking things through. Albus probably shouldn't have lost his temper at the end, but Ariana was a sore subject, and he reacted rashly. Nevertheless, despite his denial, the boy would end up serving him. Logically speaking, a teenager, even one with a powerful gift, would still find himself in danger once Voldemort declared war openly, and he would come to him begging for the offer once more. On that fateful day, Albus had no plans of being as generous as he was today. Even if he didn't get an immediate result, he could still win in the end. The fact that the offer was there and Albus didn't push after it was refused would make it the first option the young seer would think of when he became inevitably threatened. He just needed to research how to better handle seers, when that fateful day came. Perhaps Nicholas would be of service on that matter. He must have encountered a few in his long life. Albus relented, deciding to plan for a confrontation much later. We do, young Harold. A shadow of a smug smile appeared on the boy's face for a fraction of a second until he turned and motioned to leave but spoke up with his back towards Albus. One last piece of advice. Stop thinking so much about the future and talks of prophecies and visions. Trying to control the uncontrollable will only result in disappointment, pain, and sorrow. With that said, the seer left the office. Albus shook his head at that last piece of advice. There was a certain truth to it, but the prophecy wasn't about Albus, and he wasn't exactly meddling in it. Still, the boy's words about Ariana remained. What would she think of him if she saw him now? He didn't notice that he had opened Harold's journal once more and was staring at the drawing of the resurrection stone. I was tempted not to have the Harry/Dumbledore confrontation at all, but I just wanted to have them talk properly before the end of the arc. I wanted to portray this version of Dumbledore as very manipulative but also patient. He didn't really plan on Harry to accept his offer, only that the offer would remain in the future so that Harry would end up returning to him when he's feeling threatened. I wanted him to be very manipulative without being forceful, like the Dumbledore in Earth 1, like a comparison between their two personalities with and without the light guiding them. I also kinda think that Harry came a bit too strong here, like a bit too hostile. Then again, he's not exactly unbiased considering how much he hates the Dumbledore from his own universe. I'm not sure I pulled it off, so, as usual, please let me know what you think and if you have any suggestions. Chapter 330, The Soaring Raven. October 18, 1995, London, Earth 2. Sirius Black stood, flabbergasted, as he watched the alternate version of his godson suddenly burst into a flock of blackbirds ravens his mind supplied, which all flew around him for a good minute, before turning back to the strange yet familiar face that met him. Harold Smith, he preferred calling him that to avoid being confused in his head, didn't act like he ever expected Harry would. He didn't like to talk much, outside of magical theory, and always looked at the world with a calculating gaze, which reminded him uncomfortably of Albus Dumbledore of all people. It was hard to see him as a teenager. The fact that he was actually younger than his godson was baffling, to say the least, but he had a mind for politics, often just predicting the Ministry's next move when it came to their decisions, and even sometimes Voldemort's moves. There was a certainty to the way he spoke that just made Sirius trust him. To be perfectly honest, he had only entertained the idea of talking with the boy because he said it would help Harry. He had no idea at the time what kind of ally he had just made, and how much he would grow to like the young man. Whenever Sirius spoke to the boy, he was reminded of James and Lily. It wasn't like Harry, where he could see James' nobility and disregard for the rules, where he could see Lily's kindness and her charm. No, when he looked at Harold, he saw James' mischief. Even if he did it, the crap he pulled with that Umbridge woman was more than proof enough, and Lily's wit. He quickly learned not to mention the redhead in the boy's presence. It was a bit of a sore point, and it made him wonder just what the fuck did she do to him that made her such an uncomfortable topic. Still, what really set the boy apart from the others was his skills when it came to magic. Case in point, did you seriously just learn the animagus transformation in a month? It took us 3 fucking years. Honestly, he didn't think that doing it was even possible. Sirius had decided to teach the boy the animagus transformation if only to get to know him and make sure that he wouldn't really try to leave for a while, if he wanted to learn the magic, of course. It should have taken the better part of a year, maybe 6 months if he managed to do all of the steps perfectly the first time. A month was just insane. The steps were deceptively simple. Keeping a mandrake leaf for a month, then use it as an ingredient to a pretty tricky potion, which would have to be left undisturbed in a dark place until a lightning storm. Until then, he would have had to chant an incantation at every sunrise and sundown, before finally drinking the vial on the fated day. As far as he knew, there were no lightning storms happening in Hogwarts, and Minerva had learned to make a census of the students on this day to catch anyone trying to achieve this, probably hoping that they wouldn't hurt themselves by somehow messing up any of the steps. To be brief, Harold shouldn't have been able to perform the ritual in slightly more than a month. And yet, here he was, transforming into a raven of all things. The boy seemed unconcerned by Sirius' incredulity. That sounds like you're the ones who were at fault there, to be honest. It's an interesting ritual, now that I understand it slightly. It's pretty neat how it circumvents the normal dangers of human transfiguration. I probably should have done it years ago, but I really quite had the time or was just focused on other projects. Seriously, how the hell did you do the ritual without a lightning storm? Harold snorted. Whoever said that there wasn't a lightning storm? I checked, there wasn't one in Hogwarts, the dog animagus replied. But there was one in Dublin that happened yesterday. I just put the potion there and performed the chants every night there as well. I knew that there would be a storm there, so I accelerated things a bit. So, you really are a seer? I thought that you played a prank on Dumbledore and tricked him into thinking that you were. Harold rolled his eyes. Dumbledore's been blabbing, I see. Well, it's not really something I care about people in this world knowing about it, but yes, I am technically a seer. To be perfectly honest, I never really had any real control over it. I just got visions randomly and I couldn't really interpret it. It was kinda dangerous being a seer at my home, especially with Grindelwald running about. Visions could interfere with one another, and believe me, he's so good with it that he could actually change other people's visions. He did that to me once when I was dreaming. He altered small things in my vision, things that he just didn't want me to see. I've been taking a chance here to learn to control it a bit better. Guessing where a lightning storm would be wasn't that hard, but it's one of the few times I was able to purposefully use my gift. It's been hard but still rewarding. Sirius tried to ignore the idea of Gellert fucking Grindelwald running around, but he couldn't help but shudder. Still, a weird idea came to him. What about talking to this world's Grindelwald? He was known to be a seer too. He could give you pointers. Harold looked at him like he was stupid. Seriously? You want me to break into Nurmengard, talk to one of the most dangerous Dark Lords in history, for a magic lesson of all things? The dog animagus simply shrugged. Hey, he's been in there for half a century, and I doubt he could even cast a levitation charm there. This has to be one of the stupidest things you've ever said to anyone. A grin appeared on Sirius' face. You didn't say you wouldn't do it. For fuck's sake, Black. I'm not going to fucking break out a Dark Lord for a magic lesson. Seriously, what's wrong with you? Fine, he relented, can you at least teach me the trick with turning to multiple birds, though? I didn't think it was possible. The idea of morphing into an army of dogs and attacking Death Eaters was a very pleasing one. Harold rolled his eyes. I'm not transforming into multiple ravens, just one. The rest are either illusions or just conjurations. What the point of it, then? Theatricality and deception are powerful agents, the boy replied with an amused tone, making Sirius think that he was missing something. Nevertheless, he chose to change the subject slightly. So the whole thing with Dumbledore, then, was all fake, right? Not really. He tried to get Snape to steal my journal, the one with the calculations to get me home, probably because I stopped the Malfoy brat from killing half the classroom when he tried to throw a dung bomb in an unstable potion. So, I just switched the journal with another one, which I filled with bogus prophecies and information about the horcruxes, and put a wild goose chase for Dumbledore, since it should have been enough to get the man off my back. I don't know why he's so obsessed with having me in his corner, but so far, he's playing the long game. I think he wants me to go to him for help. Sirius suppressed the urge to flinch at that. Dumbledore had said in a meeting that he was letting Fudge take a bit more authority over the school, and it was no coincidence that the following day, the Ministry created educational decrees that were enforced in the castle, allowing Umbridge to gain more control over the school, control that she was using to try to make Harold's life miserable. The dog animagus tilted his head slightly, about that. Apparently, the next decree gives the High Inquisitor authority to alter the punishments of students as they saw fit. You need to be careful. She's probably going to target you or Harry with that. Harold waved his hand in dismissal, the toad practically obsessed with me. I have to admit that it was fun messing with her. I don't really get to indulge that side of me a lot. Things are always so serious. But trust me, I can take it. And it's better for her to be focused on me instead of your godson. The guy is practically building a rebellion of all things. A rebellion? Sirius asked flabbergasted. Oh, nothing much. It's just this study group to learn defense, but they had their first meeting a few days ago and around 30 people showed up. Umbridge is kinda unpopular as a professor and the students are pretty worried about passing their standardized exams, especially since the Ministry refused to comment about changing them to match the new curriculum. Sirius couldn't help but burst into laughter. He made an underground defense class. That was such a James thing to do. I know. I've been training him up a bit myself and he has potential. He's not really as good as most of the older students, but he's miles ahead of his classmates and has a good mind for improvisation and making plans on the fly. He'd probably make a good orator, and might even become head of the DMLE one day. I think this will be good for him. He's a bit skittish around people he doesn't know well. The boy didn't seem concerned by the matter. I guess I should get things started then. I'm done with the calculations and finished all of the preparations necessary. I'm ready and Samhain should be a good time for it. No offense, but Samhain is less than 2 weeks away. You're telling me that in just a few days, Voldemort will be dead for good. Sirius tried to do his best to hide the sheer incredulity from his voice but failed. Yes, he simply replied. And you'll be gone? Sirius asked, trying to stop the sadness from spilling into his voice. Is there any way you could stay? Harry shook his head. I can't. Why? You could be happy here instead of your insane world and the constant target on your back. You could just beat Voldemort, and we could live together, just the three of us, Harry, you, and me. We'd have a blast at it. Harold shook his head and released a sigh. He looked oddly older when he did that. I'm tempted, I really am, but I really just can't. It's not because I don't want to, but because I genuinely can't. Traveling between universes isn't really a stable thing. I don't belong here. The presence of another alternate of mine in this place doesn't really make things any more stable. Sirius couldn't really help himself and asked, how so? Imagine the universe as a human body. When it feels like an invader, there's an equal reaction to stopping it entirely. After all, they could mess with a lot of things since their arrival hasn't been accounted for. Fate could be derailed, the laws of nature might become skewed. Certain beings, more akin to gods and demons, could easily cause massive damage if they found themselves in this plane of existence. Now, me, I'm a tiny little mortal, maybe a little smarter than the usual sort, maybe a little more talented, so I'm a little blip on their radar. I could have theoretically passed by. However, the way mine and Harry's souls are interacting. There's a reason why Harry subconsciously trusts me, and there's a reason why I took pity on him enough to help him. And that interaction is like a massive beam of light in the middle of the dark. Even if we never met and I landed somewhere halfway around the world, I would have been evaporated in seconds. The only reason I wasn't is because of this. The boy opened his palm, and a raven made of shadows appeared in it, flying away, before disappearing into his skin once more. The dog Animagus, flabbergasted, asked, "What was that?" "My family's legacy, a way to partially anchor myself into the world. I didn't even notice it doing anything until I delved deeper into my research on going back home. I've put off using it for years. I don't even know why. Was I afraid of what I would become if I did? I've been slowly mastering it in my time here, and I can see its usefulness. I'll even be using it on my trip back home. I'm getting better at it, but I still have a long way to go. Still, I could theoretically stay if I somehow merged my soul with Harry, which is not only very dangerous, and never been done before, but would kill us both whether it worked or not. Whoever that remained will not be either of us, just a stranger with our memories and made of patches of our soul. We wouldn't even be granted an afterlife, just nothingness." Yes, Sirius had to admit that it sounded horrible. No, he would miss Harold, more than he thought he would, but he wouldn't sacrifice Harry to get the boy to stay. No, it was even worse than that, he would have to sacrifice both his godson and Harold to end up with a stranger with their face. Still, he decided to change the subject, so, what now? The grin on the young man's face made him shiver. The first step is for the goblins to finally realize that someone robbed one of their vaults. That ought to make things interesting and finally get the ball rolling. And, finally, things are moving a bit. It's oddly nice writing a serious POV, and I'm enjoying it while I still can. As you probably noticed, this arc is going to end soon. To be honest, I think it's time, since stretching it would be a distraction from the main plot, even if I've been enjoying writing it immensely. Anyway, you should buckle up, things are about to get pretty eventful soon. As usual, please let me know what you think and if you have any suggestions.
Thanks for listening.